Welcome to Resorts World Casino here in Las Vegas for Mountain West and WCC Media Day. My name is Rob Dosser. I got, unfortunately, Jeff Goodman with me. We have Terrence Oglesby, and we are joined right off the bat, first thing in the morning, Gloria Navarez, Commissioner of the Mountain West. You got to talk into
I got to
your
get my mic. How bad do we feel for poor Gloria that she's got to start off 8 in the morning, although she just got done with a coaches meeting. So I actually think we're an upgrade.
I actually wasn't at the coaches meeting.
Oh, you didn't even go? Wait, who ran the coaches meeting?
Niko, things hoops.
All right. Okay. I figured you'd be there.
Yeah. No.
How you doing?
Really good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Living the dream.
Surviving?
Survive in advance.
Yeah, that's kind of what you have to do these days. You know, it's funny. I mean, obviously, you and I have known each other a long time. And, you know, I think I've said this. I think you're my favorite commissioner. You are my. I've said this. I'll say it publicly to anybody. No, I've never said it to anybody else. I will not say it to Stu Jackson later. I promise. All right. And I love Stu too. But you know, this is such a dog world here that we're in, and I hate realignment so much. I've hated it for the last few years, and now, unfortunately, you're kind of the victim to it. I feel like you had kind of survived it for so long, and then all of a sudden, we were all a little bit surprised at what happened a few weeks ago. How do you deal with this? How do you deal with the mental side of this and not being able to trust anybody in this business? No, it's true. It's like,
well, we were talking a little bit earlier. This is a product of the original disruption. It just took a minute to get over the Rockies, as much does. But we knew this was a threat as soon as the Pac-12 imploded. And thankfully, we had an opportunity to create that scheduling agreement that built in some things that really helped us move to the next step.
We talked off camera. It's kind of like Game of Thrones, but you've already kind of added your next piece. Hawaii comes in as a full-time member. Yeah. There's obviously further looks for expansion, and you're looking for different schools to kind of be a part. I personally, after dealing with the Mountain West all last season, why wouldn't schools want to jump to the Mountain West? I mean, it has a lot to offer.
Yeah, we're certainly really proud of, the group that really came together. That was a team effort during all of it. I think we really put our mission and core values at the center when we thought about expansion. We're being deliberate about it. There aren't a lot of places to go in the West. We just don't have the concentration of schools like they do on the East Coast. So it was really important to us to keep our geographic continuity. We don't want to be sending every other team in the world across the Rockies or across the nation. Hawaii was already in the family, so to speak. They make a lot of sense for us. They match. So, we'll continue to look at this. And by the way, this isn't us starting to look at expansion. We've been keeping an eye on this since 23. Our whiteboard is like 10 pages thick and has a lot of lines.
You just want to get to Honolulu more. Who are you kidding? And I don't blame you. I blame you.
Okay, I will share that our entire staff after the announcement said, okay, I need to go visit my fill-in-the-blank here at Hawaii. Like, yeah, you do.
So you said that your whiteboard is full. I've always been curious about this. When you are considering things like expansion, like what are you actually looking for in the schools? Is it the history and the success of the sports? Is it the football program? Is it the markets that they are in? Like, how do you kind of go through that process of saying these are who we like and who we want to be with?
All the above, but it changes as time changes. When we were sitting at 12 and we were looking at that, we thought, well, sometimes it feels like another mouth to feed. Sometimes there's a school out there that really makes sense, is really moving up a trajectory. You're like, hey, now would be a good time to get them. Certainly in this round, it was like, okay, we need to get to 8 FBS, so football strength is important. But at the core, it's about fit and alignment and whether they look and sound a lot like what we look and sound like.
Is there a number you want to be at now?
We're still evaluating that.
Yeah. I mean, just constant now.
Constantly looking at that and still in the middle of trying to figure out next steps.
How much does this take of your time right now?
100%.
It is 100%.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I guess without good members, you're not going to, right. You're not going to thrive like you. I mean, the hard part is, Gloria, for us, it's like, and I'm sure for you too, coming off the year you guys had basketball wise last year, it's like you want to be able to celebrate that. You want to be able to take it to a different level. And then you get hit with this, and it's, again.
Well, and the interesting thing is for our crew that, in our office, it's a little bit business as usual, right? I mean, it is. We're still trying to serve our athletes and coaches at the highest level, and things really don't start to change until 26.
Right.
But behind the scenes, the way we operate board meetings, the way we do a lot of those things have a different level of, okay, let's think this through. What does this mean? And so that part is
A lot more complicated.
It's been taking a long time.
Thinking about the year you guys had in basketball last year. Excuse me. 6 teams to the NCAA tournament. UNLV going to the NIT. 7 postseason teams. It's a terrific season for a league with only 11 teams, right? What do we have to look forward to? And what are people missing that aren't paying attention to the Mountain West? Because we've been preaching to the choir over here.
Well, we said 6 bid, remember, last year. Remember?
You did.
I think we started it and everybody laughed at us.
I know, on the one hand, our time zone and our windows are our blessing and our curse, because it feels like that's our value to our media partners. But at the same time, especially during football season, a lot of folks really don't start listening and paying attention until after January. So, one, we work really hard to help inform folks like yourself to keep us kind of relevant and get the message out before conference play, so that as we enter conference play, there's already that excitement building.
Yeah, I think that my favorite thing about the Mountain West last year was that we would do our shows, right? It would be 11 o'clock, the show would end at midnight, and then we would still have Mountain West Insanity going on. I remember there was one night where Jerrod Lucas hit like a half-court shot to win at the buzzer on the same night that somebody else hit a buzzer beater at like in a game that ended at 12:30. So it's just like you do all your work and you can kind of sit down and like, oh, the Mountain West is going nuts again. You know, that's kind of why
Every
we loved
night.
it.
Every night last year.
You just got to stay up. You just got to stay
Well,
up.
it's a lot tougher when you get older, Gloria.
I feel you on that. I won't lie. I feel you.
Tournament expansion. I want to know kind of where you think everybody's at with this, with expanding.
NCAA
Yeah, with the NCAA tournament. Like how much have you been privy to of this? Do you think it's going to expand to 72? Do we need to change our name here?
So
what are your thoughts?
They've got money on the line.
Don't
on this.
make
We
me
gotta
get new mic flags. Like, these things are expensive.
My flags are hard to find. So back in the day, I was on the transformation committee, and I was on the subcommittee that took a look at championships.
Okay.
And the idea at the time was a national championship should reflect a field large enough to get the best teams in the country in the field. And basketball certainly was already robust. The whole point of the analysis was not basketball. It was a blanket statement about let's just take a look at all the championships and ensure that, including AQs, an important nuance, starting with honoring AQs, are we getting at least 20% of the teams in the field? Because, different sports sponsor at different levels. And let's do that analysis. Well, of course, as soon as that came out, everyone's like, oh, my goodness, the basketball tournament's going to expand to 7 versus back. And the oversight committee immediately said, hey, no, let's take a look at it like everyone else if there's a valid reason to do so. But basketball's complicated, right? You got media contracts and conference tournaments and all the things. So I trusted Danny Gavin. And Dan, I believe, he's a great protector of the game. If there is a way to do it that enhances the value and the experience, sure, let's do it. I don't think it sounds like jumping another 10 games or another 3 or 4 weekends, but if there's room to make it more robust, yes. If not, let's not. It ain't broke. And that's where I stand on it.
We're with you, and it ain't broke.
Yeah,
the tournament ain't broke.
Ain't broke.
Right. In more than one way.
Yeah.
One thing while I still have it, and I don't forget it, Rob, if you don't mind. The one thing that I love about the Mountain West Conference, it's a lot of markets. There's no professional teams in the markets. I believe. I'm going up and down the roster in my head right now. Whenever you look at new teams coming in, like obviously you want to bring value with how good the team's in or everything. Is that a part of the equation as far as the passion of the fan base and the funding that they're willing to come up with? It's obviously a big thing, correct?
Yeah,
so, because they have to fit kind of what the Mountain West is already doing.
And we are very, very different. Every league is very different, but one of our common threads is large public institutions serving community, accessible education, sometimes the only show in town, rabid fan bases, and strong media markets. And so we look at all of that, but of course, whatever you're looking for at the time dictates what kind of shuffles to the top is more important than others.
So the question that I was going to ask to you before he went and cut me off.
Yeah,
here's my, if you're going to expand the tournament, here's my idea, right? You get to 76 teams.
Are you going to steal my idea?
No,
you
get
can
to
pull it off
76
as your
teams.
own.
And the first, you get setups like Dayton. You find 4 sites like that, and you basically play 4-team tournaments to get those last 4 bids to the tournament. So it's like a 4-team MTE. In Dayton, you'll have the 4 teams there. 2 teams will play, or you have 2 games on Tuesday night. Winners play Wednesday, and they advance and get a spot in the bracket on Friday. That's the way I would do it if I was in charge of tournament expansion, and I wasn't worried about having to replace my Mike flags or
little Sharpie,
my polos,
change that
or
number right there.
just put the X through and hope no one notices.
Again, I haven't really been analyzing it deeply, but if it is doable without taking us backwards in what we've created with March Madness and still provides relevance and import to the conference tournaments, I'd be open to whatever creative ideas are out there.
All right, you ready? I got a tough one right now. I want the scouting report on Gloria Navarez, the player.
Oh, good God.
Come on. Give it to me.
I was the last scholarship.
Give it to me, though.
See what I'm doing right now?
What did you do
Sitting
well?
here?
You had to have something. What did you, when you got on the court?
Spinning the towels on the bench.
What was it
their
for?
water
I was
bottles.
the hustle player.
All
I was
right,
the
okay.
defensive,
It's
sock
okay.
him in the mouth.
He was the shooter. He was the shooter.
Yeah.
I didn't play, and I don't know what he did. He got kicked off his team, so
I
he
was
was
recruited
the
as a
problem
shooting
child.
guard, and then we had a coaching change and lost a lot of height, and I had to play under the basket. I'm
Oh.
only 5'8". I'm
Oh, wow.
way too short, so I just kicked a lot of folks in the knees.
What else you got? Nothing?
Well,
Nothing else tough. If I can keep going.
I figured you were. What he likes to do for these media days, Gloria, is he likes to go through and dig up as much dirt as
I didn't dig up any dirt on her. I like her too much to do that. I wouldn't do that.
That's
to
what
her.
we're waiting
She's
for.
been through enough lately, okay?
It's been a lot. It's been a lot.
What would you, if I gave you the power now, and it's not realignment, because I think I know your answer on this, but if I gave you the power to run college basketball today, what would you change? What's the one thing you'd start with?
That's a really good question. But, our system has grown up, and conference realignment is a product of a traditional way of looking at leagues and media rights, right? Because of lawsuits back in the day that took them out of the middle and pushed them down to conferences. But I would like to rethink the entire structure in that sense.
They should. I mean,
maybe it isn't conferences. Maybe it's one big national thing with regional alliances, but something that right now there's so much pressure that if you're at the top of a league, you look to the next. If you're at the bottom of the league, there's no incentive for you to continue moving if you're a school that maybe has bigger fish to fry, which is fine.
Yeah.
Schools have other issues that may de-emphasize athletics in a given year or not.
do you worry that we're going to get to a point where we're going to see a bunch of schools soon, basically exterminating the programs, like a lot of these programs?
No, I do think there's a value in broad-based athletic programs at every different level, but we've gotten so competitive at the top that the messaging has been, we need to be in our own environment. And I would love to see a system that doesn't hold back the top by allowing the middle and bottom to be in the same ecosystem.
Revenue sharing. Do you think it's going to go in revenue sharing soon? And
my understanding is the House
soon.
settlement was approved.
It's good to go.
Yeah. Good to
so
go.
Could go in for football. When the portal starts here, could go in for football. How does this impact your schools relative to, obviously we're seeing some of these other, schools that are going to get, $3-4 million for basketball. I mean, listen, like Kansas, who knows what they're going to do, how they're going to divvy it up.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with this, talking to the athletic directors?
And, there's a gap between us and them. There always has been, and certainly it's getting wider. But what I love about our institutions is they're all in to compete. They're going to do revenue distribution. They're going to do NIL or doing NIL in some manner that fits the size and scope for each school. And that's important. I think another important piece is the roster sizes, right? Yeah, schools may be paying a lot to get the best players. I don't think that changes too much the players that they were getting versus the players we're getting.
Nope.
But the roster sizes will mean they're not warehousing a lot of talent that could otherwise be playing in and around this environment.
They're going to have more walk-ons at the end. At the end of the bench, they might have more walk-ons. People that aren't making any money put all their money into like 8 or 9 players, and that helps you guys.
The one thing the transfer portal showed us: student athletes don't like to sit.
No, they do not. They
true.
definitely do not.
That's true.
That's such a great point. The scholarship limits, or not even the scholarship limits, but player limits, because you've seen different schools kind of take advantage of that. Well, he's going to be a walk-on, but he's also a 5-star corner. Florida did that. There's a couple other schools that have done some of those certain things.
And to your point, I think it has probably a bigger ripple effect in football because the rosters were larger and they had more sitting on the sides. But I think it does have an impact in all sports.
The one thing I do think that NIL and allowing players to be able to get paid is done is almost – I feel like it's leveled the playing field a little bit in the sense that if you were, let's just say 5 years ago, you were a 5-star corner, you go to Alabama, you kind of sit at the bench at Alabama, you put in your time 2-3 years, then you play as a senior, then you play as a redshirt senior, and then you're off to the NFL, right? Whereas now, that kid he's not going to go sit at Alabama. He's going to go to
he's gone.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's going to go to someplace else and go get paid, and he's going to go play because he can also get paid while he's doing it.
Or
And
if that kid goes to Alabama, that kid was going to Alabama no matter what. We weren't going to get that kid from Alabama, but that next guy.
Yeah, you can get him.
Or the one that we're going across town against someone, we have a better chance.
Yeah, and I think it's also allowed some guys to stay in school now. Like, I know he's gone now, but Isaiah Stevens last year, I think that's part of why he was able to come back to school. And I think we see that at all levels of college basketball.
Gloria, thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Great.
Thank
Great
you
for
so
starting
much
your
for
day
dropping
with us.
by.
Hopefully we didn't hit you with any, too difficult questions.
No, it was fun. Thank you for
Game of
spending time
Thrones.
That's right. Game of Thrones.
I was going to
It's
ask
not,
you to rank
it's
your
not over
favorite-
yet, Gloria. Come on.
here. It's not over.
I was going to ask you to rank your favorite college basketball environments in the Mountain West.
Oh,
Put you on the spot. But Javin was like, no, she got to go.
Come on.
Pulling her out of there.
We have no favorites.
That's right. No favorites at all. Hawaii will be.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Gloria.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Always fun to catch up with the commissioner of the Mountain West.
That's
right.
tough. I don't envy her position at all.
No.
Over what's been going on lately. Good. How we doing?
Yeah.
Good.
We're gonna grab Coach
Yeah.
first. We'll bring
and
Coach
we
Alford.
are still
We're
live.
live.
The mics are hot, so don't say anything too crazy.
Yeah.
You can come over here and let us know, but don't say anything too crazy.
We're going to bring in Nevada head coach Steve Alford here in a second. And I'll tell you what, I appreciate Gloria because before we went on with her, I asked her, I said, hey, is there anything you want us to avoid? And she said, not at all. Not at all. Just, and transparency. When a lot of commissioners in this spot right now
would not be transparent.
No, they wouldn't have shown up.
Honest. Yeah.
They wouldn't have shown up. So you got to give her a lot of credit. I think she's going to figure things out and still make this league relevant going forward, nationally relevant.
It's such a tough balance. You talk about you look about some of the other ones that are, or some of the other schools that they're talking about, whether it's Sacramento State, whether it's some of these other schools. That one makes sense. Just because of the market, the location, the drive and want to be good in a lot of different sports. I'm curious, just added Hawaii on a full-time membership basis. I think that's good. It does add to travel. Let's not get it twisted. But at the same time, where else do you go?
Well, that's the hard part, right? Like she said, in the West, there aren't as many options.
No, there's not. I mean,
big markets, there aren't as many big markets, period.
Well,
again, you've got to get the right fit for your league in a geographical area that just doesn't have as many options.
Agreed. It's going to be tough just because, like you said, not as many schools. Once you get west of the Rockies, everybody's more spread out. It takes a little bit longer. All right.
Way to kick the commissioner out. I know. How about that? They ran her out. They ran her out.
Mike is hot, Coach.
Mike is hot. How we doing?
Doing good. Yeah, you should be good. You should be good.
Yes,
Bringing
we
these
should
guys
be.
with you.
We should be.
Right. I mean, if you guys aren't good, something's wrong.
That's right. Bad coaching.
You come in, I think you got 5 of your top 8 back, something like that. I don't know.
About right.
I mean,
KJ's back.
you got more back than most.
Daniel's back.
I mean, Alfred's the one guy who hasn't lost any hair in the last year, right? Looks pretty good. No, I didn't mean out of you two. I meant one coach. I didn't mean out of you two. I wasn't picking on you. Come
Trey
on.
needs
I
to
wouldn't
do
do that. Yeah,
Trey needs
exactly.
to lose a little hair.
Trey's got plenty of hair.
Yeah, you guard like Trey does. He can grow his hair however he wants to.
I like that. He just couldn't guard like that in the 80s.
Well,
The 80s was too physical for Trey.
Wait, you guarded Steve?
It was just too physical. He,
Steve just scored.
Not a lot.
Steve just wanted to score.
But
Trust me, I was around then. I watched him.
But more times than not, I've scored my man.
He did. He did.
That's all.
If everybody do that, you'd win them all.
That was my that was my match
I
too
can always
when I
say
was
that because
playing.
coaches passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. It's a little different. How you doing? I mean, again, retention is so key these days, and not a lot of teams have it. And you are fortunate enough to have it. Looking next to you and having these two guys with you that know your system, that know you.
Right.
How important is that?
Well, it's huge because it is a different time with the NIL, and basically these guys are 24/7 free agents, and so it's a whole different climate that we're dealing with. But I think we've just been really consistent on our culture and how we do things with development. And these two are case in point. I was telling Trey this the other day, and just in practice, like where he's come from with shooting the basketball and knowing how to get open and knowing how to get his shots and how his shot has improved. And Nick was somebody that redshirted. And Nick probably didn't even know this. He didn't start game one for us last year. He came off the bench in game one or at Oregon in our scrimmage, who we scrimmaged this coming weekend. He was coming off the bench, and that's what his development, both these guys' development. I think that's what players see. Hopefully that's a big plus in our system, is that you come and you get better and you get better. Your role continues to improve, and the Reno Tahoe community has been awesome to these guys. It's been a really good basketball environment, and so hopefully that has a lot to do. But retention, we talk about it now as recruiting. It's about you're recruiting high school, but the big thing is retention, and then what you're doing in the portal. So it really used to just be high school recruiting. Now it's about who can you retain that you want, and then what can you do in the portal, and then obviously high school.
Well, you had to do something. You had to do a little bit in the portal, because while you do have retention, that backcourt's gone, and that was a really good backcourt. So you add Xavier Dussel, some of these other guys. I'm assuming he's going to be a big portion of that. And then how else do you plan to fill on Keenan Blackshear and Jerrod Lucas?
Keenan and Jerrod were so good for us the last 2 years. I think won 48 games with those two in the backcourt. So, and Trey's been a part of that backcourt. So Trey's going to be huge of helping these new guys, and we've done a really good job. The team's done a good job of blending this summer, but they kind of parallel one another.
Sure.
Kobe's a little different. Kobe is a better shooter than Keenan. He's been a 20-point game scorer. He's also 3 inches taller. He's a 6'9" point guard. So, but he doesn't have the strength that Keenan had. Keenan was so powerful going downhill and the physicality. So they'll be a little bit different, but we still have that big point guard. And then we were talking last night at dinner, Xavier really reminds you a lot of Jerrod, just a absolute knockdown shooting threat. And I think he's on pace to be the all-time leading. If he has a good year this year, he'll be the all-time leader in three-point makes in Mountain West history. So both of those are very similar. So those are two big pickups for us.
That's crazy to think about, all-time leader in Mountain West, three-point leader in Mountain West history. There's been a lot of really good shooters.
Yeah.
So you have 5 22-year-olds on your roster this year. You got a guy that's turning 24. You got a 7th-year player. KJ's been at Nevada for 7 years.
He's coming back.
T.O. still has
my age. I got some eligibility.
Right.
Yeah, T.O. still has 2 years of eligibility left.
I got 2 years. I'm ready to go.
This probably hasn't happened much in college basketball. I'm getting ready to start my 6th year at Nevada, and KJ's been there longer than me. Because Muss's last year, he redshirted. So he was there. He was on the team of Muss's last year, and I'm getting ready to enter my 6th year at Nevada.
Wait, there's something wrong.
He just loves Reno, huh? Nick, talk to me about your development over the years. Where are we going to see the next step from you, and kind of how you took a step at the end of the season?
Yeah, so as Coach mentioned, my first year I kind of took a back seat, got to watch everything, get my body right while I was redshirting. And then the next year I was served as more of like a backup role for Will. Saw how he did things, saw what winning it took to win. And then last year I feel like I took a little bit of a jump, helped Keenan and Jerrod kind of direct the team. And this year I kind of hope to enter into more of a leadership role, get the team going in the right direction. So I think it's nice to have seen it from the bottom and then now hopefully lead it in the correct direction at the top.
Is he the best defender in the conference?
Yeah. Him and Daniel.
Yeah. Are you the best defender in the conference?
Yeah, I would say so.
All right. So here's the next question I got. Have you seen tape of Coach Alford from when he
No,
played?
it's really grainy now.
Yeah.
So
Are
you just
are
can't
you
even
locking
evaluate it.
him up back in the day?
I've seen
He,
his film.
he says he could do that, but he truly has no idea. He really doesn't. He really doesn't.
You want to really see these two go at it? All right, MJ or LeBron?
Oh my God!
For the two of you, watch the two of them. Go ahead.
It doesn't even look like it's
Go
up for
ahead,
discussion.
He knows. I mean, it should not be a discussion, but I've always respected LeBron. I think LeBron is one of the best of all time, but there's still a different mountain to climb, and that's MJ's mountain.
When you're teammates with one of them, you'll have a biased opinion. But me, I've just watched both.
That's true. You're not a teammate of either.
Yeah.
So you're just playing PlayStation.
I watched him, and LeBron is clear cut.
I mean, MJ went to the bucket. He was getting knocked, and he still had to score. It's not this.
I'm on Team Alford on this.
Yeah,
one.
it's not this
I don't know,
freelance.
man.
Let's just
I
score
know.
400 points in an All-Star game.
Hey, Trey, I got a question for you.
Look how
I know.
I
This
told
is
you
what
we get
we
heated.
talk about.
I told you. Trey's like, yeah, I really want to say something now, but I still value my playing
I
time.
need those minutes.
Feathers were ruffled. Well, hey, Trey, I got a question for you because two-time All-Mountain West defensive player. Like, some guys see that and they're like, now I have to show that I can score a little bit. Now I have to show that I do some other things. I mean, after that first one, people would have expected that. Now you've established that identity. How do you kind of manage that within practice and within the team structure? Like, I know I'm the defensive guy, but I might be relied upon a little bit more
Just
on the offensive end. Sorry if I wasn't.
No, you're good. Just the coaches, pumping me up and giving me confidence and on the offensive end. Because coming in, they told me if you play defense, you can play. So that's what I did. And this coming from them and just putting in the work.
And, Trey's been two-time all-defensive team. Now that next step is defensive player of the year,
Sure.
which I think going into this year, you look across the league, obviously a lot of good defenders, but in my mind, I'm biased, but I do think he's the best defender. And they've mentioned Daniel already. Daniel doesn't get a lot of pop, but Daniel can really guard. And then so his role's got to change. As you mentioned, he's got to become he's got to be a double-digit scorer for us now. And that's just part of the evolution of his game. And then Nique is a throwback because he came in and wanted a red shirt. And in 1 year, a lot of guys go through red shirts and they don't develop. They hang out for 6-7 months and they don't get any better.
They figure out college.
He really took it serious and he gained 20 pounds. And, now he's going to be a really tough matchup, whether he's at the 4 spot or the 5 spot. He's going to be a really tough matchup for people. And so both these guys have done a great job of, we talk about it all the time. Everything's available to you to develop. Just use it. And these two are case in point of use the things that they've got to develop.
Nick, I don't know if you guys know this. When we did a game last year, I think it was Colorado State there in Reno, and we got a picture of him when he was a kid wearing a Nevada shirt going to a football game. Like,
Is that right?
It's
Mom and Dad went there.
Yeah,
that's right.
This
Yeah,
is a
that's right.
legacy situation here. And
Yeah.
I think that adds another layer of pride for you and kind of the willingness to redshirt, right?
Yeah.
Like the
Is he your
willingness
best
to be like,
recruiter
I
now?
can work.
Yeah, you can tell who's coming.
Yeah.
Yep.
My little brother.
Yeah.
Coming next year. Join
Is
us.
that right?
Join
Yeah.
the team. Yeah.
We've
Really?
got a lot of Davidsons in this
Did
legacy.
he play at
That's it.
He played Mater Day too, or
Yeah,
no?
he's a senior this year.
Is he?
Yep.
Is he
Good
better than you?
recruiting.
Yeah.
Are you the guy they send with the official visits?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that you?
To talk to Mom.
To talk to
Talk to
mom.
mom.
And then you send them with somebody else to
And
see
free
Reno.
meals.
That doesn't hurt. I wanted to ask you about Justin McBride because I remember before last season talking with Mike Boynton about it, and
Right.
Mike loved him and said that he was the guy where he was probably a year or two away, but you could see
Right.
like the tools he had,
Right.
the way that he played. What have you seen out of him so far?
I think, and we knew we got something special out of the portal with Justin, but we had no idea. I think these guys will tell you from where he was in May to where he is now. He's got a really bright future ahead of him. He went to Oklahoma State as a 17-year-old.
Yep.
He turned 18 on our campus this summer, so he's very, very young, but extremely talented. He's athletic. He's explosive. He can shoot it. So this is going to be somebody that's going to be a huge piece to what we have, I think, in our depth because he's very, very talented.
How much do you guys look at the league this year and say it's wide open? I mean, obviously, you guys have been in the tournament 2 straight years. You're both back. Do you look at it, and even the preseason, I think you picked third, right? They picked third?
Pick third, yes.
Yeah, you picked third, but it feels wide open. You guys feel that way too?
I mean, I think every year we kind of feel that way. It's anyone's up for grabs. Every day getting in and working. But yeah, definitely this open this year like it was this year.
I mean, especially because don't you look around, you look at the rosters, and you're like, who's he? Who's he? I mean, that's kind of what we do. There's so much turnover that it's hard to come up with any sort of preseason poll. Do you guys feel disrespected at all? No. You care about the poll?
I don't think we really pay attention to it too much, but I think every year we come in with a chip on our shoulder, regardless of how last year went, because we feel like there's a hump that we haven't got over yet, and that's what we need to do.
Trey, 2-part question. On your team, who's the toughest cover?
My team right now,
Yes.
the toughest cover. You want a big or a guard?
I want a bucket.
Okay.
That says a lot right there that you got him switching on everybody, too. I mean,
I would say Nique.
Nick?
Yeah.
Quiet guy over here. Yeah, I like that. In the league last year, a lot of turnover.
Right.
But last year, since most of the guys are gone, who would you say? Is there one guy that you would pinpoint and be like, man, that guy, I have to bring everything. I have to bring my lunch pail today.
I would say the person who surprised me the most would be the freshman at UNLV.
Oh, yeah. He's
Dedan.
Dedan.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Real good.
Yeah, this league with point guards, I mean, if you're
Yeah.
picking up point guards and switching to fours, I mean, that says a lot about your defensive ability. Nick, as far as it's rare we get to sit down at media day, especially over the last 2 or 3 years, where we have 2 guys that are 4-year guys.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever any doubt? It doesn't seem that way because when I came to shoot around,
parents probably wouldn't have let him.
not
Right?
you, but
Yeah, with mom and dad
potentially you.
I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's right. They would have quit paying for the car. There's really no doubt with you guys because when I came to shoot around, everybody seemed to be on the same page. That's not always how it goes. As Coach Alford knows, like there seems to be a unique bond, not just with the coaches, but the players too, with the continuity in the guys. Is that kind of what you guys feel with your teammates and everything?
Yeah, for sure. I'll even go back to this summer when we did our team bonding. It was the first time having everyone around, and immediately we just clicked. We were all joking around, teasing each other, having fun. But
team bonding, what does that entail? Is that
this summer we went zip lining. We had
No
like an
way.
off day. Yeah, so it was super fun up in Tahoe. Went to breakfast, and that first meal, everyone was just laughing, goofing around like we'd known each other for years, been teammates for forever. So it was really cool.
And we have, Xavier's been in the Mountain West at Wyoming and
So there's some
Fresno.
familiarity there.
So we're familiar with him. Brandon is from Texas State, and he's fit in really well. Justin McBride and Chuck Bailey are 2 guys, Oklahoma State and Evansville. But when I was coaching at Iowa, I coached against Chuck's dad, who was playing at Michigan. So there's just been a lot of kind of interwoven stuff that's happened. And then these guys, when we've got leaders like the 2 of these guys and Daniel, KJ's been around a long time. We just got really solid leaders that have been close. We've knocked on the door. We got blown out in the NCAA tournament. Then we had an NCAA tournament win against Dayton, and we blew a 17-point lead. We came up a game short last year in the conference championship run, and this year, you play everybody twice. Last year, we didn't get Utah State to come back to our place. So these guys have been really close, and I just think their mindset all summer has been very businesslike, and it's been good to see.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys about that because I think on paper, it's hard to argue with the success you guys had last year. 26 wins, finished tied for second in the conference, you make the NCAA tournament, right? And you also finished second in the conference, lost in the first round of the Mountain West, and we don't have to talk about what happened in the tournament, but that didn't go the way that you wanted it to go. So how do you look back on a season like that? Are you like, okay, we had a really good year, I'm happy about it? Are you like, is that kind of burning you the way that it ended?
I mean, yeah, obviously it didn't end the way we wanted it to. Like Coach said, we were there, but we don't really have a banner to show for it. We worked real hard. And it kind of goes to show that nothing's guaranteed. It's definitely motivation in the off season and kind of coming into it that, we've been there, we've seen it, and even in Dayton, we had a taste of a win, and it can get stripped from you like that. So I think that's important to know and something that we look into every day.
They took steps forward, like we talked about in the offseason. The MTE, we lost in the Caymans to Kansas State, finished third. Last year we win the Diamond Head, beat TCU, beat Georgia Tech. They took a step forward in the league. We had no lulls. These guys did a phenomenal job of being consistent. We broke school records on quad one wins. I guess that's a big thing now, but most quad one wins of any team in the history of our school. So they did a lot of positive things, but like Nick said, it's about, they want that banner now. They want to sit atop. And we've talked about that in the offseason of being, there are some teams that are not contenders, then you have contenders, then you have champions. And we've been contenders. We're on that level. We've been contenders. Now it's, can we take that next step and be a champion? That's kind of what they're driven to.
So what has to happen for you to get there? Where do you want to see that step?
Well, we've talked a little bit about that off season that, last year we lost 2 home games. We lose a close one to Boise at home. We lose a close one to New Mexico at home. You take care of home, you win a championship, because we did a phenomenal job on the road in a very difficult league. So it's about establishing, can we take care of home in the non-league? We got Washington State coming in the non-league. And then the MTE we're in South Carolina is a loaded field. So how do we do on a neutral site? All those things get you ready for the conference season. You got to stay healthy. We were able to stay healthy last year. We're healthy right now. So if we can stay healthy and continue to develop what we did last year, then I think in the end we're going to be right there. We'll have to see how it all goes, but we should be right there.
I'm going to go off topic one more. Lonzo played last night.
It was great. I've got
2 years off. Did you watch?
Yeah, our SID, Ray was telling me about that yesterday on the travel down here, because we went from practice to traveling, and I got to get a hold of him today because it hadn't been since 2022, and so it's great having him back out there.
Have you stayed up with him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because he and Zach both he and Zach are on the same team there with the Bulls, so I've been able to keep track of them, and they're very close to my son Bryce, and so they're always communicating and things. But it's been sad with Lonzo's talent to have the problems he's had health-wise, and now to get back. And it looked like he did very well. So hopefully he can stay healthy this year, because he's an extreme talent.
I was telling someone last night that I think you really see a dude that's proof that he loves basketball.
That whole family
yeah.
loves basketball.
Well, he's been out 2 years and had some crazy surgeries, and he's his money's guaranteed.
Right,
he didn't have to work ever again.
No, he's
not
a load management guy. He wants to play. He wants to be out there and play. He's got a big time love for the game.
Be careful in that MTE in South Carolina, because we got a transplant coming down from Boston. He's living down there now.
Really?
So
you're in Charleston?
Obviously, oh yeah.
Really?
I'm not stupid. Got out of the winters. Where would you rather live, Boston or Charleston?
Oh yeah, that's a given,
right?
Yeah, that's a given.
Pretty easy.
I'm on the other side of the state. I got to be careful.
How about Indiana football, Steve?
It's big time. That's
right.
My parents were. We were talking about
Indiana guy.
Yeah, we were talking about my parents, because we haven't had very many years like this. But I think it's like
very many. It's been like one. Never.
Maybe the first eligible team for bowl, right? Bowl eligible.
Yeah,
I think they were first team.
They played a lot of cupcakes.
Well, I mean,
whatever.
We're still 6-0.
They beat UCLA.
Yeah, we're still 6-0. So
crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been fun watching that. Yeah, and Woody's got a great team, basketball wise. He's loaded with talent, so it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be fun to watch. Yep.
Did you give any money to Woody?
No, I'm not giving money to Woody.
He didn't ask you for some NIL?
He's got Cuban and others to take care of that.
Good point.
I'll play golf with Woody, but I'm not.
I'll take your money on the golf course?
Yeah, if he does that, then I'll give it to him.
Hey, last question for me. Pertains to him. One thing I loved about Nick's game, it seemed like if anybody got in a rush or anything, they could just find Nick at the top of the key as Mr. Reliable within your offense. And you guys, it seemed like you guys just kind of settled down. How important is it to have a four-man that's like that you can just he gets the ball, you can take a deep breath? As somebody who's tenured like he is.
Well, it's huge, because obviously Jerrod, a prolific scorer, Keenan, emotional kid in a lot of ways, and Trey, Nick, even Daniel, they're just very, very stable, very consistent, and all three of them have an incredible basketball IQ. They really understand how to play. So that ebb and flow of things, and I think that's what's going to help these guys because, it's that Dayton thing stung, because we, from the 3-minute mark with 3 minutes to go in the first half to 7 minutes to go in the game, we were dominating that game. Yeah. And to do what we did at the end was just not characteristic at all of what this team's been about. And especially the guys like this that are even keel and they've got a good feel of the game.
Even keel?
That's,
come on, I never could tell.
Oh yeah. They're just very consistent. We know every game what we're getting from these guys. These two they've just been very, very consistent. And now they've got to, like all guys that become older, they got to elevate what they're doing. Their roles change. They go from your role here to now it's here. But these guys are very capable of doing that.
Marion has a new hire.
That's right.
There,
Pat Knight.
Yeah, I got to hear what you have to say about that.
Well, he's in my son's league.
Yeah, I know.
So Corey, my son's coaching on Huntington, and now Pat's at Marion. And so actually in a gym this summer, and Pat's sitting next to my son, and now I got to go up there and sit. So it's crazy to see that because when I was at school at Indiana, Pat was like 7th, 8th grade running through the gym and stuff. And now he's coaching in the same league that my son's coaching in. That league is a great league. So he should have a lot of fun with it.
Back in the mix.
Yep.
Back in the mix.
Listen, Steve Alford, Nick Davidson, Trey Coleman, we appreciate you guys being here. Best of luck this season.
Thank you.
Fellows. You are
Thanks,
now
guys.
out of the hot seat.
Appreciate
Free
it.
to go.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Yeah, they're going to have a chance.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Yeah, chance to be very good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good seeing you,
so
Steve.
much. Thank you.
Thanks, man. It really is a sign of the times where you have a team that loses their top 2 scorers and like 2 guys that were like in the mix for Mountain West Player of the Year, like in that conversation, right? And we're like, oh, they're bringing so much back. It just tells you what we are in college basketball.
Xavier Dussel can really shoot the basketball.
All right, here we go.
We're now joined
Buckle up.
New
That's
Mexico
right. We're
head
live.
coach Mitch Pitino. We got Donovan Dent here. We got Nelly Jr. Joseph, the New Mexico
guys?
Lobos.
How are you?
Richard, what's up?
That's good.
How we doing, guys? It's good seeing you guys. How we doing?
8:41 for me is a little too early. It's hard, how you guys do it.
No, we practice later.
All right, well,
they're
that's
good.
That's smart. At least you give them some time to get up, get acclimated before they have to see.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot.
How you doing?
Great.
Yeah?
Great. Another Mountain West Media Day. Love it. Yeah, it's almost over.
Yeah, it's almost over. Just started less than an hour ago.
Yeah. No, we're good. We're good.
There's no more. I'll put him up against anybody as the most sarcastic head coach in America, right? Yes. I hope you guys go back at him.
No, I do, and then he yells at me. And then I gotta run.
You guys are okay playing time now. You're okay. Last year, you had to be a little careful. Now, he's got to give you the ball and let you go.
You know what I'm saying? I go at it with him in practice and make me run right back to the plays.
There's some truth there because I went to shoot around last year, and it was just the whole thing. He said, I'm not going to say it. But, no, a little bit of a different team. It's your show now. I mean, you lose Jalen. Jamal transfers out. Coach, you got one of the best ones in the country. Now it's his show. You could play him probably 42 minutes. I'm sure you would.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about him, obviously, is an elite passer.
Sure.
And it is definitely infectious. I think we're certainly going to miss Mashburn, House, JT Toppin. I mean, those are 3 really, really good players. But this team will look really different. And I think a lot of that is because they're following his lead. Donovan is easily, I believe, the best passing point guard in the country. And I do think all the new guys are really learning from him and seeing things a little bit differently. So it's been fun. I mean, we're dealing with what everybody deals with, right? All these new guys, but it's a good group.
Bit of a lightning rod. I mean, how's it been for you? It's your show now. I mean, you've kind of approached it like that through the games that I was able to come and call. You've always kind of approached it like it's my show. However, now it truly is. Has there been a difference in your approach to the games and your approach to the offseason? What was your main focus?
My main focus really was like just taking that next step and like Coach P asked me to do like the leadership role area, like on the court stuff, like all that, like it's all going to be there still and all that. But just being able to lead the young guys, all the transfers, like how we play, just being able to change like how they play and how we play.
Donovan, have you ever heard who he compares you to? Have you told him who you compare him to? Eric Snow. Do you know who Eric Snow is?
I do not.
You don't?
I do not.
No.
The NBA a long
I don't
time.
think that you've got players mixed up.
I got player.
Yeah, 100%. You got to mix that.
Okay, never mind.
He's so fast. Eric Snow was not fast. This is one of the fastest guy with the ball in his hands.
All right,
in the
strike
country.
that question.
Strike that question.
Strike
out of
that
the way. Let's go with this
question
one, Donovan. You saw other players from New Mexico transfer out during the offseason. You decided to stay. Why are you back in New Mexico?
Credibility to like Coach P and Coach Chu. They like really talked to me a lot during the offseason. They stayed in touch with me like, hey, I know a lot's going on and all that, but like just stay with us, trust the process. And I believed in them. I mean, I believed in them from the start when I committed here, so I didn't feel the need to transfer out in any way.
It's kind of a throwback story, right? Like it's the ones that we root for. You were a little bit under recruited coming out of high school. You find a place, you find a home, you break out as a sophomore, and you're going to have a big junior year, I'm assuming, where it's going to be your show. That's got to be appealing, right? At a place like New Mexico,
100%.
where you know they love hoops.
No, like that's literally the main thing. Like knowing that the community behind the sport, the team, and all that. Like it's a big aspect of why I stayed as well. Like you can't really find this in many other places. So I was like, I got it. Me and my dad talked for a long time during all of it. And we're like, we know what we want to be.
Nelly, a year ago, take me back to where you were a year ago. You're back home in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You're waiting to try to get here. You can't
Could
get
get the
here.
visa, man.
Yeah, like take me through what that was like, and then when you got here, how far behind were you?
I was really behind. He can tell you. And he can tell you too, because when I came, I could not catch the ball because I won't play with him.
Caught the ball with his face.
Yeah. All the time because he's a great passer, so I don't really expect like him passing all that kind of pass. So I was like, damn, I got to catch up. So I work hard towards it during the season and stuff. So
What was it like? So take me through, like, you're home in Nigeria. You're hanging with your family, just waiting. Like, is there anything you can do, or are you just at home?
I could not do anything. I was only going to the gym, like to lift and stuff. But I don't want to really go to the basketball court because of the floor. Like running on the concrete, will affect my knees, so I don't really want to do that. So sometimes I go there and stuff and just work out and stuff.
He got here. So today's October 17th. He got onto our campus October 28th last year. We played an exhibition game October 29th, and I started him. Legitimately started.
Really
Just run set a ball screen for Donovan, and you'll be fine. Don't worry about anything else. But that's the God's honest truth. It really was.
Conditioning.
Yeah, no, you'll be fine.
Right?
But I mean, he looks
Amazing.
He had a really good year. It's not like he had a bad year last year, but my expectations for him, and I hope his expectations, being an all-conference big guy in this league, and it was unfair what he dealt with, but he's looking really, really good.
You guys look different in layup lines this year. Last year you were small, 1, 2, 3. You guys had guys that were all around. You were about 6'2". You were the tallest one of the bunch. Like, you're going to look different. CJ Nolan's a little bit bigger. Transfer from Arizona. Help me with the pronunciation. I'll let
Philip Borovichinen or whatever.
Yeah, there's no way he can do. What do you call him, Big Phil?
Yeah, Phil. I don't know.
No, you guys. I mean, that was a point of emphasis to get a little bit bigger around the perimeter because this league has size this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Clemson game was an eye opener. Not to say that team won. Our team last year won 26 games, but we played Boise State. We had to change up what we're doing a little bit. So we certainly set out with adding bigger guards. I think we've always had a big front court. So I don't know. I mean, last year's team was scrappy. I mean, for sure. So I don't want to lose that by any means, but I do think we need to get bigger at the 2 and the 3 spot for sure.
Nelly, you have an interesting distinction of being one of the only guys that have played for both Rick Pitino and Richard Pitino.
I mean, I feel for you, man.
Yeah, that's
very
tough.
original question.
That's
Nelly.
tough. You get that a lot?
A lot. Yes. What do you think?
Probably. Yeah, I would assume so. Break down their coaching styles. Who was the better coach?
No,
Let me
you
ask you
need
that.
to ask
Clearly,
him,
I'm a
like,
better coach,
give me
yeah.
the craziest
Oh, my God.
stories from each. Give me the craziest
I feel
stories
like
that
both
we've
of
never
them-
heard.
Both of them are great coach because they're like father and son. So he learned from his father, so he's a great coach. His father is a great coach. So I'm playing. That's why I came here, because I feel like I can play for him. That's why I came to
Did Rick actually say, like, hey, you know what, you should go play for? Like, I can't picture Rick
No,
saying,
he didn't say that.
advocating to play for you.
Well, actually, the true story is, this is the God's honest truth, was we played Nelly, my dad's last year, in the pit. Nelly kicked our butt. And when my dad took St. John's, He had Soriano. I needed a big guy, so I was like, "Oh, Nelly's not good enough for you." And I was like, "You got Soriano. Nelly can't play for you." And then we grabbed him. But honestly, my dad was really not as involved. I think there was a trust level of what we did, but we recruited Nelly hard. He visited SMU. He had a bunch of really good situations. Obviously, me and my dad are very, very different coaching styles.
Really?
But nobody can coach the way my dad does. But he's obviously been great for us.
How was the Avengers the other night?
No, it was Transformers.
Transformers. I'm sorry, I don't know the difference.
Yeah,
Avengers, Transformers.
Jeff had called me to talk about this, and I texted him and said, "I'm in a movie," and he goes, "Who goes to movies anymore?" And I said, when you have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old, it's the only time they'll be quiet is when you go to the movie. So it's great.
True.
You're preaching
That is
to
a
the
fact.
choir.
They can both relate.
Yeah.
I'm way past
No
that.
doubt.
I'm 8 and 7, so I'm
Yeah,
right
no, you know the deal.
So Transformers, he told me, he's like, yeah, I fell asleep. I got a 20-minute nap.
Oh, yeah.
Right? A little power nap
great.
in there.
It's the best. I love it.
All he's doing is just pushing the questions off. Just 30 minutes at a time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Much. That's very true.
Red sauce or green sauce?
Oh, for me, green all day. I actually used to always lie the first 3 years about chili. I never even messed with it.
Yeah.
And now I don't know if these guys are into it, but I'm really into green chili.
Guys, I'm going to be honest. I did red sauce when I did Jarrell's game. I think it was Utah State.
Yep.
There's no bathroom. I had to climb that mountain to get up to the bathroom at halftime. I was about to die. I'm not kidding. We got to about 3 minutes left in the first half. I looked at my partner. I was like, hey, man, we're going to have a situation here in a minute. My intestinal tract was a war zone. I was just struggling.
Yeah, this is great.
Great food. Now, this is how the interviews go.
Yeah,
here at
yeah.
16.
We go off the rails.
Yeah,
a lot.
off
Not
the
a little,
rails.
a lot.
Off the rails.
Nelly,
Nelly,
when you know you're at media day. My intestinal tract was a war zone. That is he just said
That's
that.
the quote to beat right
just
now.
This is where we're at.
Speaking, can I hit him with a food story?
Absolutely.
While we're on the topic of food?
Yeah.
I'm told in Vegas for your birthday, did you go out for like dinner or something? And was there a story with this?
Yeah, I went to was it a Nigeria restaurant with Q? My teammates. I took him to one Nigeria restaurant with
Best Nigerian dish.
best Nigeria dish.
Your favorite.
But
I'll
didn't
say
you get ripped off or something? Didn't you get ripped off on the meal or the food?
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Something happened, right?
Yeah,
I do my research.
that's true. That's
Getting
true.
the
That's
intel.
true. I remember.
You got a mole on the inside giving them
We
information.
got food for like one bowl and one bowl. The guy charged us for like $70-something. So like, it's not up to that price, but it really like, yeah.
So many jokes I'm holding back on.
so,
Be careful.
Yeah.
so I just got a text from John Fanta. He may or may not be on the St. John's New Mexico game. So
Yes.
you want to talk about you need hype for that game?
Oh
going
my
up to New
God,
York?
that guy is a disaster right now with the Browns. He is out of his mind.
He's
right
excited.
Now.
He's gonna fire up the people. about that one.
I am sure he will.
So I haven't looked at your schedule. That's my fault. But you have St. John's. You staying over on the East Coast and playing some other teams? How's that
No,
gonna go? You're
so-
just going for a one-off.
It's a one-off. I told my dad I will not do it unless he buys us so we can fly private because the trip is really, really hard.
It's a long trip.
So that was kind of how it all started. Really started was when we're in the middle of this tournament run and everybody's like, oh, you're not in the tournament yet. And I'm like, good grief, like we're in this. So we knew we needed to beef up our non-conference, which was going to happen anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of high majors want to play us. So unless there's a return of some sort. So I said, you know what, let's do it. We're also playing UCLA second game of the year in Vegas. We are playing an MTE, Arizona State, and then SMU or USC. And we started home and home with VCU in the pit, which would be really cool. And then we got New Mexico State. So very, very hard schedule, but it's not going to hurt us. It'll make us better in the end.
Now,
Siegel Center and the Pit, two of the most underrated venues in college.
I don't know that the Pit's underrated anymore. It's got its due.
not, yeah.
It's a top 10 venue in all of.
It's a real. The Pit is a
It's
real deal. No, it
a
is.
real
It's
deal.
I coached in the Big Ten for 8 years, and that's always kind of known as these venues. I would put the Pit up there with Purdue, Indiana. You know, I think it's that good.
I agree.
Why?
Yeah,
Why? Is it the noise that you get? Is it the passion? Is it just?
I think
like
it's a
the
passion.
ambiance around there?
For one, it's a unique building. It's underground.
No bathrooms downstairs.
As we know, if you're eating red or green chili, don't do that. But I think more than anything, it's the people in the arena. There is a true care factor. These people have Lobo tattoos. These people have been going they've been going forever. Like, I pull up to my parking spot. Snake is there waiting for me.
He was there when I pulled.
Snake is a lunatic.
Oh, he's unique.
Yeah.
People don't know Snake might be 70 years old. We have no idea.
But there are certain buildings you walk into where you know people care, and that is one of those buildings for sure.
You lost JT Top, and obviously you couldn't pay what it commanded when he went in the portal. How hard is that to deal with now? When you find a guy like that, you develop him, and then you just say, like, hey, we don't have the money. We can't compete with that.
Hard is probably not the right word. As
frustrating?
Long as, I don't know, frustrating. I just look at it like it's like if a coach wins, they're probably going to move on. So I don't look at myself better than any of these players. Like, what I just try to tell them all is, like, kind of what Donovan talked about. And maybe it's because I dealt with it for 8 years in Minnesota. I'm not knocking Minnesota, but I believe New Mexico is one of the best jobs in the league. And that's why I took the job, was because I want to win. Like, I would beat my head up against the wall at Minnesota at times, like going at Michigan State or at Purdue, and like, goodness gracious,
couldn't
hard.
compete. You felt like you couldn't.
So we just try to get these guys to understand that the most important thing is you play so that you build a resume for the next level. But NIL is absolutely a factor. The thing about JT helped us win. That's what I look at. The guys that probably would get mad at are the guys that don't help us win, and then they want more money and they want to move on. Like, JT gave us an amazing year, helped us win a conference tournament championship, helped us go to the NCAA.
Good point.
I can't fault him for that. It's the other ones that lie and they don't help you that can be a little more frustrating.
When you look at, Donovan, this was for you. It was you and True, the young guys that were kind of next in line. Like, what have you seen from him in the offseason? Because you guys were both, I felt like under-recruited. I thought they were very good players coming in, but it was you kind of got caught in this mix of, well, coaches are going to go after transfers. I don't really know where I'm going to go next. And then you guys end up playing for Richard. And it's like, well, there's two really talented players. How's he come along?
I think True's doing an amazing job. He's taking that next step because we told him, like, he has a big improvement from his role last year to this year's improved role. So, I mean, I think he's taking a great next step, and we're excited to see what he could do this year.
It's a great point what you said. Donovan's class and True, they were under-recruited.
Absolutely.
In the old days, that wouldn't have happened. I think everybody was so enamored by transfers. We were able to sneak in and get, like Donovan was Mr. Basketball in the state of California, right? I mean, that's not like Vermont. That's that's a lot of good players.
And no shots at
yeah,
Vermont.
no shot at Vermont. I love Vermont. But for sure him, and I think True as well, like he was in Phoenix, is at Compass. That's a highly recruited place. And we certainly took advantage of that. I think it's coming around a little bit. People are starting to recruit high school kids again, but we're fortunate to get those guys.
I didn't think so. We've talked about the food in Albuquerque, and then Vermont starts catching strays.
Yes, yeah.
That's kind of where we're at with
beautiful
this.
place, Vermont. Beautiful. Burlington, yeah.
I want to hit both the players with this one. You guys had the 4 wins in 4 days to run to win the Mountain West tournament and get that automatic bid. What was your favorite memory and maybe the thing that you've kind of taken away most heading into this season from that run? Because that was everyone talks about the run that NC State made, like, because obviously they made it to the Final Four, but like you guys going through the Mountain West tournament, how good that league was as entertaining as anything that we got in championship last year.
I mean, that whole experience was great. Like, our whole mindset as a team, like every day in the locker room after we win, was like, we don't want to go home yet. We don't want to go home yet. And we kind of just kept that mindset throughout the whole 4-day process. And then, unfortunately for me, I was out of it the last day, so I couldn't really help the team and all that.
You got sick.
I got really sick, and I couldn't help the team in any way. But, like, seeing them on the court, like, just stay together, rally together, and take down San Diego State was a great view.
What happened? You got sick? Did he cook for you or something?
Nah, I don't know what happened.
Green
it was
chilies?
like,
Yeah, that's
you
right.
didn't look good.
it was bad.
Yeah.
It was like it just hit me out of nowhere. Right after we beat Colorado State, I felt a little bit that day. We got back to the hotel room. I was like, "Yeah, coach, I don't feel good at all." And
It's kind of an underrated storyline, like, because he played 13 minutes or so,
Yeah.
and he felt like death. And we do not win the game without him toughing through, just giving us spot minutes to help us out.
Yep, absolutely. Big Ten, you've been in other leagues. that Mountain West tournament is special. I was able to do that. How does that? I mean, give the people kind of an understanding of what that is, because I feel like I can't explain it anymore.
I look at it like it's a mini. Now it's all going to change, right? But it's a mini Big East, and Thomas and Mac is kind of like the Garden for us and our fan base. When I first got the job, everybody said to me, "Oh, if you make it to the weekend, it turns into Pit West."
Yep.
And to be able to play,
that happened.
Yeah, San Diego State, and it was pretty half and half, and it was a great crowd. Yeah, it was special. We won the game, obviously, and then slept over, and the next day we flew back to Albuquerque. We had maybe over 1,000 people waiting at the airport, crying. You know, it's just a throwback situation that truly cares about college basketball.
Is it kind of? It's almost like an AAU tournament vibe when you get there, right? Because it's just kind of surviving in advance, and you're playing day after day after day. And it's not like you get to after a game you get to rest, right? Like,
you know what I loved about it was these older guys, Jalen House, who knew his career was over. He just wanted to go to the NCAA tournament so bad. And the hope is that it motivates these guys moving forward to experience that. They just willed it. You know, they really did. And you beat 3. It's not like we had an easy draw. We played Air Force the first game, who almost wrecked our season.
There's no easy draw on the Mountain West.
Yeah, and they're always hard. And then we played 3 tournament teams. So we earned it, and it was certainly special.
Well, listen, guys, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
appreciate you being here. We got Vermont catching strays, and we learned about TO's intestinal tract. So we have San Diego State.
Vermont,
yeah,
poor me. Yeah, poor you. We will not have another interview like this the rest of the day. I can promise you.
Yes.
No commercial breaks over here, baby.
We appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You never know where it's going to go when Jeff Goodman and Richard Pitino get together on a broadcast. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, fellas. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Good
guys.
seeing you, man.
We have San Diego State coming up next. We'll have Brian Dutcher. We'll have Reese Waters. We'll have Miles Byrd. We're going to ask them to scoot some chairs over a little bit.
Yeah, they're coming in.
As we bring them in.
Mics are hot. You're live. You're live. How you guys doing?
You guys scooch a little bit towards
Yep. I'm just going to tell you, I got the number 1 shoe swagger game out there.
Oh, here we go.
Dutch.
Wow. Right off the
keep
bat.
Keep them on the table.
Feet on the
Keep
table.
them on the table.
Keep them on the table.
We'll get some promo for Nike.
They'll have no issue with
Matt
that.
Sorry, our ops guy, took care of me. I got some Travis Scott Jordans on. I don't even know what they're worth, but they're probably worth more than I'm making.
They're worth more than this computer. That's
Yes.
in front of me, I can assure you.
How you doing, Dutch?
Good. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Like my team. Got a lot of talent again.
You always. I'll give you credit. Like
Always
some
have.
coaches would come in like, man, I don't know. I kind of hate my team. Even off the record, they'll say that to me. Dutch will never. Dutch has always got good energy, right? Like for an old dude like this,
He's living in
That's
San
true.
Diego.
look at the yeah, exactly. San Diego
living in
keeps you
San
young,
Diego.
doesn't it? Right, Dutch?
I got good players.
Yeah.
But I've always had good players. I'm a good recruiter.
You know, but you're appreciative. I think you've always been that as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Been appreciative of the business and what it's given to you and kind of where you are now.
Well, there aren't enough appreciative coaches because most of those don't make it in the business to our 60s.
No,
So you talk to most of the coaches that you interview and they're in their 60s or late 50s, they're appreciative because they've survived the business. It's a hard business to
especially
survive.
now, right?
Especially now with the new era and all the things we're dealing with. You know, we're the only pro sport out there with no salary cap and unlimited free agency.
Yeah.
So no one else would do that other than college basketball
Why do
and
you love
college
your
football.
team? Dutch, why do you love your team this year?
Because they're really good kids. I mean, everyone says that, but they are good kids, and I like the way they get along with each other. They're more verbal this year. We had good leaders last year, but it wasn't verbal. Every exit meeting I had last year is we got to be more verbal leadership-wise. And I always say there are 2 kinds of teams, player-driven teams and coach-driven teams, and player-driven teams are always better, and they seem like they're driving themselves, which is really encouraging.
Yeah, you lose Jaden Ledee, and obviously that's a lot of points. Somebody's going to have to score. I thought Lamont Butler, I thought he was just as impactful. How do you replace that part? I mean, you have 2 really good wing players right here, but the lead guard spot, like, how do you replace what Lamont was able to give you on a night-to-night basis?
You recruit it. I mean, you recruit it. And Lamont came in as a freshman at one point in his career, and Malachi Flynn transferred in at one point in his career. And so we took We have B.J. Davis, who's in the program 1 year as a point. We added Wayne McKinney from USD, who was maybe all WCC player as a senior this year for us. And then we added Nick Boyd from Florida Atlantic, who hit 4 threes against us in the semifinal game. Right. So you recruit point guards and you try to find out which one will serve your program the best as the season goes on.
How important was it to get a guy that has that level of experience, right? Over the last 2 years, you've lost a lot of pieces that played a lot of important minutes for you, and you're bringing in a guy that has played in a Final Four as a point guard.
He's a really good player. Unfortunately, Nick hurt his foot 2 days into the summer, and he's just out of the boot and starting practice. And so I always say we're going to be good because we have good players. Reese and Miles are magnificent players. But until we get the whole team out there and healthy, which I think coaches, we're starting in July, and then we're starting in the fall. And so we're pounding our teams, and I'm pounding them harder than I normally do because I got 8 new guys, and I want to get them with our November schedule. We have a stretch of Gonzaga, Creighton, Oregon, and Texas A&M. We have to be ready in November, and so I'm pounding them hard, and so I can't be surprised where they're beat up and they're a little hurt. But so I've got to back off now and get them ready for the season.
How happy were you that the Players Era thing is going off and working? Because for a while, it looked like it might not happen. Obviously, you guys are all getting $1 million for it. That's big for NIL for you guys.
Oh, it's huge. And it's not on the NIL. To play teams like that, an hour flight from our campus, we're going to be packed with Aztec fans in there. I don't have to go to Maui to play that kind of field, and that's the only other time we get to play that kind of field is Maui. And so I'm playing that field an hour flight from San Diego, and those are games that I need. Like I said, we finished in 5th place in the Mountain West last year, but we had like a 5 seed. The highest seed for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd place teams in the Mountain West is like a 9. And so we did it with our non-conference wins. So non-conference is important in the Mountain West, and we have to win those kind of games in order to get higher seeding in the tournament.
Yeah, you mentioned that it's hard for you to get games like that. I want to, for everybody watching, I want to make clear, you guys have been to 11 of the last 14 tournaments, and that doesn't include the year in 2020 when the tournament was canceled.
I think we'd have made it that year.
Yeah, I think you would have.
A little bit.
I think you would have as well. You made it to the final, to the championship game in 2023. You lost a bunch of key rotational pieces, key starters, and then get back to the tournament, back to the Sweet 16 the next year. If you don't run into UConn either of those seasons, who knows what your tournament runs could have ended up being. I don't think people appreciate what San Diego State basketball is and has been over the last decade and a half.
And I put it in more perspective. We're 7 in UConn over the last 2 years. And whenever you run into UConn, your season ended. So we added them the 3rd game, and we didn't run them into the 6th game 2 years ago. But they've been the dominant program in basketball. But I think what we're doing now is gaining us more national appeal. First we had to earn respect out west. We had to win enough where the West Coast respected us. And then we started winning, and then we started winning games against Power 5 teams. And then the country started to recognize us some, but then the run to the Final Four buys you national recognition. Mm-hmm. And even with the national recognition, our profile doesn't change. We try to recruit the West, and we recruit the West like crazy, and for high school kids. And then when the portal opens, we'll recruit nationwide because that's only a usually 1 or 2 week process anyway. So you can recruit the nation.
The model hasn't really changed what you're doing all that much other than NIL. But other than that, you're always recruiting transfers. You're always recruiting some high school kids, and developing them.
Yeah, and this is a perfect example sitting at the table.
Right.
We take Reese from USC, magnificent player, and Byrd is what we build the program on, guys that come to us and stay 4 and 5 years in our program. And so we always have the right mix of that. We're not out there trying to just take all transfers. The Final Four team was Nate Mensah was in our program 5 years. Agorka Rope 5 years. Adam Seiko 6 years. Just go down. Lamont Butler was in the program 3 years. Keyshawn Johnson 4 years. And then you add a Matt Bradley. You add a Micah Parrish. You add a Jaden Ledee. So you mix the 4 and 5 year program guys with a really elite transfer that is coming to you to win, not coming to you to put up his numbers, but they come because they want to win at the highest level. And that's been our kind of formulas for success.
Right, ask one of them.
Well, I was going to.
I feel bad. They've been sitting there listening to Port. They listen to him enough.
I try not to talk this much in practice.
Come on, man.
I've been skipped over twice. I'm trying to talk to my man Reese over here. You guys just sit over
all
there.
Right, hit Reese.
Throw your tongue over your shoulder and let the man talk. Reese, how's your game changed? I mean, you've always been a scorer. You've had to focus on some different things since you came to San Diego State. How's your game evolved over the past year coming and playing for this guy?
Oh, for me, I think it was more confidence than physical part of the game. Just knowing a coach has confidence in me to do what I can do and help the team win is definitely been something that I've been focusing on myself, being confident but also being efficient. It's something that I think I've lacked in my college career, so I'm very excited for the season.
Miles, did you got the redshirt season for your first year? So that's
technically a sophomore right now.
You're technically a sophomore. Great news for you. That's awesome. Last year, whenever you guys played Yale, you go off, you hit 3 threes. I think you played 13 minutes or something like that. We don't see this all that often, guys, where a guy just kind of sticks with it. How gratifying was that for you to have that big game on a national stage after you've been working your ass off for 2 years?
Yeah. I mean, it was big. It's just trusting the process. I started the season off shooting the 3-ball not very well. And, I know what type of three-point shooter I am. So, when you're playing in those type of games, all you just build confidence through the season. I got hurt early in the year, which kind of messed up my rhythm. So, once I was in it for the long run, 20 games straight, playing 20 games straight, it's just so much confidence built up and, just trusting your work.
When you walk into a practice with San Diego State, the first thing that pops off the chart is like the size of the wings and the front court players. And I was sitting here talking to this guy while you guys were practicing last year, getting ready for Boise State. And I was like, not only are you two really talented, but you have a guy that didn't play last year, super talented. And I looked at him and I was like, who is that kid? Magoon. Yeah. Magoon Gwath. 7 foot, can really move, can really play. Is he going to have a little bit of a role for you guys this year, Dutch?
I'll let these guys answer first. Tell me about Magoon.
Yeah, tell me about Magoon.
It's a joy playing with Magoon. Somebody that's 7 foot, he can impact the ball, or when you're playing defense, on offense, he's versatile. You're not blocking his shot.
No.
So it's easy for him to score. So it's cool to see him.
Do you see a lot of 7-footers come in, not just in the Mountain West, but in all college basketball, that can move and play? Like dribble pass shoot's a huge thing, Miles. I'm calling him the best kept secret. One of your assistant coaches came up to me, Coach, and he was like, "You better keep your mouth shut. Keep it off Twitter at least until next year."
You don't
tell me his game. What does he do special?
I think Goon hit a growth spurt late. So we talked about it. He used to be a guard, he said. So he's always kind of been a guard. And then when he hit the growth spurt, his movement kind of stayed with him, his handle stayed with him, his shot stayed with him. So, super excited for what Goon's going to bring to our team this year. As a defensive guy, I sometimes caught myself gambling too much last year. It's a little bit different this year. We got a 7-footer at the rim who might help you out a little bit more.
No doubt. You hear that, Dutch?
Yeah.
He's just going to gamble a little bit more.
I always say, anyone's been to our banquet. This year I describe Byrd as nuclear energy. If unharnessed, he can be very dangerous. But if harnessed, he can be magnificent.
I was going to ask you that because people don't know, just listening to him, you don't know that, right? He's got crazy energy, doesn't he?
Yeah, Miles is a guy that's going to dive out and miss a steal, but then recover and block it at the rim. So he's all energy. He's waited his turn, and it's his turn now. So, yeah, we don't have the returners back as a whole, but the guys we got coming back that haven't been starters are definitely paid their price and ready to excel this season.
It's amazing having those tools to be able to come back. If I gamble for a steal, they say, just go ahead and stand down there. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead and stand on offense. Don't worry about it.
Where are we going to see the biggest leap in your game as a player?
I think my ball handling, decision making. Last year I was more of just a catch and shoot wing, 3-and-D type of guy. I think this year I have more opportunity with the ball in my hands to make plays for others, and just overall leader. Being a guy who's been here 3 years, I know what our tradition is. I know how we carry ourselves. So I think just teaching the new guys and the young guys what it is with San Diego State when you come here and the confidence we have.
How do you develop? I love asking people this question. How do you develop leadership? If you want to get better as a shooter, you get on the gun, you take 1,000 shots a day. You want to be a better ball handler, do 2-ball dribbling drills. You want to jump higher, go do some squats, right? How do you work on being a leader?
I think naturally I like to use my voice. I like to talk to people, especially my teammates. I'm always talking to my teammates on the side, stuff like that. But I think it's really just getting out your comfort zone. A lot of times, I get down on myself when I mess up. But this year is going to be big for me to next play mentality, not worry about the play that just happened, instead worry about the play that's coming up. So I think just getting out my comfort zone and knowing that it's all in the greater good of the team and not myself.
You know how you become a great leader? You do what this dude's done, where he'll take the freshmen out for dinner, and he pays. He does. He pays for all the freshmen, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, I've done that. Yeah.
That's how you become a great leader.
Or you get more NIL money than they get, then you can buy them dinner.
But you don't always have to. Like a lot of them make big money and they're not buying the.
Well, that's true. That's right.
Here's my question. What are we talking? Are we talking in and out, or are we talking like?
Oh no, not in and out for Reese. Where'd you go, Reese?
It was a nice dinner.
It was a nice dinner.
Nice dinner. There you go.
Where'd you take them?
Ruth's Chris.
Chris.
What?
Damn. Man, let me get $1.
Yeah, I want to get in on this. Reese, I'm coming to San Diego. What's it like playing for him? Because again, like he's a trip, man. Like he is. Just being around him again, you can feel the energy. Obviously, I think now he's gotten the respect nationally that maybe he didn't and the program didn't until the last couple of years at an elevated level. But what's it like playing for him?
I mean, it's different when you can come down, really shoot not any shot you want, but shoot a shot you're confident shooting. That another coach may feel like it's a bad shot. Get back on defense and, be able to have the utmost confidence in your coach to have confidence in yourself. I think a lot of people in other programs, I can speak from my experience, playing college, you may not feel like everybody's on your side. You may feel or take things personal, but I never take things personal with Coach Dutch because I feel like he always wants me to get better. So it's definitely something different. I don't think a lot of people have that experience.
Reese, I got a follow-up to that. Dutch earlier said that one of the things that he looks for in transfers are guys that want to come in and win games, right? Not guys that are just coming in there to get their shots, get their numbers. You were, I believe, Pac-12 Sixth Man of the Year your last year at USC. You transferred to San Diego State. You were a starter for, I want to say, like 2/3 of the season. In the last 12 games, you came back off the bench, right? And you're back. I think a lot of players in that situation would have said, no, he doesn't want me. He doesn't think I'm good enough. He doesn't respect me, whatever it is. And you're back here, and you're taking the freshman out. I think that says a lot about your game. Where does that leadership come from? Like, where does that kind of person, is that just who you are?
I think my upbringing, I grew up kind of tough, in my family situation. And, my stepdad, who's really my dad, just teaching me morals, always just sticking to it. Obviously I transferred, but that was after 3 years. So it definitely with here, I never took anything personal. I always knew there was a better agenda. There was always another reason for it. And if I had to help my team out, come off the bench or doing whatever I had to do, I was going to do that. And I don't think, whether going in the transfer portal and get more money, that you can't buy somebody and buy the confidence that their coach has or the relationship that they have. You can't buy a relationship.
Yeah, I messed Reese up. I mean, I put him on the bench. And I put him on the bench because Darian Trammell started in the national championship game, and he was hurt, and we were playing well, and he wanted to get back, and he wanted to get back in the lineup, and I wanted to get him back in. And at some level, coaching's unfair. You take the guy that you know is the most giving, and you move him to the bench. It's maybe he's the better player, but he's more accepting. Okay, coach, I'll come off the bench for you.
Screw up the chemistry.
It's not going to mess the chemistry up. Maybe the other guy's not as good, but you put him on the bench, and it's going to be a problem. And so sometimes better kids get put to the bench because they're willing to accept him more, and then it takes him out of the rhythm. He had a injury at the time, and so I took Reese out of his rhythm. Reese didn't take him out. You're used to going first segment of the half and then last segment of the half, and that now you're going the middle segment and you're coming off the bench and you're it's a different role. So Reese accepted it to his credit. Obviously his performance was not what it was earlier in the year, but now Reese is back where he needs to be. He's playing with great confidence, and I have the utmost confidence in Reese.
And a lot of times guys don't realize, like, it might not be the best for you right now, but it's the best for us. I was a victim of that too, because I really wanted to start my freshman year, and we brought a guy who wasn't playing a lot. He was a redshirt senior, but in order to get him back into the fold, it was like, well, I'm going to do something for him just to get him back in, and it helped our team win. I love this, by the way, going to Ruth's Chris with some freshmen. The freshmen are good, though, right? The freshmen are really good. Taj DeGorville's a really nice player. Farrell Compton's a beast. Tell us a little bit about them, Coach. I mean, two big-time gets, in my opinion. I love DeGorville. Played for Las Vegas at the EYBL. He fits you perfectly.
If you were to close your eyes and say this is what you want in a player, you want wingspan. Yep. And Taj is 6'5" with a 7-foot wingspan, and Farrell's like 6'8" with a 7'4" wingspan, and that makes a difference.
Yes.
And, we've had freshmen in the past, Miles, Byrd, and when we had Elijah Saunders as freshmen, they're good freshmen, as good a freshman as we're going to get. But we had a deep team.
Older
and
team.
so they didn't get a run. these freshmen, because of what we are and who we are going to play as freshmen. They're going to get in the game. They're going to play a lot. And they're no different than what Miles was, but opportunity is going to be greater on this year's team for him. And I think we will see how they develop. It's the difference between high school and college, and we all know this. In college, everything matters. How you stand, how you move, where you are, every play, everything matters. And so to get a freshman to know that everything they do on the floor, every minute they're out there matters, that's hard to do.
Hey, Dutch, true or false? You are the worst backseat driver in America. I've been told you are brutal to drive with.
Well, it depends on the driver.
I've been told it's consistent. It is consistent.
Well, I have high standards, not only as a coach, but as a passenger. And so live up to my standards, and you won't be criticized.
Hey, when he goes to the Padres games, I'm told, like, he's in the owner's box, right? Drew Brees is there. Got all these dudes there, and Dutch is like the star of the show.
That's not true.
Runs everything.
That is not true.
That's what I've
been told. That is not true.
I don't know.
San Diego, as you all know, is one of the best cities in the world. It's an amazing city. And San Diego State basketball is the pro team in San Diego. We have the Padres and we have San Diego State basketball. We are the pro team.
They have billboards. Everybody's rocking sunglasses.
And we get supported like that. Yeah, we rep sunglasses, NIL opportunities. We're sold out on the season again. I mean, it is an incredible place to live. And like I said, there's no disrespect to these young guys that come with us. But I always say, if I was recruiting adults, I'd have multiple national championships. Because no adult in the world is going to say, you're going to pay me to live in San Diego? Right. Are you serious? I'm coming.
Hey, do me a favor before we leave. Tell Mark Fisher I said hello, obviously, please.
Mark is the best.
How's he
Year
doing?
14 with ALS, doing good.
Good.
The
best.
Still an inspiration to all of us.
We use the word the best. We use it loosely for a lot of people. He is the best.
You never have a bad day. You think you're having a bad day, and you look at a guy that's had ALS for 14 years and has an attitude that is unbelievable, that is always positive and always thinking of others, and you can't have a bad day. And so Mark is a valued member of our staff, and grateful to have him with us every day he's here.
All right. Well, listen, guys, great to see you. Best of luck this season. You are being summoned now. That's right. So your time in the hot seat is over.
Thanks, guys.
Can't wait to see that nuclear energy. All right.
Love it. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up next, we have San Jose State. We have Tim Miles, Will McClendon Jr., Josh Uduje. Oh, no.
Oh, jeez. Farnham making a quick cameo. Nobody needs that.
What's up, guys?
We are live. Mics are hot.
What's up, guys?
Good
to see you again. Good to see you again. Good to see you. We had dinner last night. You know that? We had dinner. We told a lot of stories that we can't repeat. Whatever.
Sit down. Sit wherever. Maybe one day Tim Miles will join us.
We don't need Miles.
We don't want Miles.
I think we learned.
He's done enough Field of 68 stuff.
So Tim Miles starts. He starts last night. We're having dinner, and he starts last night. He goes, "Do you know?" To these guys, he goes, "I started Field of 68."
We know this. We know
I started Field of 68. That's
I
what he says.
propped you up when you guys had nothing. If I don't do the Manscaped reads, you know, your
we
kids,
still have them.
Your
We
kids
still have
are
them.
starving.
We still have them. You guys want to see him doing
I
the
do.
Manscaped battery?
Inside the mind of
you
mile.
wanna see
Look
this?
it up.
I need to see it. I need to see it.
How about you do it right now? They are our sponsor.
I can't. I immediately blush when I think about shaving myself down there. I mean, it's like, I mean, what would Mom say?
Hey, this is a true story. Didn't you complain to me because your nose clippers wouldn't work?
I sent them back. I mean, I have nose hair. You grow a mustache, so you don't have to deal with it. It just grows together. Those of us that keep it, like, look at those of us that have a clean look to us. We gotta get it right. But yeah, they were dead. You couldn't charge them or anything like that. But they sent me a new one, so now I have 2 clippers.
Oh, there you go. Good.
Yeah, a travel set.
All right,
You're welcome.
Wait, before we start, guys, what's it been like? What's it been like? He hasn't coached you in a game yet. But, like, what is it like to play for Tim Miles for each of you? Like, what's a day like with this dude?
Man, as you guys know, he's super personable. Like, he's a great guy to be around. Like, I think I said it earlier, he's the perfect balance between, like, keeping you accountable and, like, propping you up. Yeah. And, like, that's what you need in a coach. And that's kind of what drives us to want to play super hard for him because he makes you like him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
You like
easier
him.
to play hard for
Yeah.
somebody that you love, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think he kind of hit it on the nose, but just to piggyback, just like it makes you just want to go out there and play for your coach, and it's just like you kind of don't get that a lot of places, and I feel like Coach Miles is just a very charismatic guy, and
That's
like
the
he
first
said-
time anybody's called him charismatic. I'm not sure I'd use that word to describe him.
I would go a pain in the ass.
But no, yeah, like he said, a great balance between holding you accountable and instilling confidence and kind of that courage blanket around you for sure.
Coach, you needed some help in the portal, and you got it. I mean, these two, I'm a big fan of both of these guys. What was the main idea? Just upgrading talent? What was the thought process going into
Well, the
last summer?
transfer portal door swings both ways.
Sure.
Right? I mean, you're going to go out, we're going to bring somebody in as it swings back. These guys are awesome. We wanted to improve our front line for sure, our size, our physicality, our athleticism on the wing. And I think these guys provide some of that. Some of the other guys, getting robbed by holding back is critical. Yep. He's going to be a double guy in the Mountain West. And as you look at things, I think we were 3 or 4 in the country in rebounding 2 years ago, right? 21-win season, historic season for San Jose State. This group can do that again. And we're going to be a strong physical team. We're going to be good on the front line. And if we throw it to each other on occasion, I think we could maybe score some points and win some games.
It's only one ball. There's only one ball.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. Go ahead.
You went from being coached by Mick Cronin to being coached by Tim Miles. I'm just going to assume that those practices were exactly the same, right?
Yeah. So, it's definitely been a smooth transition coming with Coach Miles. I had a really good high school coach as well, Grant Rice. He's pretty notorious even out here in Vegas where we are right now. And I kind of see a lot of similarities in between my high school coach and Coach Miles. What we mentioned earlier, given the holding you accountable and kind of the security blanket that like everything's going to be okay.
Hey, Rob, Sprinkle's a hard ass too, like Cronin. So, Josh knows what it's like to play for a guy like that.
Yeah, yeah, he's intense, very intense coach. Requires the max effort, in every possession, on every play, and you get better from being in an environment like that. You know what I mean? That it forces the best out of you. So yeah,
Cronin told me to ask you which coach is crazier. He literally said, he goes, ask him this for me.
Well, he hasn't been in a locker room yet with me, so
right.
that's a little early.
I'm telling you, a couple of years ago, I told you this story. We're out here in Vegas, my daughter and I, and you guys had lost 2 straight at UCLA in Vegas, and we're standing outside of your locker room waiting for maybe Virginia to get done. And I'm telling you, I heard more F-bombs than I've ever heard. My daughter looks at me. She heard words that she had never heard before. I thought I heard chairs being thrown up against the wall.
Mick Cronin's soft. Mick Cronin is soft.
There we go. We have
so
our
he
second best quote of the day.
He loses to us at Nebraska, taps out for the season. He just quit coaching the rest of the season.
You put him out for the year.
Yeah. If you're that soft, Mick, whatever.
Hey, Will,
Yeah.
great shooter. How have you expanded your game? And what's your emphasis going? What was your emphasis in the offseason? I mean, you come to San Jose State.
Yeah.
What are you looking to improve upon?
Yeah.
I thought you had a pretty good year last year. Just kind of you guys ran into tough times.
Yeah, I think being able to have the opportunity with the ball in my hands to show that I'm a really good passer, a really good playmaker, being able to be on the ball like I pretty much just mentioned. And with that comes more opportunities, whether that be passing, whether that be shooting, whether that be off the dribble stuff. But yeah, just being able to have the opportunity to really expand my game here and be more at the rim, get to the free throw line a lot more, and get my teammates involved.
It's a tough balance, and Coach, you know this. I was a shooter in college, but I always wanted to show more. Sometimes I forgot, hey man, I'm pretty good at this thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's a delicate balance. How has that been for you to kind of bleed that into him? Hey, I want you to expand, sure.
Is that an Alice in Wonderland quote by?
I don't know.
Why we worry about always what we can't do.
Yeah.
So when you look at him, part of the appeal of me being able to get a guy like Josh and a guy like Will was, okay, you had a certain role with that team you were with previously. I want to make that a bigger role and more of a playmaking role. And sometimes you've got to coax that out of them too. They're used to just making the next pass, making the right play, doing the right thing. And I'm like, no. If you don't try and make this play, or you don't try and create and be that playmaker, we're not going to score this possession, whatever it might be. So I think just kind of establishing that mentality, watching those teaching opportunities of when to attack, when to not attack on offense, all that fun stuff is really important. And sometimes it's adjustment. They're like, oh, yeah, I was like this at Coastal. I was like this in high school. I used to play like this with my AU team. All right, good. So you've got those experiences. Let's put those into work for us.
One of my favorite things about Josh is when I watched him play at Utah State, you average a little over 13 a game at Coastal. You go to Utah State, your role's different, but you still found ways to impact the game consistently when you came into the game. How is your role going to expand? And then, Coach, how do you see him kind of developing into that role?
Yeah, similar to what Will said, just being able to, show different facets of my game, my playmaking, my ability to get downhill and finish at the rim, and then obviously, having more opportunity offensively, and improving my numbers. Like, I'm a way better shooter than I shot last year, so being able to show that sort of stuff is super imperative. And then, also being a leader. I feel like I do a good job of, bringing my teammates up and coaching the guys, some of the young guys. So, hopefully with all the success we get this year, that comes to the forefront of me being a leader.
Yeah, I recruited Josh when he left Coastal and ended up at Utah State. And, you fight a lot of recruiting battles, right? And so you're going to win some and lose a lot, right? Sure. And so you're a little bit Teflon, right? You let it run off you and go forward. I was disappointed when we lost Josh. Like, I was like, oh, it really bothered me. And I don't get bothered that often, but I was. And I think it's because I like him and I just enjoy who he is, what he stands for. And that was the biggest thing, is those are the type of people you want in your program. And so what his personal characteristics are, what his integrity looks like, and who he is, I think is really paramount to leadership, to winning, to all those things. That's the most first and foremost thing I think about Josh. And then again, the same thing. How do we teach him to be more of a playmaker and put him in those positions? And these guys are quick learners. They remember, they've been it before, and it's just a matter of, I think it's like riding a bike, just doing it again.
You compared Cam Patterson to Amari Moore, which
body-wise, same deal, right? Long, athletic kid, working on his jump shot, really finishes well and does that whole thing. And then it's really a matter of developing that confidence and being able to sustain how to play as hard as you can, as long as you can. And the one thing about the freshmen nowadays coming in, like, I always say, imagine your AAU team. You're pretty good on your AAU team, right? But everybody was your age. Take 3 more AAU teams from the year before, the year before that, the year before that. That's a college team. That might be a low-level college team. Like, that might be a low Division I college. Like, you're dealing against older guys that play hard all the time, and that acclimation process is always fun to watch for the young guys.
As Miles, talked about doing a podcast, like a San Jose like, you got to bring it back, Miles.
Mind to Miles, baby.
You were
Inside
good
the mind
at
of
this.
Miles.
You were good.
They
I think they
had a
both
graphic.
carried off.
I got a ring to it.
And my forehead opened up and nothing came out of it. It was
there was no brain. That's what we figured out by opening it up. There was no brain there.
It's good. Yeah.
Mind the Miles sounds
It's just
has
all
a nice
looks
little
like a
ring to
ring.
it.
That's a ring
It does.
to it.
It
How
does.
much have you guys matured over the years, though? I mean, you came in as a top 100 player to UCLA.
Yeah.
And obviously you were hurt early on. And now this is kind of, I would assume for both of you, you want to go out the right way of college. I know you have another year left after this one. You're done.
Yeah.
How important is that for you guys?
You want me to go?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's super important. Like, you want to, I feel like being in college, you want to be able to show all of the, the ups and downs you've been through, and, the battles that you've maybe struggled on early on with. You want to show that you've superseded those battles. Do you know what I mean? Especially being an older guy, this is my last year. Like, some of the things which, people might have looked at Coastal or at Utah State with some of my weaknesses, those are some things that I want to be able to show, especially to get to the next level, that, it's not a weakness anymore, So I feel like that, and then maturing just as an individual, like being in a leadership role, it doesn't necessarily look like you putting the ball in the basket every time, means that you can be vocal. It's something that's, got to be linear. Like you're always talking, you're always uplifting
Were you that
people.
like at Utah State? What was your role Was your
I was-
role at all? I mean,
Yeah.
you seem like a very outgoing, vocal kid, but that was also a team that was led by Grade and Darius.
Yeah, no, I was vocal leader on that team too. But I mean, we had a super big personality in Grade, right? So, but being around those guys like Darius Brown wasn't necessarily the loudest guy in the room, but when he spoke, people listened. You know what I mean? So, kind of being able to take from those two, leadership doesn't look one way. It can take different forms. So, being able to know when to speak, when not to speak, and trying to be a leader that way is something which
Leadership is linear is one of the better quotes I've heard in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
That's big time. Sorry.
Is it just me, or does it all sound so much more sophisticated with the British accent?
You and Cam Hildreth.
You should see his interview
We're all
for The
like,
Bachelor.
man, he sounds so smart. And it's like, he's probably saying the same thing we're saying. It's just the accent.
One of our assistants does an impersonation of Josh interviewing for The Bachelor. And it is you can imagine it's
Are you a
good,
big
man.
Bachelor guy?
He should be. He should be.
They keep
He's
on
in
telling
The
me
Bachelor.
Nah, he's a
Island
huge Love Island. Yeah, that's it, man.
They have Love Island in Europe's a little different.
It is.
It is a little different.
They're talking about this one over here. They're like, "Yo, man, I see you on Love Island.
Yeah.
He's the main culprit."
So
But,
you're from London?
Yes.
Okay, I got a very important question to ask.
Here we go. He's going to ask you something about soccer.
No, I want to know what football club you support.
Tottenham Hotspurs.
Oh my God!
Come on, you Spurs! Let's go!
I knew it.
That's what I like to hear.
I knew it.
That's what I like to hear. It's not many of us out here.
No.
I loved you until then. until you chose the same side. I don't even care about soccer, but I just
Can you
go
sing the
against.
Big
I
Ange
go
song?
against whatever.
Do you sing the Big Ange song?
Who?
Big Ange, the Pasacaglu song.
Oh yeah.
Sing it.
No, you don't have to if you don't want to.
No. Now you have to.
Okay, what, can you sing it?
I want to see what this is.
Can you sing it?
I can.
Go ahead. Let me hear it.
Don't.
We're waiting.
We're doing numbers.
I'm
Stop.
not gonna sing. I'm not gonna sing.
We're doing
I'm not gonna
numbers.
sing. I don't know the voice.
No, you have to sing it now.
I don't
You have
the voice.
to.
I will when Josh does.
All
Okay,
right.
we're gonna have to do off air, both of us together.
Yeah, off air.
A little duet.
Hey,
I'm not sure we need this.
There was a guy a couple of years ago. It was actually my first game on Fox. So we did Boise State, New Mexico. It's a Drake and Gon guy. Talk about a guy who, as soon as he walks on the floor, you're like, oh man, there's potential here. He hasn't shown his potential yet in college. Is he getting close? Because he's talented.
Sada's got great talent. He's got a very good skill level, and I think he wants to learn.
Yes.
Right? I think he wants to learn, and so getting him up to speed. And you see, as sometimes we start out, and Sada wants to know why this happens. He's a smart kid, very smart kid. I think that as time goes on and he gains confidence, he'll be good for us. I think he'll be good in our league too. Very good in our league.
I think so too.
He's a strong kid. He's got a good skill set, and it's fun because I have his high school coach on my staff, right? Ed Gibson, who had him at Arizona Compass, AZ Compass, and that's been helped too. And watch that dynamic of those two go at each other. Like, I got to play good cop sometimes. Put it that way.
Hey, Josh, I'm told you had a lot more swagger before you cut your hair. Is that true?
I like him with short hair. I think he looks younger.
Nah, it's definitely a change for sure, but a change for the good. I feel like
He
my
cut it for the
swagger-
Love Island auditions. You cut it for the Love Island
No,
auditions.
bro, no.
Who's got? All right.
You're never gonna live this.
I was
down.
going to ask Miles, but he's the wrong guy to ask. Who's got the best style on the team?
Oh, that's me for sure, hands down.
I'm not gonna argue with that.
Unanimous.
You see their bags they drug in here,
Wow,
man.
Unanimous.
Designer bags.
Unanimous.
Really?
NIL is good.
I say it every time.
NIL's a little different.
Well, you be around Will.
He's been in UCLA for the
Yeah.
last 3 years in
Has that-
LA.
You're around him long enough, you realize Will likes nice things. I mean, he likes nice things, and
Nothing wrong with that.
I just use that as an inspiration for hard work. That's it. I mean,
Just don't use all your NIL on.
no,
you know?
no.
Gotta save some of that.
Oh,
We
trust.
Guys, we were at ACC Media Day last week, and Cam Hildreth was there.
that's my boy.
That's your guy.
Yeah,
You guys played national team stuff
we did.
younger. I
Chelsea
spoke.
fan.
Yeah, he is a Chelsea
Yeah,
fan.
I'm out. I'm out.
So, how has your ability to impact games, which I alluded to earlier, how has that kind of played a role being of the European game,
Yeah.
and then coming over here, it's a little bit different because it's a little guys are grown up, taught the game differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
because here, I mean, Will knows AAU, you better get a bucket.
Yeah.
You better score. There's
Yeah.
some guys that kind of do well passing the ball.
Yeah.
You have to do everything over there.
Yeah.
And GB, the national team stuff's pretty good. We beat the dog out of GB whenever I was coming up, but like you guys there's a big talent base there. How has that kind of developed your game fully?
Yeah.
I mean, doing different things.
I mean, I feel like so the difference between me and Cam as well was that I left to come to America in 2019. I was 17 when I left. He left at like 19. So I got a little taste of like the AAU experience, the high school stuff, and it was a big adjustment for me because it's like it's cutthroat from even then, where it's like either you're good or you're not, right? And if you're good enough, you'll be on the floor. If not, you're not. Whereas over there, it's like they value all different parts of the game. It's not just about putting the ball in the basket. You know what I mean? So yeah, it for sure was an adjustment. But the highest level of basketball is played here. So if you want to, take your game to the next level, you've got to get on the train or get off.
I almost signed to Newcastle when I was still playing.
Pardon?
I almost signed to Newcastle when I was still playing. So
really,
I've been over in seen that league and everything like that.
Yeah.
So there's good basketball.
It's changed now though. It's cool, like the Super Basket League or something like that.
Yeah, they went bankrupt.
Yeah, they did.
A lot of financial issues there.
Yeah,
I got one more for you, for both of you. When you're done playing, what do both of you want to do?
So we got asked this question earlier, so we kind of had some practice on it.
Yeah,
But,
go ahead.
I've been playing basketball for so long, and I've also heard stories and podcasts that like NBA players, they stop playing basketball and kind of lose themselves and kind of don't know what to do with
There's
stuff
a gray
like
area.
that. Yeah,
A very real gray area.
there's a gray area. So I think just with that being said and the knowledge of that, I've been a student of the game my whole life, and like I just feel like after basketball, I kind of want to be in the realm of sports and just either be coaching or broadcasting, podcasts, talking about experiences and stuff like that. So
You have his job.
So yeah,
Better than him
Mine or
already.
his? I was going to say his.
Yeah, no.
Love Island.
I feel like
Not
my
that.
man here is not going to say
Not that.
coaching. He's not going to say
No,
coaching.
I would
either.
say something in the realm of business.
Will you go back home? Will you go back to London or no?
I haven't decided that yet. I like America, honestly.
Parliament.
But yeah, I would say something in the business realm, like playing basketball. You are your own business. You are your own platform. You learn to become marketable, and in some facet, you understand the business world. So I feel like doing something in that, and I feel like I do a decent job speaking to people and networking. So maybe something in that realm. I
you
honestly
both
haven't
do.
given it too much thought. But
You
yeah.
both do. I enjoyed having dinner with both of you guys. Miles, not so much. But he did pick up the tab for the first time ever.
That was
Ever.
painful. That hurt.
Wow.
That's why I was trying to time when you were coming or not coming, Robbie. I mean, I didn't.
He made us pay for Coors Lights last night. That's unbelievable.
He did not have any Coors Lights. He didn't.
Why would I do that?
He didn't. Exactly.
Sounds boring.
Tim Miles would never.
That's right. That's right.
He did help my son get Tracy McGrady's autograph this summer though. So
Got it done.
yeah, we got it
Wow.
done. We got it done.
You have pull. I can't believe you have juice like
Dude,
that.
I got. It's how you play it that matters.
Who did you pretend to be? That's
Don't
what I
worry
wanna
about it,
know.
man.
All right,
Just worry about yourself.
All right, we'll get about.
Thanks for having us
Very
on,
much.
guys. We love the
Appreciate you,
Field of
guys.
68.
Hey,
So good.
You started it.
3-1. 3-1. 3-1. 3-1.
The bromance is real already. Appreciate you.
Great seeing you, man.
Hey, good seeing you.
Enjoyed it.
That fired me
That's
up.
a good group.
It's the
That
fun
fired me
part.
up.
Listen,
Hey
that's
guys,
the
we're
best
not making
part.
anybody sing here.
No,
We're not
well,
making guys
we'll make
sing.
Doster
Well,
sing, but
Doster, maybe.
other than
I
that,
almost
that would be great.
I almost did it, but I almost did it. Yeah. We have UNLV coming up next.
That's
Coach
usually,
Kruger, Dedan Thomas, Rob Whaley.
one of the more talented rosters in the league year in, year out. I mean, now it's a matter of putting it together,
I'm very
right?
excited to talk to Dedan. We talked to him
Yeah. Oh, he was elite
on the
last
Mountain
year
West
for the
Insider
pod.
pod.
Last
I
year.
think you called him out for falling off a scooter, right? Then
I
you
think
called
I
him out
did.
for falling off a
Yeah,
green
that's
scooter.
right. There was an injury. That's
Yep.
true. Yeah, I usually get some pretty good. I haven't come quite as strong this morning at these guys.
You've been slow.
Yeah,
I've been all right.
You've been tame.
I've been tame for me, right?
You've been tame. Hey, one of the guys coming up here, Rob Whaley, you can see him I mean, he's the
I
most.
watch his dad play.
Oh, he's the most.
That ages me, right? But I watch his dad play.
He's
His
probably
dad was
the
a
most
beast.
physically imposing player
Yeah,
in this
look at
league.
him. Look at
I
him.
mean, he's a walking refrigerator.
I would like to get him in a dark alley with Rob Doster and see what happens.
It wouldn't be good for Rob Doster.
What did I tell Humble this morning? What did I tell Humble this morning?
I would like to see him beat the.
We are live, guys. Mike, say
How you
hi,
doing?
Coach.
How are you? What's up, Kevin? How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What's up, man? Great seeing you. Great seeing you, man.
Good to see you, sir. Coach, how you doing?
All's good, man.
You know this is basketball media day, right? Why'd you bring the starting linebacker?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. No, but the crazy part, I'm gonna age myself here. I watched your dad back in AU ball. Oh my, your dad was again, like you're big, like your dad was just like that, and he was a beast, like an absolute beast. You ever see him, Kevin?
I played against him.
You did? You played against his dad? Right? Like, how intimidating was his dad to play
dude.
against?
Big dude. His dad was a little more angry than this one.
Yeah. His dad played angry.
He's a softie. His dad was
Really? Is that right? Wow. Wow. Look at him. He's like, I don't like that.
I'm giving it to you, man. You're one of the tougher dudes in this league. I did a couple of games for you guys last year. He's pretty tough, man. I know you're probably calling him soft. That's a tough dude right there.
Kevin's like,
I mean, he has some pretty tough matchups.
I mean, every time
Yeah,
I
that's
always
true.
joke with him. Every time I look over, I can't say it, but from Wedding Crashers, remember that?
Oh yeah.
You know where I'm going with that. So, I like messing with Rob because he can take it.
Yeah. Listen, we interviewed this guy last year. I'm not kidding. I will say this. It was one of the best interviews I've ever done. I mean that. Like, you were so much fun, and your personality and just obviously your talent speaks for itself. I mean that. Like, it was a blast. I'm glad we get a chance to see you in person.
I appreciate that.
What's going to be the biggest difference from last year when, again, you came out and you made your presence felt and you had to, and you have the pressure of being the hometown kid? What's going to be the biggest difference from last year to this year?
Definitely, I've gained more weight, gotten stronger. Last year, I was skinny little kid getting pushed around. Last year, I was about 172, 173. Now I'm about 182. So I put on like 9 pounds of muscle. So
It was a minor miracle, man, because people were, I mean, they were guarding you 94 and then being super physical with you in hopes to wear you down at the end. You guys bring in Chase White from Boise State. Was that kind of a plan to move him off the ball just for a little bit, parts of the game, just so you know he's such a focal point in that last 7 to 8 minutes?
Yeah, and not just Jace too. I think, and last year's roster had its strengths, and I think one of the strengths was not only experience, but we had great size, right? When you talk about Lou Rodriguez, Keelan, and Caleb, long wingspans, and this year's roster is just a little bit kind of toward the other side of the spectrum. When you talk about Jaden Henley, who played a lot of point guard at DePaul, and Jace, of course, who played point guard at Boise, Jalen Bedford, who's able to handle the ball. We just got, I think, a number of guys that can are a little more known for creating and a little more known for ball handling. And but that was definitely a part of the strategy in terms of recruiting and in the portal.
So here's my question. You said that you were last year a skinny little kid getting pushed around. Was that the quote? Is that what he said?
Yeah,
Skinny
yeah,
little,
that was his
little
quote.
kid getting pushed around?
That was his
Okay.
quote.
He averaged 13.6 points, 5.1 assists, 2.7 rebounds, and shot 45% from the floor and 36% from three. As a skinny little kid getting pushed around, as a freshman that reclassified, like,
I had good guys setting good screens like this guy right here getting me open. So I mean,
It's hard to get around a screen like that.
You set good screens?
Yeah,
I set a couple good screens.
in all seriousness, though, your season kind of turned a little bit once you started playing a bigger role last year, Rob. What was the impact of that, and how did that kind of come together for you?
I just kind of stuck with it. I wasn't getting the best playing time to be in the year, and I just kind of stayed with it and stayed with it and stayed with it. I mean,
Is he going to be able to say anything?
He's tiptoeing very well right now.
He needs to.
I'm trying not to be weird about it, but it's just what it is. I mean, I kind of just stayed with it. I just kind of. I mean, what did you say last year? I didn't feel sorry for myself or something like that after the St. Mary's game.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's that. In my opinion, that's the turning point. You know, we talk, and this is what made Rob obviously also have a successful year. When you talk about the thing that doesn't get talked about, but when we talk about with recruiting, you know, Rob had the opportunity from June to October to kind of find where you're going to fit into a role. When you have guys that return, right, it's tough to get in front of those guys. But what Rob did is we were just continually trying to figure out things to make things work, and he found a role pretty much right after the St. Mary's game where he didn't play that had a consistent impact. And he took that by the horns and maximized it. And that's to his credit, right? Because us as coaches, we're trying to figure out things. He's doing what he's asked. You know, he never walked in and was like, "You guys are idiots. Like, this is what I do well," right? And looking back on it, he kind of probably could have fairly said it. But at the same time, you know, he found a role where he was very good at. And last year's team was just built for a little more to have two bigs out there and play with a little bit more size. It just took us a little bit of time to figure out.
Rob, what's your road been like? You know, a couple years in JUCO, you come last year again. You got to kind of play your role, and now finally it's arrived, right? Finally, you come into this year where it's like, okay, I'm a guy at a high major program in Division I ranks.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely been a very interesting road for me, all the way from high school till now. I mean, you know, we talk about high school all the time with them being. I was 330 pounds as a high schooler.
Were you really? Yeah. No, you weren't.
Yeah.
Still dunking on people too.
Yeah, I can still
You're
windmill.
still dunking?
I can
No,
still
at
windmill.
330?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And
certain guys that are freak athletes, like he's one.
That's
He's one of
crazy.
them, yeah.
And, you know, went to JUCO and first year lost about, I think it was like 40, 50 pounds, I think, my first year there. And then just kind of kept it going from there. Had a better year my sophomore year there. And he came and recruited me, fortunately. And
who recruited you out of high school? Was it grades? Was it your body? Was it both?
I was super lazy.
You are.
In high school, we sat in a match 2-3. I sat in the middle, got blocks. I hucked a bunch of threes.
Yeah.
Wasn't very good.
Just weren't motivated.
I wouldn't say motivated. I just didn't really see, because I've always been bigger and stronger than a lot of people. So it wasn't like, it took a lot for me to really like go into JUCO.
Well, you're in Utah. You're in a high school in Utah, so you didn't have to, right?
Yeah, I averaged 10 rebounds a game
by default.
Yeah,
right.
And we haven't seen that.
10 rebounds a game just existing. Just exists.
So yeah, it's just been an interesting road for sure.
So
awesome.
when did the light go on? When did that light go on where you were like, okay, and it might have went on last year even to some degree.
Definitely in JUCO.
Yeah.
It was definitely a light that hit in JUCO that was like, there's guys out there that actually can compete with you strength-wise. And it really was a wake-up call for me, definitely my freshman year. And then my sophomore year really went with it. And junior year, I kind of felt like it was kind of a step back, kind of seeing the same thing of just really seeing the speed of Division I basketball and how hard people play and understanding that roles are important here. So,
Did you ever play football?
I did growing up till I was 14, I believe.
There's two guys in college basketball I know could play in the NFL. You're one of them, and the other Ian Shefflin at Clemson. He could. Those two. It's you.
Hold
guys.
on, he's got highlights. No, he's not kidding.
I'm not. I have no doubt.
He's catching he caught touchdown
Lily,
passes.
Lily,
and you know which one he is. Like it's not like
very obvious.
He's even bigger
Nice.
than
Like,
and he was 330.
And he was bigger than all the kids.
If you're 6'7", 330 and windmilling, like how did they let you get out of pad? Like how
6'7".
what football coach?
We'll take that one. We'll take it. We'll take it. 6'7", 6'7".
6'5.5".
We'll give it to him. Let me, Dedan, I got a question for you. I played with Kevin for about 2 months in Italy.
Did
You guys played a glorious time in Italy.
Did you?
2
months. No, hold on. Did you ever get paid $1?
No, I did. I didn't get paid what they owed me, but I got those first couple
They
months.
gave me a check, and I went to the bank, and they thought I was getting over on the bank. They brought me in the back whenever I left. Anyway, good point guard here. As a point guard, how does that help you guys relate to each other? I mean, right away, your reads off ball screens, you've always had it. I thought you were the best passer in high school basketball whenever you were playing your AAU team. Like, how has he helped develop your game from a point guard perspective?
Definitely last year, like after every game, the next morning we would watch film before practice, like seeing where I could have made, or I could have made this read, or I could have shot the ball here, I could have made that pass or skip pass to the opposite corner. But I've definitely learned a lot from those morning film sessions because like he said, like in the other interview earlier today, he watches every single game after the game that night. He just watches every single play. But it definitely helps to have a point guard as a coach because he understands what I'm seeing on the floor and like my reads and stuff. And so he just makes it easier for me.
Where's the change of pace come from in your game?
Change of pace?
Your dad was a great player, obviously.
Yeah.
Like your change of
But they're
pace.
so different.
Well,
Like
that's
your dad.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, the change of pace, your ability to get downhill, even against guys that are up pressuring the basketball, is it just something? Just being a smaller guy?
Definitely having to change the pace is definitely crucial for being a smaller guard because everyone's told me like my dad was just this super quick, small defensive guard. But I'm obviously not as fast as him. I'm not the biggest and fastest on the court all the time. So just having that change of pace and that change of speed helps keep my defenders off balance. So I've always worked on that with my dad. So
I feel like the league has you and Donovan Dent, like two of the top 5 point guards in college basketball. And I mean that. Like, I'm just really excited to see you play another year. With all this going on, obviously family ties to UNLV. The rumor mill in February was nuts. Why stay around?
Oh, you said the rumor?
The rumor mill as far as transfer.
Yeah. Obviously that everybody would be going out.
I do remember that. That was.
But that's part of what we're living
but
in.
That's right. That's any good player these days, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like you said.
Speculation keeps Twitter alive, right?
Yeah.
So
love Twitter.
I opened my phone that morning and I had like 100 notifications and text messages from people like asking me. I was like, "What are they talking about?" And my mom texted me and she sent me like this Twitter account saying I'm transferring. I'm like, wait, hold on, what's going on? So I mean, it was definitely crazy, but I had no intent of leaving or even thought of leaving. So, but I'm staying because I feel like this is the right decision. Like I'm meant to be here. Like, and they put the ball in my hands, and just the right fit for me and the perfect situation for me to succeed.
What's it like coaching him? Because I mean, again, the maturity that we've seen out of him at a young age is not something that we've seen.
Yeah, it's rare.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that's also a strength of the group. But of course, I mean, the point guard is going to get the credit and take the blame. But that's how, when you talk about his circle, the family, point guards are measured by wins and losses, and he gets that. His dad gets that, and when you have a mom and dad that get that, it makes the coaching side that much easier. Like even with Big Rob, this is Little Rob if you didn't, but Big Rob, his dad, he gets it. He's the one calling.
That's Little Rob. Okay.
All right. Big Rob's the one calling, saying he's got to do this, he's got to do this, and we don't even have to say. The circles are what allow it to be great to coach. But as a point guard that grew up in a house of point guards, it's having a point guard that really you want to be remembered in Vegas. Nobody knows how many points you scored. Nobody knows that. They remember where you go. They remember how many games you win. And I think being born and raised here, Dad being a legend here is something that he's setting himself up to be a legend in this town as well.
Is UNLV going to be known as House of Guards now?
That'd be great.
I like that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, we can coin that phrase.
Yeah, trademark that quickly.
Jalen Hill's health
that's
toward
what I
the
was
ACL, obviously, and then Julian Rishwain. I know that I think he did the ACL, MCL, and PCL when he was that at Florida or was that?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
ago.
He had a little bit of Julian. Talking about Julian, he had a little bit of a knee issue last year at Florida, and that's why kind of later on in the year he didn't play as much and decided to move back out west, I guess, if you will. And Jalen Hill is ahead of schedule. Because of when he tore it, we haven't had to push it too far, too fast. But if you watch a practice, you're going to see him over there chomping at the bit, and we're over there saying, "You've reached your max for today. Go sit down." But I think he's going to be ready. He might be a little limited early, but at the same time, we expect him to have a good start and a great year. His practices have been great, and I apologize for the names because we've got DJ, Julian, Jace, Jaden, Jalen, Jeremiah. So, when you're trying to get someone's attention in the heat of a drill or battle,
good luck to you.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get one out every 3 right, you're kind of lucky. So.
Hey, remember last year I did some digging. He reminded me of this about the scooter. Remember last year? I got you on that, right? I got you on that last year. So tell me, is this Hot Wheels and a track in your apartment or something like that?
You are a kid. You are a little kid.
Yes.
Hot Wheels track
in your apartment? No. Whoa.
Go ahead.
No, I do not. I don't know where that came from.
Is that wrong?
Do you know what Hot Wheels are?
You have Hot Wheels?
That's inaccurate information.
That's definitely inaccurate.
I got to check my source. I got to check my source on
I
this.
think I know who the source
Somebody's
is.
giving me bad info. Either that or you're lying.
That's bad information. You guys.
Really?
That's very bad.
They're probably just saying because he's a kid. That's what
Yes.
they're saying.
I'm usually like close to 100%.
Hey, in all seriousness, I do have a real question for you. We've seen a lot of players, and specifically point guards, when they reclassify up a year early, it doesn't always go well. And I think that last year, even though, in his words, you were a skinny little kid out there, like you acclimated to college basketball pretty well. What would your advice be to that next player that's going to try to go to college a year early as a younger freshman?
I would definitely say, tell them, make sure it's the right fit for you. Because, most guys that do it, they either redshirt or they end up not playing that much. So I would definitely make sure, they're going to get some real playing time and get experience early. They just threw me in there, put the ball in my hands and trusted me. And it worked out. So but most of all, just make sure it's the right and the perfect fit for you to succeed. So, yeah.
All right. My final question for you. Expectations for this year. What do you want to accomplish for this year? What's a great season for UNLV basketball? I'll start with you, Kevin.
Oh, well, I'm of course I'm going to give you coach speak because all I care about is the first game.
Yeah.
But I will say, when you talk about projections, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it's very easy to sit around NCAA tournament, compete for a conference championship. Everyone's got that on their wall. You got it in the paint, the shirts or whatever. But I do think that last year and the way we finished, it gives us a little bit of an opportunity to actually say, no, this is what it felt like. We stubbed our toe early, and you can say injuries, which everybody has in the country. You can say lineup changes, what have you. But I do feel that we now have something we can talk about to where it's this is what it takes to get to the NCAA tournament. But at the same time, I feel with this group that if we focus on nothing but November 4th against Alabama State, and then we focus on nothing but November 9th with Memphis
Can you play
at
some
home.
better games to open the season?
We do what we can. We do what
Not
we
just
can.
you. Not just you. Everybody.
But, yeah.
These bye games on November 4th, they got me going crazy.
Well, we were actually supposed to play Memphis in the College Hall of Fame Classic. But
See, that would have been good.
That's
That I'm all
discussion
in.
for another day. But I do feel like if we just focus about the game in front of us, I feel that this roster has the experience and the talent and the chemistry to truly have a special year if we can just kind of keep our nose down.
All right, no coach speak, little Rob.
No coach speak.
No coach speak. What deems a successful season for you for UNLV this year?
He touched on it a little bit. Getting to the NIT last year and making the little run that we did. Me and DJ have talked about it a lot. Definitely, making the tournament. I know it's just easy for anybody to say, but really, touching that and feeling how it was in the NIT, really, and how close we were to making the tournament. We really want to make it to the tournament.
What a successful season for me would be like Coach said, the point guard is measured by his wins and losses. So definitely just win as much as possible. And, of course, getting to the NCAA tournament, like Rob said, it's easy to say it, but to actually do it.
How cool would it be for you, right? Here.
Right? Just getting to the NIT last year, they said it was the first time we've played in the postseason in
12 years or something.
12 years or something. Just getting to the postseason.
Which is crazy to me at UNLV.
Yeah.
We want UNLV. College basketball is better when UNLV is really good.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I think everybody wants it.
Yeah.
I want to come to Vegas more. Well, maybe I don't. After last night's blackjack table experience,
That was not
maybe
good.
not.
That was not good.
Gotcha.
That was not good.
Listen,
appreciate you guys.
Yeah, great
Thank
seeing you
for
guys.
being here.
Great seeing you guys.
Calling
Thanks for
him
having
Little
us.
Rob is crazy. I don't
Like
think we
that?
should get
I had to do it at the end. I had to just say it. Little Rob. Little Rob.
It's just secondhand nature.
For you.
I
Tell
can
your
call Rob
dad
all the
he
time.
won't remember me, but tell him Jeff Goodman says hello.
Okay. Sounds good.
He was
I got
fun to
one
cover,
job
man.
too. We need an answer on the Hot Wheels situation.
Yeah, that's BS.
Right?
I looked.
We need it.
I didn't get it wrong.
Oh no, don't worry. We'll get an
I
answer.
got my source. I trust my source. I think you're steering me
We're
wrong.
going there right
I
now.
trust your source.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
I do not trust your source.
He's making me
I
look
do not
bad.
trust your source.
He's making me look bad. Like, this is
Hot Wheels track,
unbelievable.
like, is it like a big one?
I don't have a Hot Wheels track.
I feel like it's like right over his bed.
Wow.
You know, like I feel like it's like the loop de loop right
Yeah,
over
yeah,
his
there's
bed.
got to be a flip, right?
Get a picture.
No
Get a
Hot
picture.
Wheels.
All right.
DJ, I'm coming over to your house.
He's gonna give you.
You're not allowed in my house.
Rob will find it out.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
give him
yeah,
my
I'll
number.
find out.
Give him my number, and you get that picture to me. All right.
Okay, I got
All right. Thanks. I'm tweeting that out just so you know. That's going right on Twitter. The Hot Wheels track.
and I'm gonna repost it.
Of course you would.
Sorry.
All right, let them go.
All right, guys. Good night.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you. Great
Good
seeing
seeing
you,
you
man.
guys.
Hey, great seeing you in person, man. You too. Yeah.
All right, I believe we have Utah State coming up next. Utah State here.
It takes me a second, Sam. It's a lazy Susan. We do.
Coach Calhoun, Drake Allen, Ian Martinez. They'll be jumping on with us. Coming in right now. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do everybody.
Yep.
Same
Whatever
time.
coach is
Bring
here.
them all in.
Hey, Coach, we are live. Drake and Ian, we are live. So
What's up,
sit
guys?
down,
Hi, Mike.
hang out with us.
What's up, man? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Good seeing you.
Ian, what's up, man? Good to see you again.
Good seeing you, man.
What's
Coach
up,
Calhoun.
How you doing? Good to see you. I'm great. You? Sit anywhere. Coach will just, don't worry about him. You guys are more important. How you doing? Everything good? Everything's great.
Sir.
Yeah,
Everything's
you're
good.
kind of getting ready to coach and trying to pick up. I mean, for you, this is what, coach number 3? How many? How many coaches?
This should be a story in itself.
How many coaches is this for you?
We go Utah,
Yeah.
University of Utah, Coach K,
Yeah.
Soviak. We go to Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah, Coach Turgeon.
Oh, you Turgeon first. I
So
forgot.
then Turgeon leaves. We got
Danny Manning.
Oh, then we got Kevin Willard. We got Sprinkle. We got Coach
He looks
Calhoun.
tired, man.
That is crazy.
He's just worn out. At
You
this
might say,
point.
I mean, I don't know if it's a record, but you got to be close.
I don't know. It gotta be. It
I
gotta
love
be.
listen. I love your road because I followed you coming out of California in high school, and obviously you've had listen, you've gone through some adversity. We know that, right? Like came out as a top 100 player, but where you're at now, like how proud are you of that? Looking back and what you've been able to accomplish, and now being a guy on this team, being here after everything you've been through.
You know, it's crazy. It's like all I've ever dreamed of. It was to be at a spot, where I could feel like it was home while enjoying basketball. And just with all the stuff that has happened since I got to the U.S., from California and to right now, it's just like a relief to finally be able to be in an environment where I can enjoy. So it's like all I ever wanted.
I used to get texts from the late Pat Barrett about you all the time. He
Yeah.
would text me like every week about you. And again, I'm really proud of you for, again, kind of your road traveled and how you've been able to get out on the other end of it, because a lot of guys don't. Mentally, it's hard, right? It's hard to, you've been around enough kids who have kind of gone through probably similar paths, and to watch how he's been able to do it. How's he been so far for you?
Jeff, honestly, I'm not just saying this. This will be my 13th year as a head coach. Year 8 as a Division I head coach, and been around the game a long time as an assistant or ops guy. I don't know if I've seen a guy grow over a 5-6 span month from just the terms of his communication, his leadership, and just building it daily. I think he's one of the most slept on guys in the country. I think he has the ability to score the ball at a high clip, whether it's out of pick and rolls, off ball screening, isolations. I think he's going to have a monster year for us.
Coach, what excites you about Utah State? I was at the Mountain West tournament last year. I mean, the fan base is unbelievable. There's support around that community. What excites you the most, and what makes you think you're going to be able to have a lot of success there at Utah State after Sprinkle had success?
Yeah, I mean, obviously what Danny was able to accomplish was unbelievable. The amount of close games that they were able to capture, whether it was in the spectrum around the road, was amazing, right? And I think that, you win close games when you're connected, right? You always say you got to have some luck, but you're not going to have the luck if you're not connected. So I feel really good about our connectivity with our team. We've got a good mix of
older guys that have been in the program that won 28 games and beat TCU in the first round and won a Mountain West championship. So I don't have to lead this team. This is a player-led program, player-led team. And I think if these guys can continue that, these two guys and also Mason Falslev, our leadership's really good. And then just the environment in Logan, I think, it's dying out. Let's call it like it is. That's why I love listening to you guys, right? Just can't tell you how many times I listened to you guys after a loss and just laughed into the wee hours with whoever you guys had on. But just the coverage
you're laughing at Dustin
every day, the fan base, it's a powerful thing, the care factor. And I think a lot of universities are losing that, and Utah State will never lose that because they love basketball in Logan.
Drake, you transferred in from Utah Valley. How has that adjustment gone? You got obviously a new coaching staff there. How have you transitioned into this new program?
He's been at every school in Utah. Almost every one.
Almost, yeah. I'm just making my way up north. No, it's a funny joke that everyone has. It's been a good transition so far. I think that, basketball is changing. I'm kind of probably a part of it. People that are, jump in just because of different reasons. But Coach Calhoun and the guys have made it very easy, I'll be honest. And not only that, but just the university, the community has a very strong culture. And I think it's hard you can explain it. You can say, the herd, the people that support the fan base. But once you're really in it is when you really get, the full support and you kind of understand what it really is. So coach, the staff, and then the returners, the guys coming in. I mean, this is probably the first team I've been on where it's felt like a family so fast. So I've been very blessed.
How have you guys accomplished that? Because, I mean, look, you go from, I think you're the fourth head coach in 5 years at Utah State, right? And obviously you have the turnover with last season's roster, and you have another turnover this year with this group. Like, how have you guys been able to get that to that point that quickly?
Yeah, we've been very lucky. We went on our foreign trip this summer. That helped. That gave us a little head start, being able to play games so early. As well as I think Coach Calhoun and our staff does a really good job of, they're new, but they understand the culture and the history of Utah State, and they're just kind of carrying that on. They preach it in practice all the time. We get to play in an amazing place. There's only so many people that can say they play in the place like at the Spectrum. There's only so many left. So we take that to heart, and they keep, preaching that it's really important that we don't let these people down. We put on a show for them because they care so much.
Yeah, I mean, I went there last year. First time I'd ever gone there.
Coming back this year?
Wow, I'd love to. You got to win. You got to win enough to get me back. They won a lot last year, so it was easy.
Fair weather reporting is what we do.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm not going somewhere where, you got to be relevant. And I think you guys can be, but it was unbelievable to kind of watch that atmosphere because you hear about it, but then you see it, and those fans, again, part of it, the beauty of it is, again, in college towns, they're just so locked in. There's not that pro sports, like in Boston, obviously. It's different, right? We know that. But what's the best part of playing at Utah State? What's the best part? Because you've been at some other places, so you can compare big-time places.
Yeah, one thing I'll say, I remember I went to Purdue, and it was just like the whole gym was like insane. From the team to just the fans, and that's.
Maryland's crazy when you win.
When we played Purdue too at home, I played at Purdue. Purdue was crazy, and then they came back. They were number 3. We beat them. Couldn't hear a thing. The gym is shaking. Was shaking. So yeah, that kind of how it gets there. It can get like that a lot of times, more often than I've ever seen it happen in all my 4 years of college. So like last year, it's almost every game is packed. Every game is packed, and they come in with the same attitude, mentality. The guys, like as soon as I walked out to warm up, you see the guys running down.
It was awesome.
Yelling.
That part was so much fun.
They
were
come in so early, and they started off just from there. It's like, they already come in with that mindset. So it's awesome to see.
Coach, a lot of weapons on this team. You got the point guard right here, and I'm going to go to him after this. But what was the thought process? Just as many scores as you can. I mean, you took every good player from the A-Sun. You brought them to Logan. Like just as many players as possible, and then we'll figure it out? Or was there a certain strategy as far as this kind of player meets this kind of he works well with this kind of player?
I think that's a really good question. I think everybody attacks the portal a little bit different. Everybody's now over the fact that you have to recruit through the portal, right? So 3 years ago when I was at Youngstown, I always wanted guys that transferred up that had some equity built in college basketball. So they've played in big venues, but also they've been efficient on both sides of the ball. So I think we're able to do that with Drake, with Dayton Alberry from Queens, 17 a game. I think he'll be one of the
really good player.
He'll be one of the fastest guys in the league. Dexter Akano, I think will be tremendous from Oregon State. I think he's a guy that's really good. Tucker Anderson, 6'9", 42% 3-point shooter. Auburn Gatoretsky from Stetson, 6'11", rim protector. There's just a lot of guys. So we try to get guys that will transfer up. When they walk into our building, there's an appreciation. They think Utah State is the best basketball program in the country. So when guys are happy and they really want to be there, it doesn't matter how many double-digit scores you've recruited. You got to get those guys to blend. These three captains, these two and Mason, have done a phenomenal job of helping a new coach coming into a program and really have taken ownership. So that's kind of been our philosophy.
Drake, how's it been for you being that point guard? And you got a scorer like him on the wing. You're going to do a healthy amount of ball handling as well. So I'm not taking that away from you. But knowing you have so many weapons around you makes your job easier.
Yeah, 100%. I think that I've always been a pass first point guard. I think last year my role was a little bit different at Utah Valley. That we needed to score. That was our main struggle. So putting the ball in the basket was a struggle. That's something that I kind of had to step up and do. But it makes my job a lot easier. I mean, when you see this guy coming off a down screen, I mean, there's only so many times he misses it, when he's open. So the confidence that I have in these guys and also the confidence they have in me, it makes it very simple. I mean, being able to throw the ball ahead and trust that they'll make the right play. And also when I'm open, they're going to give that extra pass. I think it's one of the more unselfish teams I've been on. So,
Coach, you got your coaching start under Bob Huggins. Are you of the screaming variety when it comes to practice? Did you get that level of intensity from him? I mean, we see Frank Barton. We see a lot of these guys that come from his coaching tree.
Yeah, I certainly have evolved, right? I think coaching has changed. I think you got to tell these guys, the plan for the week, the plan for the day, and the why, right? So I've probably had 3 or 4 days where I had to really get after these guys, but I'm pretty fortunate. Day in and day out, these guys bring it. Right now we're really trying to talk about defensive rebounding and transition D. I don't think there's that many good teams the first 2 weeks of the season. I think everybody's trying to figure it out, with all the different transfers and continuity. So one thing you can really protect yourself on is getting back, getting the defense set, and then keeping people off the glass, right? Limiting easy baskets. So that's been our focus right now with our team. But, one thing about Coach Huggins' tree, if you really study it, and I think it's very, very underrated. There's not been one guy leave his coaching staff and not win at a high level, from Mick Cronin to Brad Underwood to Frank Martin to Andy Kennedy. And the reason for that is simply he let us coach in practice. And I've got a great staff. I feel very fortunate right now with the guys I got on my staff.
You know who his coaching tree includes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Little Joe Mazzulla, who, coming off the title. Give me your favorite Joe Mazzulla story that we have not heard. He's a unique individual, as I've known.
Well,
when I was in West Virginia, I don't remember this. He was an assistant for you. I forget who they were playing, but he drove out. How far is that drive from Fairmont to West Virginia?
It is about 35 minutes.
Yeah, we had lunch when I was out there, and I've known Joe a long time. It was very cool for him to see, watch him last year under the pressure he was dealing with.
Yeah, I would say, really there's a million stories, right? I was the best man in his wedding, so we're very
you got some good
we're very, very close. But I would just say that the memories I have are just being in a closet at Fairmont State. That was our office. We thought we were on top of the world. We thought we knew everything about basketball. His brain never stops, and I think that's what the great coaches can do. They're constantly trying to get better, adapt. He thinks the game a little bit differently than most. You saw the other night, Jeff, I'm sure the first possession, they trapped the ball, right? He experiments a lot in the preseason with different lineups. But I think his biggest asset, I've always said this, is his relationships with the players. JT and JB and Derek and those guys, you can see the trust level. It's amazing. And now it's really went into their bench. I watched their last preseason game the other day, and the confidence level that second unit had in that game is amazing. So I'm hoping he can get back to back, but just an amazing story, man. This guy is just a relentless
Second
worker.
row Joe.
Crazy.
Right? Second row Joe to NBA.
Yeah, I remember you. You texted me saying, "Wow, this is an amazing story." But you never know when you're going to get your break, and I think he was ready for it, Jeff. I really do. He was the perfect guy, and you got to give Brad Stevens all the credit in the world because there was a lot of doubters when he hired him.
Are you surprised to see the level of success that he's had this quickly? I mean, he went from, like you said, the guy second row behind the bench to head coach to NBA champion in the span of what, like 3 years?
It's funny, Rob. Somebody called me from overseas. They were doing a story on Joe just like a month ago. I don't know, some newspaper, and they asked me the same thing, right? And it's kind of weird when you see one of your best friends win an NBA championship, and now you're out with them or you're out to eat with them and stuff, and people are asking for autographs, or he came in last year and did an event. To me, it's just Joe Mazzulla. It's just my friend Joe, right?
So 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember going up there 2 years ago in the preseason. We went to a pizza joint, picked up a pizza to go back to his house, and nobody knew him. He was the interim coach. And now a year later, it's a totally different ball game. But am I surprised? I mean, I think everybody's a little bit surprised. But, hey, everything works out for a reason. And I think he's going to go down as one of the legendary coaches. I mean, look at his age and look at his trajectory right now.
Look at the talent.
I think the sky's the limit.
Right? I mean,
yeah, a lot of talent.
They stick together.
Yes.
Hey, congrats in order.
Huh?
Congrats.
Me?
Yes.
For?
No. Did you get married?
I did.
Right?
I did, yeah, I did.
Okay. I always worry about those when I'm like,
couple months.
I get info and I say congrats.
He's deeper than he's further than a year.
I've been doing this a long time, man.
Yeah?
A
He's
year.
a grizzled veteran. I mean, look at that
A year
face.
and 3 months.
Is that right?
Yeah, this is.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Wow.
Yep,
Imagine being ready at 22 years old to get married. Man, I wasn't ready at 30.
You're not
still
ready.
not ready.
You're not
I'm
ready.
Still
at
not ready.
55. Who are
Right,
you
right.
kidding?
I'm still not ready. Hey, don't age me.
Hey, Coach, last question for me. Mason Falslove's a bulldog. He shoot 66% from two or something last year. Like insane numbers there. Has he worked on his outside shot at all? And how do you kind of balance like a guy when he works on something really hard, but you got to keep him doing what he's good at?
I have a very similar philosophy to Joe. The defense will tell you what to do, right? I think all these coaches try to reinvent the game and try to run a lot of sets. To me, it's about reading defenses, creating advantages. When Mason gets a defensive rebound, we are at the ultimate advantage. He's one of the fastest, most efficient guys going to the rim, and it's slow down setting. I think he'll take and make a lot of threes this year. We have a lot of guys like that, but I think Mason has put a lot of time into his game. We call him the mayor. We joke with him. He's the mayor of Logan. Everybody knows this kid. I mean, he's just a wonderful person, and thankful that he's on this roster. And I think he'll have a big year.
It's good to have wonderful people that play with an edge when they're on
Yes.
the floor.
Yeah, he's very
exhibits
competitive.
that.
Yeah, he's a nasty guy on the court.
Listen, guys, it's been great to see you. Best of luck this season. And we'll catch up soon, hopefully.
Thanks, guys.
Get out
Thank
to Logan.
you.
You
Yeah,
win. I'll be out there.
Herms.
again.
If you make it, I got your meal at Herms.
All right. There we go. There we go. Thanks, guys.
All right,
Great seeing you
appreciate you guys. We are, I think we have Wyoming next. Is that right?
We do,
We have
yes.
Wyoming next. Sundance, Wicks, and
Hey, Ian Martinez, by the way, one of the most athletic dudes in college basketball. I mean,
He's going to have a big year.
Yeah,
He's
he
gonna have a
gets
big
downhill so fast, and he can elevate so high. It's really, really impressive to watch.
so we have Wyoming on the way. Yeah, we're ready. We're ready for you.
There they are.
Another new head coach.
Yep,
There
another
he
new
is.
head coach,
There he
Sundance
is. He's
Wicks.
ready.
We have Cole
He's
Henry.
ready.
We have Kobe Newton from
What's up,
Wyoming
guys?
joining
How
us.
are you? What's going on?
Good to see you.
We are live. Mics are hot.
Yep.
Don't say anything crazy.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you. Good to see you, man. Rob.
What's up, man? How you doing? Jeff. You too. Oh, look at this.
Oh, yes.
This is how you win. Oh, I like it. I like it.
I'll take some juice.
All right. You can send me one. What's that? You can send me one.
Look at that. Got juice.
Nice.
Got juice and Laradise.
What do we got?
What do we got for Goodman?
He's about to pull his middle finger out.
He
of
did
his
some
backpack.
reporting on me. He did some reporting with me the other day. He's texting me.
They're not going to be. It's not going to be what you want it to be. But
All right.
we're going to pull out some vintage
Oh,
ones here.
no.
Just some 76.
What do we got? What do
We're
we
going
got?
to get you an old school Mo Cheeks right there.
Cheeks. The backcourt made of Andrew Toney.
And then the ultimate, like every single pack of cards you open up, you might find this guy
Go ahead. Who
in
do we
there.
got?
Mike Gaminsky.
Mike Trubisky.
Yeah.
So I had already done some reporting on him, and I know that he does collect basketball cards. In fact, I think during like team meetings, they open packs.
Yep. We'll break some packs.
Right?
Yeah, we'll break some packs.
Vintage
Vintage packs.
Do you
We'll
guys
break
know
some
that?
vintage pack.
Like
I did not know that yet.
You did not know that.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
not
yeah.
involved
We
in it.
collected cards, but not.
Yeah, the middle of a team meeting, they'll just break open
staff
some packs.
meeting. The guys
All right,
don't.
so
guys don't get the cards.
so
Look good
your
in that.
prized possession, your prized possession, card wise, is what?
You know, you're probably looking at. And I love these cards just because of one of my favorite cards. I actually have two George Gervins they're
Yes,
valued up
man.
there. I have a couple Bob McAdoo's back in the day as well. John Havlicek card that's pretty PSA 9. It's really good quality. But my favorite one is a 91-92 upper deck Jordan hologram card, and it's AW6, and like those things, like they're
How much?
It's only like 500 if it's a PSA 10 or Gem Mint 10. But I just love
the look of it.
They had the hologram card, man. It's like those are the cards for me that.
Yeah, it was really cool.
And I was a Supersonics fan back in the day too, so just collecting old school Ray Allen Supersonics, Sean Kemp, Gary Payton. You know, just seeing some of those cards is they bring back. I'm a 90s guy. So I tell our team's like a 90s throwback team right here.
Really?
We're gonna be 3 out, 2 in like the Bad Boys Pistons. I think we got 5 5-men on our roster and 2 6-men. So our 4s are 5s and our 5s are 6s. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. That's really good. All right, what's it been like for you? I mean, you're kind of going home here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this has got to be the coolest thing for you because you didn't expect this quick.
No, not even close. And I don't think you ever live with the expectation that something's going to happen, right? I've been doing this long enough for 20 years that anytime you start thinking something's going to happen, it never happens, right? So you just kind of live your life in the moment. You be present, you be where your feet are, and just go to work. And for me, it was really easy, right? The hard part is the family side of it. When you move from Laramie to Green Bay, and then 10 months later you're moving back from Green Bay to Laramie, that's a lot. That's a toll on your family that you don't get that downtime to be able to, you know how hard it is to stay connected with your family when you're constantly moving and in flux. And so my wife's a saint. And my 2 kids are 5 and 3. Grayson Skywalker.
Luckily, they're young enough.
Young enough to know. But all their friends were back in Laramie. The move was easy.
It was an easy thing to convince them, though.
No, not hard at all. They just knew everybody back here, and the transition was swift. So there's no, getting to learn who you are, where's the sports admin spot at, who's our trainer, who's our AD. Like, we knew everybody, so it was an easy transition.
Did you say your kid's name is Skywalker?
That's right, baby.
Yeah.
My dad messed
with Kenny.
No, actually, Kenny Skywalker. That'd be hilarious. For me, it was Star Wars, but my dad gave me Sundance, so I was like, I'm going to do Skywalker, and if the sun can dance, the sky can walk, and let's rock and roll. So just give him his birthright,
There aren't many more quotable than this guy. I know you did, right? First time you met him?
First time,
yes.
yes, first time.
Elite. Yeah.
These guys,
Energy.
They're over here like thinking of nut job every day.
Right? They look like they just start shaking their head.
Yep,
Like,
that's
oh,
what they
boy.
do.
Did you have any idea what you got yourselves into? Like at first.
I mean,
at first.
I had heard stories.
You did?
I had heard
Stories.
but it's nothing like when you
But
meet
they're
them in
just
person.
stories
Yeah,
until
they're just
you,
stories.
right?
They're just stories until you really get to meet them and get a feel for them in person.
My first phone call with him was the most energetic coach phone call I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
I was entered in the portal, and the energy radiating through my phone was like contagious.
You're
really.
like, who is this dude?
No, absolutely.
Right?
I fell in love right away. I mean, this is the guy right here. The guy that we want to learn and mentor from. So, his energy is contagious, and "Got juice" is a perfect slogan for this guy. I mean, he's got it all.
You guys got juice. You guys got real juice. So you guys got juice.
What was the pitch? What was the pitch when he called you?
So obviously, I'm an older college basketball player. Been in college basketball for 5 years now. It's my sixth year, and he just wanted to send me out right. He recruited me first at Green Bay, and I want to be a coach as well. And he really wanted to coach a player that wanted to be a coach and kind of mentor me in that direction. So that was really big for me as well to hear that he wanted to teach me not only to have have a good last year as my career, but also to teach me how to be a coach. And he's done a great job so far. So I'm really learning a lot.
It's nice when you're running your Princeton style stuff and you have a coach's kid over here willing to make the passes and pop up to do some of those things that you employ in your offense. I mean, it kind of expedites things. He already has somewhat of an understanding of what to do.
Yeah, you can't teach a guy who knows how to play out of gets and splits, right? And you could just give him the ball. He's so creative. I think that was the gift of just being at Northern Iowa in that system with Ben Jacobs. They 5 out, and Cole could wheel and deal, and he could Omaha it and go back to the other side of the floor and get those guys playing out of checks and burns. And it's sometimes our best offense is not calling anything. Just get Cole the ball at the top of the key and let everybody else read and react and let Cole make the decision.
Exactly. It's a
point
save
post.
ball. Yeah, point post, kind of that. How, as far as your style of play is concerned, a little bit slower. A lot of really good guards in this league.
Yep.
I mean, how do you see that adjustment playing into the season and going in? You have experience in the Mountain West, but kind of employing your style of play here.
Yeah, so we're going to be completely different, to be honest with you, than what we were at Green Bay, because I think when you get a job, right, you have to adapt to what you have.
Sure.
Right. And so we signed 10 guys in 27 days. We're able to keep 2 of college basketball's oldest and archaic players, 6-year Kobe Newton and 6-year Cole Henry. I love these guys. They're
How old are you guys? 24?
I'm 24.
I'm 23. I turned 24 in February.
He's engaged. This guy's about to be married. Like, he's like living a full life right
You
now.
don't want to give that away. I had that.
Yeah.
I did some reporting on both of you. I got some good stuff. All right, I got some good stuff coming.
I mean, so when you have like guys like that are locker room lawyers, man, and have been through the wars, and they're just seasoned vets. It's kind of like why I have them here. They're cultural carriers for us, right? They're crusaders. And they're going to be guys that just steady over the long haul. And that's what you need. And so for us, our style of play this year is going to be vastly different. I told you, a 90s throwback team because of our size and our physicality. You'd run the metrics in the Mountain West. On average, our guards aren't going to be bigger than the Mountain West guards, but our bigs are going to be as big or bigger than most of our 4s and 5s, as big or bigger than most of the teams in the Mountain West. So that Craig Bowl style of football, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, win the A-gap type stuff right there, and come out bruised, battered, and bloody out of Laramie, and send you back on your private jet somewhere. Yeah, sounds like a great time.
Teams are going to want to. They're going to love to come.
They're going to love 72-20. Let me tell you.
Kobe, I want to know what the stories were that you heard when he got the job.
With Sundance?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it varies depending on who you talk to, but like it varies.
Check the references. Check the
It
references.
varies, and so I mean, one of the main things I told everybody was like, I want to meet him for myself. I'm a big sit down with a man to man, eye to eye, get a feel for you myself. Somebody can tell you all the right things, somebody can tell you all the wrong things. Everybody's perspective and everybody's experience with each other is different. Everybody experiences each other differently. So a big thing for me was just meeting him in person. Like, I didn't want to make any sound decision until I was like, let's sit down, let's meet in person, and let's chop this up, see what we're about, see if we're about the right things. And I mean, first meeting I had with him, I could immediately tell this is my type of guy. He's not about any BS. He just wants to win. He wants to build teams, build a culture, and so I'm all for that. So it was an easy decision for me.
Don't make them like that anymore. Where a grown man just wants to sit down, look you eye to eye, and just have a conversation, right? Like nowadays, you got to talk to 14 different people,
Or you got to text.
Yeah, or you got to text it, or you got to speak in emojis, and
True.
it's nice to
Whoever
have
sends some more emojis, right? Gets a
nice
and
to
NIL.
nice to have a conversation with a real man.
I got a question for you two. So you took over at Green Bay last year, right? And you go from a 3-win team to an 18-win team. That 15-win improvement is as good as anybody in college basketball. How did you do that in this era? Like, what is the key to developing a roster and a group of guys into a team? Because there's a difference.
No, like, honestly, think about it.
No, I know.
His personality is, like, I think it is contagious.
There is a level of that, right? But it's for us, our everyday dude mentality is you have to show up every day the same way, regardless of circumstances, right? And every day, everybody's got so much crap, right? Everybody's got so many circumstances that they can play victim to that we have to. We just challenge them, regardless of your circumstances, to just show up, man. And so many of us don't want to show up, or we want to be a different way every day because of what's going on in our lives. We just got to continue to show up every day the same way, regardless of circumstance, because you're going to play a lot of teams on your schedule that are going to be messed up, and you never underestimate how messed up the other team is, right? You just can't be the messed up team. And so our goals are to be the most connected and most competitive team on the schedule. That way, we take out all the anxiety of product-oriented goals, and we say, let's be connected and competitive. If we can win in those margins that we can control, then we are building teams, and we're building a connected culture and a competitive culture, which is, for the rest of your life, life is a team sport. like you guys have to work as a team right here. So you're going to have great synergy and stay connected.
This is tough.
Yeah.
This is
I don't know how you guys do it. I'm going to be honest
Culture
with you.
killer. Culture killer right here.
I don't know why.
He's not a crusader.
I have no idea. I actually think I'm a team guy. I don't understand this.
Our secret sauce is finding guys with humility that don't have it all figured out and have a chip on their shoulder to prove it, right? And we always talk about Green Bay, the island of misfit toys, and like it's all of us have something wrong with this, right? We're not perfect. We're all we're all fall short of the grace of God, and all of us have something wrong with us.
I'm perfect.
We'd love to be, but it's when we realize that we don't have it all figured out that we need the team more than the team needs us. Right? We need the team more. So when everybody believes that the team is more important than each individual's goals and we can sacrifice what we want for what the team needs, like then we have success. But not until then we get to that level of humility. And that's part of my job is I make this life real hard on these guys so we can share in the sacrifice and share in the suffering, and then we can share in the ownership. I make life real hard on these guys so that they realize there ain't no BS around here. Like we're getting after it.
Yep. Everybody plays a role for the team. And one guy that you're going to need to play the scoring role a lot is Dante Allen. How's he been? He had a good year last year at Western Kentucky. What do you expect out of him up in Laradice?
Dante is the same guy every day. Like he's the same guy every day. Whether I'm riding all over him, I'm all over his butt, right? Or not. Like he's the same guy every single day. And I think that comes from like these guys. They just know how to handle the adversity of being in college for 5-6 years. And all these guys have stories. I mean, crap, Kobe was fighting for his life last year with MRSA in his leg. Really? Cole Henry had to live through COVID. Northern Iowa, like I don't know how you get like isolated in Northern Iowa.
He's just been hunting out cold weather ever since he left high school.
Then Dante Allen was in a car accident that basically said probably shouldn't be playing anymore, right? Like at one point in his life, at one point right in his college in his career. So like a lot of these guys have this idea of, man, there's a lot bigger things out there than what we're doing right now than winning and losing games. And so we're going to rely on him to be a sniper, just like Kobe. We got to have our spacers be spacers and have that gap gravity. And he's one of 6 guys in the country. I think it was over 6'6", 6'7" that have a career 40% 3-point percentage. I mean, you can really shoot the basketball, and just be great at what you're good at, man. Don't try to be good at what you're bad at. That's a middle school mentality.
Yep. Hey, Kobe, when it comes to you're the defensive ace, and you were parts of last year, obviously dealing with some different things. How difficult is that night to night in this conference? The Mountain West known for guards, and then you're tasked with getting after those guards.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Obviously, you have really talented, really good guards, really skilled guards, and really athletic guards. So one thing I try to focus on, for me, being a little bit undersized sometimes, certain nights, just being in the right spots, being in the right positions early so that I'm not late, so that if I'm having to chase through a stagger, I'm in the right position so I can chase through it, get through it. And, I mean, being a defensive guy, it's never a challenge for me. Defense is what wins you games, ultimately. And if you're not willing to put everything you got on the defensive end, you don't deserve to win, in my opinion. And so I think, everything, the foundation of our game starts with getting stops. The foundation of our team this year is going to be getting stops, limiting teams to one shot. And so just having that mentality, I think it's contagious. And if we get 5 guys on the same court that are all in that same mentality, I think we can do great things.
All right, you want to see these guys score them a little bit?
Yeah,
I got
please.
I got some good stuff.
This is the good. Yeah,
I got some good stuff. All right. First
Sick and
of all,
twisted
Kobe,
is all it is.
You ready?
Yeah.
I want to hear you speak some Spanish.
Some Spanish.
He's laughing right now.
I know why.
He's laughing. Give me some Spanish that you've learned. Can I give you a line and you try to say it in Spanish?
You can go ahead. I got. I got.
Think you got it?
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Well, just Wyoming or our team is going to surprise some people this year.
I don't got you there. I mean, for me, I just started learning because my girlfriend Nique, she's originally from Spain.
I know the background. I got it.
She's kind of been teaching me stuff here and there.
Let's hear something.
One thing, okay.
What do you got?
Mi español es malo. No entiendo las cosas complicadas. Yo entiendo español simple.
What's that mean?
Spanish is bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't do things that are too complicated. You only
I can't understand things that are. I can't understand 2 things that are. But I understand simple.
Translator over here too.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Cole's sitting over here sweating.
Nervous.
He's sweating right now. He has no idea what I'm bringing his way.
They don't speak Spanish in Northern
All right,
Iowa.
Cole.
We speak Southern slang
Cole.
almost. That's about close.
You ready to rap?
Oh, how do you know that? Oh, no.
Let's go.
Come on, Cole.
Let's
Come
go.
on, baby. Let's go. Give me something.
You want me to rap?
Yes.
You don't have to.
Yes, we do.
He doesn't have to.
Give me
rap.
something.
Sundance,
Um,
save him.
Come on.
Throw him a life
Spit
rap.
some bars.
Spit a four, man.
Spit some
Spit a
bars.
four.
Come on.
Throwing it to the wolves.
Come on, Cole.
Okay, boy, you know I came to play. To your girl, I'm the GOAT. You can call me MJ.
Hey, that's a fire bar right there, man. That's a hot bar. Yeah.
Hey, that's hard on the
Hey,
spot.
hey, on the spot. That's
Right?
tough. Yeah.
Hey, that was impressive. Both of you guys. Both of you guys answered the bell there.
That was impressive that you did that.
I had no idea that he's over here like
I don't have to
freestyling
wait.
in his free
What's
time.
what's the backstory? Like,
I don't know. I figured out that I was creative and I loved to make music a few years ago. I never released any of them, so I'm surprised he knows that I rap. But yeah, I don't know. I just like to make music on my own time. It's a little hobby I had.
It's the lefties, man. The lefties have that.
Hey, how
abstract
good at
thinking.
quarterback were you?
I was all right. I was okay.
Were you? How tall were you when you?
6'9".
You were.
Yeah. I played because I loved it, but I stuck with basketball because I loved it a little bit more. But yeah, football was a lot of fun. Yeah, with my friends.
My favorite thing is watching his high school highlights in basketball when he's like point guard at 6'9", bringing the ball up the floor. Like that stuff to me is wild. Like he was out there really getting it.
Well, that's a quarterback in
Football
you too,
helps.
right?
Football really does translate.
I would
I've
assume.
always said that, and hopefully my kids will want to play quarterback because it
Mhm.
really did help me read defenses on offense in basketball too. Like it really does.
Did you offers quarterback?
Or
no, it didn't never get
so
to that
Iowa
point?
and Iowa State called, and I kind of when they called, I was already ready to play basketball. So I told them thank you, Nebraska too, but I just said, I'm going to play with basketball.
They probably would have converted you too.
Yes,
I assume.
they would.
I assume you would have been a tight end.
They big ups to Iowa State. Actually, I went on free football visits to Iowa State, and they were honest. They're like, "You're a good quarterback, but you're probably going to play tight end." Here.
Yeah,
and I was
it's
like,
not gonna
"It's
work."
all right. I wasn't going to play quarterback here anyway. I was going to play basketball." But yeah, that's fun. Yeah.
last thing I got for you. About 12 years ago, I took a road trip, right? And it was 3 weeks. We went to 18 different venues. We had a game in Kansas one night. It was a Monday night. San Diego State was supposed to play at Wyoming on that Tuesday night, but they're like plane froze, so they couldn't get there. So I had to fly in the morning of. Long story short, I wanted to go there. The guy that I was on the road trip with refused to make the drive from Kansas to Wyoming because we had to go to Utah State the next day. So I've still never been to Wyoming for a game.
Bring your ass.
Give me the
Bring
pitch.
your
Why do I
ass.
need to
Bring
be
your
there?
ass.
Why do I need to be there?
When you're coming to the Dome of Doom when it's rocking, right, and you got the highest court in all of college basketball. Now I'll give this credit to Western State, Colorado Western. It's actually got us by like 47 feet. So they're actually the highest altitude in all of college basketball. But in Division I, you're going 72-20. You're not going to find an arena like the Dome of Doom that's got two jerseys retired, Dennis Dembo and Kenny Sailors. You got the Kenny Sailors statue, the guy who invented the jump shot that's larger than Michael Jordan. Now imagine this. Michael Jordan's got a pretty damn large statue. Kenny Sailors trumps his by 3 times. Right, that's how important Kenny Sailors is to the state of Wyoming in the history of the game for the guy who invented the jump shot. So how many times in your life are you going to come to Laradise, which is actually paradise, and see the guy who invented the jump shot while getting to rock the Dome of Doom in a game of your choice and get some free swag from the merch man, Sundance Wicks himself?
Juice, baby.
You got juice, baby.
Does it ever turn off?
You got juice,
No,
baby.
it
Never
doesn't.
turns off.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It's
6
insane.
a.m. 6
How
a.m.
many,
We had 6
how
a.m.
many
practice.
cups of coffee do you have a day?
Oh, I had 1 black cup of coffee this morning. That's
Coke,
about
Diet
it. And a
Coke?
Coke. I'll drink a Coke in the middle of the day.
There's got to be a caffeine going.
No,
all
no,
day.
there's a caffeine. I mean, it's a
Look at him.
Coke.
He's sitting there going.
But this,
he
there's
cannot sit still.
I live off love and vitamin D. All right, you know what I'm saying? Like this is me and the sun out here, just getting the energy.
Hey, we got to get him on again. You guys need to get a good wing because we need to get you guys on.
Yeah,
again.
you
This
need
is
to.
fun.
We'll
This
get
is
it.
a
We'll get it
blast.
rocking. We'll get it rocking.
I mean this when I say this never shuts off.
It doesn't.
Ever.
It
It
doesn't.
could be a solo meeting, a film on a quiet Sunday afternoon. He's
not
like
quiet.
this.
It's never a quiet Sunday
Never,
afternoon, right?
Never.
That's
This is a guy
Hey,
right here.
That's why
Listen,
my wife's the
energy's
same.
a good thing, man.
It is.
Your
It
wife
is.
probably doesn't want you out of the house, though.
It's a separator, man. She does. Like she loves her time away when she gets a quiet time.
I'm sure she does.
Yeah. Well, maybe Tinkle understood this more about life. Like energy is a separator, right? And I would say energy is a separator, but it's also an accelerator. Like it could separate you from the masses of people that are just living the zombie lifestyle, right? The Walking Dead that are actually just walking around staring at their phones all the time. And then it could be an accelerator for you because if you do have relentless energy, I always tell our guys, I'll demoralize you with my energy because if you're not bringing it, I got to take it. And so we got to get what we got to get every single day. And if you don't give it, I'll take it. And if I don't use it, God's going to give it away. So might as well use it.
Yep. I like it.
Yep. All right, gentlemen.
Rock and roll.
Appreciate it.
Great seeing you.
guys.
Great to meet you.
Yes.
Great seeing you
Appreciate
guys.
the swag. I will be
Great seeing
taking that home.
Good
Got
job,
you.
guys.
Seeing you, man. Good work.
All right.
Good work.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Way to navigate the hot seat.
That was good.
Yes,
That was
you
good.
navigated the hot
Right?
seat. Yeah, he said that you. Yeah, you know what's good. I don't know. What's up, Grammer? Jeff Grammer's here. Yeah, got juice. We are live. We are live, Grammer. We are
Be
live.
careful.
Do we have someone next?
Yeah,
We have a little bit of a break, right?
Oh, we do. We have 15
Yeah,
minutes. I think
we
we're gonna
have-
let's take a little break,
Yeah,
a little bathroom break.
Yes.
This is a wall-to-wall day.
Yep, we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. So stay here, Field of 68, live, Mountain West Media Day, Resorts Casino. Jeff Goodman, please do not ask people about the bathroom when they get
I got
back.
my Mike
There you go.
Jaminski card.
I got my juice. And we are back from Mountain West Media Day here on the field of 68 live from Resorts World Casino. We are joined by Air Force. We got Joe Scott. We got Jeffrey Mills. We got Ethan Taylor. Gentlemen, how are we doing? It's good to see you, Coach. How's it going, man?
Good, doing well. Good to see you guys. Must be a good time of the year to be seeing you guys, right? It's called college basketball
Getting there.
season.
Getting there, Joe.
No
These
question.
guys want to play. I can tell. Like, they're tired of going against each other. They're tired of probably, hearing you every day. They're probably ready to get going here.
Well, I mean, I just said to Terrence, you don't really find out anything for real. I can see what I see in practice every day. I know what I'm seeing, but you don't really know it until you go against outside competition, and that's coming right here, down the pike right now. And the scrimmages, and that's why outside competition is so important, because then it's not just me seeing things, it's them doing it and them making the things you're doing work. And I'm really looking forward to it here over the next. And it is a little change, and we're going to change from that to getting ready for a game, getting ready. And that's what a season is. You get all these different changes, and we're looking forward to it this weekend.
I was just talking to Coach over here, and he was talking about you. He's like, hey, Ethan shot 12 threes a game pre-conference, down to 6 during conference. Now, as a shooter, you would have never had to tell – Coach knows. You would have never had to tell me to shoot more. What's going on, man? What are we doing?
Thank you.
We need you to shoot
Thank
the ball
you.
more. What's the holdup here? Yeah. And what kind of confidence does that give you when a coach is begging you to shoot the rock?
Oh yeah, no, it's amazing confidence. I won't speak on the past. I have my issues, but looking forward to this year. No, for sure, that's definitely something that he's told me to embrace my role on the team. That's helping my teammates putting up shots and shooting threes, and that's something I will be doing this year for sure.
We do have a tracker going right now for Media Day. So far, Tio has told 4 people that he was a shooter.
Yep.
Jeff's only mentioned Charleston once, so you're losing right now, Tio.
Hey,
You're falling behind.
There's a lot of shooters in this league. Exhibit A. So I know I'm excited to see these guys play, because when Air Force, Ritas Petrides transferred out, he was kind of a guy that everybody looked to. But now you got 5 seniors, right? And you have all these other pieces. You guys are comfortable with each other. Went to Canada in the off season. What did you take from that experience? You guys have played together for a while now, but what did that add to what you guys are doing? Is it just as simply put as life after Ritas?
No, it's not just that. Reese is a great player, and he was good to have on the team, but we're focused on this year, and this year we have 5 guys and more, 5 seniors and more sophomores ready to step up, take that step, all of us, break through, and surprise some people.
Yeah. I mean, you guys had your moments last year. Like, you can, right? I mean, you won the pit.
Yeah.
Like, not many things that are harder to do than win at the pit. So I assume now you've got that confidence. It's consistency.
Yeah, it's in my opinion, I think it's just getting over the hump. A lot of guys, we know what we can do. We have great players. Like Jeff said, we have 5 great seniors. We have sophomores that are stepping up every day in practice, guys embracing their roles. The biggest thing is going to be, when you get to those tough times in conference, like, can we just get over that hump, whether it's starting better, finishing better. That was our struggle last year. And that's something that, we definitely focused on as a culture perspective, not just on the court, but off the court, leaning on each other for school or leaning on each other for life purposes. And, that helps you win those games in those moments.
You mentioned the sophomore class. Who's impressed you? Who's taken a step forward? Who are we going to be impressed by when we see them play this season versus what they were last year? I want both of you guys to answer that.
Mine will be Wesley Selahusky. He's our 7-footer, He's really improved since the season start, or since last year. We just need him to be like more of an animal, more of a dog, because he's a softie for a 7-footer.
Oh, he's gonna
call him out, man.
He's not gonna like that.
Oh man,
but he knows it too. But when
Coach is like, good job.
But yeah, his improvement is second to none. It's really good. So yeah, we're looking forward to him.
My guy is gonna be Caleb Walker. Other big. The guy's a machine. He's big, probably around like 230 or something like that. He moves like a guy who can sprint down the court, up and down. Great passer, great vision. Both of our sophomore bigs are guys that you wouldn't think can pass as well as they do, but they pass phenomenally. And Caleb, he just has that motor about him. We just want to bring it out, help him gain some confidence, because once we get those 2 guys on the same page, it's going to be a different Air Force basketball team. Yeah.
you guys show up in your uniforms. I don't think we had that last year. I don't know if that was your choice or coach, or I don't know who decided that.
It was beyond us.
Okay, it was beyond you. Good answer. Okay, I get it. But I think looking at you guys this way makes me think, okay, what is it like? Because I don't think a lot of people know what it's like to be a student athlete at a place like Air Force. Explain.
It's an everyday struggle, honestly. Academics are hard. The military duties are hard. You know, a lot of people, they're doing online class. They can sleep in. We're getting up to crack of dawn at 6, marching to lunch and all that. But it's like Ethan was saying, it instills culture. We lean on each other. We grow with each other. I've known him since he was like the prep school 5 years ago, and we've really come a long way. And you grow as a man, you grow as a friend, and
I mean, it's like he said, like it's a culture thing. You know,
what's the hardest part of it?
Yeah,
give me an example. Give me an example of something that you had to go through that you were like, man, I don't know if I can do this.
We'll keep it to the academic.
Okay,
side
that's
of it.
fair.
You know, one of the hardest things to do, I think, in our daily thing is like we wake up early for a test. We have common test in the morning. When you have to take astronautical engineering tests at 7 o'clock in the morning,
know what that is.
Exactly, and you have a full day of classes after that. You go to lunch, and then you have to give it your all from 2 to 5:30 at practice. I mean, that's the hardest thing a guy can do, you know. And like Jeff's saying, like it's having that ability to lean on each other and do that. I mean, that's what makes us us.
I love this right now. We have to lean on each other, not just on the basketball floor, but throughout campus and through your day-to-day life. Coach Scott, when it comes to your style of play, a lot of threes, a lot of ball movement, that has to work hand in hand. That has to work in your favor, the way you guys play.
Well, and I think that's why having 5 seniors is
too.
so critical. And obviously, it's critical across all of college basketball. But for us, we don't have any other way. I have to develop them. We do recruit high school kids. We got to develop them. I got to get them to be 22. But when you get them, and I've already seen it with our guys, then I got 5 mature guys and maturity beyond just basketball. And now you then say to the basketball the way we're going to play. And I think all teams, you got to share the ball. You got to know your role. You got to accept your role. You got to know you're doing it together. We've been able with these guys, and like I said, we went to Canada to reward these guys for doing what they've done. I have a great appreciation for that. But really, I'm seeing on the court the reason why we did it. I'm seeing the maturity right now, and I'm really going to see it if he's taking 12 threes
Come on, man.
in February.
Right.
Because that's what it's about. Why, like you said earlier, what do we need to get better at is we need to get better at our sustainability. You said consistency. We have it, but within the context of one game, we don't have it for these 5 minutes, and all of a sudden there goes that game. So we have it, and I'm hopeful that this maturity in these guys who are seniors, and that's going to lead down to these sophomores who are pretty good players, but they're only as good as these seniors are going to be, and that's what makes a team, and we're going to play a little differently, but seniors don't think it's different, and they know it's not, and that's why I like the energy we have right now, because I see a team sort of being built, and that's what you want to see as a coach in October. You want to see the team building and coming together.
So with that trip to Canada, from a basketball perspective with those sophomores, I mean, a lot of people are kind of veering away from it. Obviously, you said you wanted to reward those guys. That's great. Like, a lot of people are veering away from some of these trips. How did you see the advantages take place? You're actually able to see them play in a game. You were able to see them do some different things. From a basketball perspective, what did you see from these guys, and how did that help you kind of expedite the learning curve playing in a little bit of a different manner?
Well, that's why we did it. I did it for that reason. I said I can't wait until October. Well, now it's September 23rd, but it used to be October 15th. I can't wait until then to start to get these answers. I can't wait until then to tell Wes and Caleb that we are counting on you. We are relying on you. We need to start this now. And I knew we were going to do some different things. So I can't wait. And we actually started with something. These guys will tell you, a new way of doing something. And it took all of 3 possessions of our first game in Canada for me to scrap that. It was like a new transition type thing. And these guys will know it. Seriously, it took all of 5 possessions. I swear, for me to go Forget
gonna work.
that. I already see it. But this other thing with these two bigs, Wes came along. We took the trip. I came out of there and I said, I know this one's right. So that's why we did it. And then they can now know the same things because we went and did it. We practiced it. And they've done a better job of like teaching everybody like, nah, this is still our stuff. It's just done a different way. But again, I think you need seniors to do that. You need maturity to be able to do that. And I think that's why, I'm pretty optimistic right now. But again, like we said, you don't know until you go play against somebody else and fight through the fights you're going to fight through. But I know this is the best I felt about a team since I've been back, and it's because we got 5 seniors.
So you guys were all the 5 seniors were the teammates at the prep school as well, right? So can you just kind of explain how that process works and kind of what that entails?
Yeah, so prep school is kind of like doing a prep year somewhere else. It's in-house though. A lot of us, we were roommates at the prep school. Me and him were roommates. Byron and the other guys, they were rooming together, and you play games on there. We just, like he said, they're developing guys. The prep school.
Were you recruited there by Air Force, or did you guys decide to go to the prep school? And then, how does that work?
For me, I think for everyone, my grades just weren't good enough to go directly to the academy because it is
it's very hard to get into.
Hard to get
for
in.
those who don't know.
Yeah. So that's why I went to the prep school, but I'm glad I went because it really helped my development. So
Same thing for you in terms of why you went there, or no?
I was,
That's
gotta
usually
get right.
That's usually what it is for. And even in
It's
today,
is it almost for you like a minor league development?
well,
type
it's an
deal
extra
for you?
year. It's an extra year. It's got so many advantages in terms of just okay, this is what life's going to be like when you get to the academy. But in this day and age, like you guys, the culture is completely changed in the sport of basketball. Whereas I think, both these guys, kids more today and even 5 years ago, they want to be where they want to be. You know what I mean? So they want to go to the academy, and guys are, committing, but we have to be able to get them into the academy. But it is purely first, it's an academic and basketball thing to say, where do you go? But I think today we still use the prep school, but a kid today just seems to want to know where they want to be. You know what I mean? And but I do know the prep school has bonded those guys, and I think went a long way in having them say, you know what, we're seniors, and
they came in together. I mean, probably the adversity they faced, not even with you, not even on the court.
Exactly.
My guess, most of it was off the court early. You did it together. You grew together. That's going to be huge for you this year. All right, I hear you're the only one on the team that can answer his trivia questions.
Yeah.
True?
True.
All right, can you give him one? Let's see.
Not too hard.
Give me something.
I mean, here's the ones I give him, and it's funny. It's how many French Open titles does Rafael Nadal have?
12.
So point
is that right?
I think so.
But the point is, he knows who Rafael Nadal is, at least.
Where he might not. Right?
There are some guys that don't know who
Okay.
Nadal is. So those are the types of questions.
Give him
just
one more.
to make sure.
Give him one more.
Give him one more. Okay. Let's see what I got to think.
All right, you think of one. I'm going to hit him.
Go ahead.
You don't eat cheese.
I don't eat cheese. How do you? Yeah, okay. I don't.
This? I love this.
Yeah, I don't.
How do you know that? That's what they're always, right? Everyone's like, how do you know that?
Yeah.
All right, so give me your best. So you want no pizza. He loves pizza.
Yeah.
You do an impression of him. Do you not? You do an impression of him?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on.
All right.
Let's hear it.
All right. All right. Here we go.
You better cut out some words.
That's right, exactly. Make it PG-13, okay?
Yeah. Listen, man, you gotta do what we're doing, okay? You're just doing your own thing out there. I don't know what you're doing. Do what we do.
Good job. Good job.
Well
I love
done.
it. Love it. All right, you got one more question? Trivia question for him? Got anything?
All right. Here's one. Who was nicknamed the Golden Bear in the sport of golf?
Golf is my weak spot.
Oh,
I got him.
Golden Bear.
And I laid it. It's a layup.
Anybody else got it?
Tio's a big golfer. Tio, you know it?
Jack Nicklaus.
Jack Nicklaus.
I just said
Nicklaus.
All right, so I'm reading through your bios. Both of you are going to the Space Force next. Like, what's that process going to be like? I got to hear a little bit about this because this is still a relatively new thing for everybody. What's that process going to be like for you guys?
Yeah, so
Space Force.
When we graduate, we'll do 12 months of training down at Peterson Space Force Base. And then after that, we'll get our specific job. So, like, whether that's acquisitions or engineer. And then from then on, we do our job, and then we can choose to leave after 5 or just keep going. So
it's a unique opportunity.
So you're locked in. Can you play pro ball? You have to wait?
No, you can play pro. It's a little bit harder because you got to get like
barriers.
Yeah, there are definitely barriers. You got to get like approval from like who, Congress. And
We're
all
trying
that.
to trying to see where if we can go back to an easier route that used to be 3 years ago. That's obviously a work in progress. So
interesting.
Yeah.
No, I find I think we all do. We were sitting here, and again, I think it's different when when you guys are wearing the. I know you don't like wearing them right now, but
you look sharp, guys.
You do.
Right?
You look really good.
incredible.
Again, I'm sure you'd rather be dressed maybe not us, but like we see you like this, and it hits us. You know, where if you were dressed like everybody else, I think we wouldn't even think about it.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, he was here last year. He's had more people interview him
today,
And
of course.
I actually believe it's because of the way these guys look.
Of course.
I really do.
I agree. I mean, again,
which I'm glad. So they're not just sitting over there and not having anybody talk to them.
No,
You know
but
what
I
mean?
think we want to know. I think it interests people because, again, whether it's Air Force,
It's what college basketball is supposed
Citadel,
to be.
VMI, it's a different world. You guys, and again, I'm sure when you got into it, I'm sure early on you were like, I don't know if I can handle this. And to get through it like you have and have an opportunity to again, get the degree and obviously the basketball part, that's the hardest part. I know we've talked about this before, but like when you have these guys, you're a coach, you want them as much as possible, but they have all these other obligations. They were talking about how tired you guys are at the end of a day sometimes of practice. And you, as a coach, you got to understand what else they're going through.
Well, no question. And, there's I don't get these guys in the morning. I can't say, hey, let's go we're going to work on skill work in the morning. We have to do everything in our time frame that we get them in the afternoon. And in some respects, like you're saying, I think, do I like that from a coaching standpoint? Well, I wish I could do that. But on the other hand, for them, it's what's best because they get into a routine, they get up, they go to class, they know they're done at this time, and then they know they're coming to me, and I try to get them right then, and then I know, okay, I got to get them right away to get the best 2 hours I can or the best 2.5 I can out of them instead of letting the day continue on and doing something later. And
you got to be efficient with them.
So that's what it is, and then they got to learn, and that's why again, seniors for us so important. Well, they know exactly what we're talking about right now, and then they're more equipped to come down ready. Okay, and then they're more ready after that to get a sophomore to learn. Hey, come on, you got to be locked in right now. And we all know, you kids today, it's called immaturity. Well, these guys are mature, and now that maturity
They
has
probably
to show.
weren't. I mean, it sounds like admittedly,
exactly,
you guys weren't when you got there, right? But you grow,
and now they're mature, and that maturity lends itself to everywhere. It's not just on the court, it's in the locker room. And I'm hopeful this year it's okay, that 10-0 run, 6-2, and now we still have an opportunity to win the game, whereas that hasn't been the case for us, and it's sort of been our Achilles heel over the last couple of years.
You talk about your Achilles heel. You guys are able to get more wins in the Mountain West this year if what happens. That's kind of the thing. Like I'm sitting here, I watch Air Force. You guys share the ball. Didn't hit as many shots as I think a lot of people thought. You got to hit shots, but you talk about playing differently. Most difficult thing about the Mountain West for you, Coach, and like, how is there an improvement in this season coming up?
Yeah, I think that is, you hit it on the head right there. It's going to be every game in this league is really hard. We don't face one everyone's the same. They're unbelievably hard. So now they know that, and now that unbelievably hard can't bother you. It almost has to, that's got to be the thing that's sort of sustains you. And as you do that, is it going to be where, and we're doing it in practice every day, like we do shooting drill. And as we do our shooting drill, and these guys know what it is, I told them in Canada, we started when we practiced going in the summer. It's like we're doing the shooting drill, and I stand under the basket and whatever it is, and I'll go 2 in a row, 3 in a row, 4 in a row, misses on open threes and what we're doing this drill. And it's like, why am I doing it? I'm not doing it to like make you feel bad. I'm doing it because, well, remember the games last year, guys, when they went on the 12-0 run? I know, 2 in a row, 3 in a row, 4 in a row. That's what happened. And I called, you got it. Well, he's got to make it. And I said to him in the summer, all right, we got 4 guys right here. It's just the way it is, guys. It's every team in the country. It's every NBA team. There are 3 and 4 guys on every team that they have to make the shot. That's what makes that team win and successful. That's him. So you got to embrace that.
Yep.
And when it's your time and the coach said 2 in a row, no, I made it. And then Bo Becker's a guy like that.
That was going to be my next question.
And Luke Carney's a guy like that. And there's 4 other guys. No, they don't have that same pressure, guys. No, it's on you. And they have to embrace it. And I'm hopeful that the senior and a mature guy, the more mature you are, you embrace that. You go, yeah, that's what I want. And if we get to where I'm not saying 3 in a row and 4 in a row, then we're going to be better.
Sure. Listen, we appreciate you guys being here. Did you know my grandfather was chief of staff of the Air Force? I don't even think you knew that.
Wow. I can't believe you have those bloodlines.
There is
shocking.
He has a trophy named after him. I don't know what it's for, but they give it out to somebody every year called the General Lou Allen Jr. Trophy.
Really?
Did you know that? I didn't think you knew that.
We'll look it up.
But all I know is I know he wouldn't.
I'm
he
always
wouldn't last a week in the academy.
No. A week would be good. Listen, we appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
I will
Thank you.
say, as he was answering that last question, 1 in a row, 2 in a row, all I could see was your impression. That's all I could see in my head. So, guys, we appreciate you being here, man.
Thanks, guys.
You can take off the uniform in a couple hours.
All right.
You're good.
Thanks for having us on.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care, guys.
That was Air Force. I believe we have Boise State coming up next.
Here we go.
Leon Rice, Tyson Degenhart, Omar Stanley.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
Whenever you're ready, Tyson. Whenever you're ready. We'll wait all day for you.
Dude's ready to get on a flight.
The best podcaster in the building is now joining us on the Field of 68's Mountain West Media Day live stream.
Whatever one you want. Whatever one you want.
You live. Stay right here, man.
It's your world, boss.
There, I like that.
It's your world, boss.
Here he comes.
Tyson Degenhart, Leon Rice. We're live. Don't say anything crazy. Mics are hot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yep. I'm better than I was about 20 minutes after I left you last night.
Oh, that was rough.
No, you stopped at the table.
Sit down. Sit down.
We're live, Coach. We're live.
Omar, come sit down.
Come on.
He's got
Wherever you want to sit.
All right.
There we go. So you can regulate it a little bit.
Because I look so big.
You do.
That's
you
right.
Do. You look right.
You got a high chair?
You might need one.
How we doing, Coach?
We're doing awesome.
Excited.
Yeah, it is exciting. Great time of year. It like slaps you in the face when you come down here because you're like, here we go, guys.
Right. A couple weeks away.
Yeah.
Right. What are we? 2.5 weeks.
Yep. Here's my question for you. You guys were picked first in the Mountain West Media Day poll. 19 first place votes out of, I think it was 25 voters. Do you like that?
Love it.
Do you like
because
being picked first?
it's a milestone. I've told this story. These guys, when you run around and do this, you tell the same story a little bit, but it's important because when I took the job, we were in the WAC. We moved to the Mountain West, which I didn't know when I took the job. And I'm like, oh, no, this is an amazing basketball league. I mean, you got national champions. You got teams that have played for the national champion. I mean, you got high-level coaches, great places to play. We started in our first year in the Mountain West, we started 0 for. I think it was 0 for 7, 0 for 8. And I remember calling my buddies, Coach Few, like, Mark,
keep my job open because I'm coming back because we will never win a game in
Was
this
that
league.
Tyson's freshman year, 14 years ago?
Yeah, no,
it
was
might have been
Max.
Max's freshman year. Max's freshman year.
But there was so much respect for the league, and it was before the portal. So I had 7 freshmen. Now we committed to it, we built it. 2 years later, we won the league, and so for us, but we've never been picked first.
This is the first time.
Never been picked first.
I didn't know that.
I mean, we've got good basketball in this league.
That's crazy
which
to me.
You guys need to do a better job of respecting.
No, we respect.
Don't worry. Mid Mountain West. That was us.
That's right.
No,
we
that
started
was
that
us.
last year.
Yeah,
That's
no,
right.
all
That's
in.
right.
But my point is this too. Every year, the team that wins this league and the top 2 or 3 teams ends up in the top 25 and high in the top 25 usually. But none of us are getting that respect again, so we love that. That keeps the chip on our shoulder. It's not, preseason polls don't mean anything. They mean less now than they ever have. And what's our saying, Tyson, about Pablo's? If the criticism stings you, then the praise will kill you. So we don't get caught up in it. We don't care about what the outside people say, the criticism or the praise. We have a job to do. We stay within ourselves. We're handling it that way, and you liked that, didn't you, Rob?
I don't know. Maybe I need more coffee, but
You can write that one down. That's a good one.
The criticism stings you. The praise will kill you.
Yeah,
I'm going to pretend I understood.
Let that praise.
That was way over his head. Yeah, you got to keep it.
Is it too early for you?
It's like 2:00 my time right now, but it's just.
But you guys are like rock stars. You wake up about 11. You roll into 7-Eleven. Get
We've
one
only
of those
done
hot
about 8
dogs
media days in the last 10
big
days.
gulp and
it's great.
start your day
I
going.
have a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old. If I
you
get to
don't.
6 a.m., that's sleeping in for me.
So I was fortunate enough to get asked to be on the greatest podcast
Yeah, come on,
right
man.
now
What?
in college
I don't get an
basketball.
invite? Unbelievable.
I think he actually. No. I
There's no need to respond. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you actually did invite him, and I said,
yes. I was like, I talked to BJ. We're like, all right, let's get Goodman and Dowser on. And I talked to Goodman, and he's like, we don't need Dowser on. It's just me. So don't put the blame on me.
No, it's mine.
It's his fault.
I'll take the hit.
It's his fault. Did you have fun on the show?
Oh,
though?
it's awesome. It was
There we go.
awesome. But I turned the tables a little bit too.
You did, and that's good.
But I think you.
What do you guys want to know about Omar?
Don't forget about Omar here.
We're not going to forget about Omar. We're not going to
first team all leaguer.
We're getting to Omar. We're just warming this thing up. All right, we're just warming this thing up. First of all, I'll hit Omar. Omar, who's the best player who wears the number 2 at Boise State?
It's a tie.
It's a tie. Yeah. Good answer.
I'll take
that.
I'll take that.
Right now.
If he said Ashton, I'm like, I'm all good with
tie,
that.
right?
That's great. You got a Heisman candidate wearing number 2 and be in the same category. Shoot, I'll take that.
Hey Omar, go ahead. Let me finish with that. That wasn't a real question because we know the answer. We know the answer.
We're all big
disrespect,
football
but
guys.
What's going to be the biggest difference this year in his game?
Man, you know what? I feel like he had a really, really great season last year. You know what I mean? And he's done the little things to elevate his game. You know, his strengths. You know what I mean? And so I think now is just I don't think he needed to change anything, in my opinion. You know, and so now he takes what he was already good at, he elevates it. So, you know,
So everything gets elevated.
I think everything gets elevated.
What did you challenge him with? Come on, let's get something here. What did you challenge him to get better at?
Well, it wasn't so much a challenge because I know it was already there.
Yeah.
His numbers have not reflected how good a shooter he is. Like, I mean, so I don't even need to talk about it because it's going to show this year. So it wasn't a challenge. It was just a focus.
Right,
It
you
was
should be a high 30s 3-point.
Oh, no.
40.
Yeah, I think
I was going to go for 40, but I'll
Yeah.
take high 30s.
I mean, I'm going to go out on a
Right.
limb and
That's fair.
As long as it's better than the last 2 years.
Yeah,
and up near like the freshman year number, I'll take
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Like, is it strange to you that is there something that you haven't done?
I think I just put too much pressure on myself. Like, I think when freshman year, I had no expectations of anything. And then you're like, oh, I got to be this 40% shooter, and then stress about every shot. And then you're thinking about how like each shot affects your percentage. And then you just like you get yourself in this.
It'll ruin you.
It ruins you. It really does.
He never really thought about that. He just kept chucking.
And
It ruined me later. But
it's just
Right,
and
you can't-
we've done a great job of like just talking about like letting go of things, like just it's one shot and it's independent of anything else, and then one shot doesn't affect the next, and then trusting your craft. So that's really what I've taken this year.
Coach, you got a great front court, obviously the best front court in the conference. Back court, though, a lot of turnover. I love Cardenas. I love that ad. I thought he was solid as a rock last year at San Jose State. I think he fits what you guys are doing. But I'm looking at your roster. We talked about Roddy last year, the ability to create that quickness. Who can we expect to be kind of a rim attack guy if you need one? And how has Cardenas been really coming in? I mean, an older guy.
I think I'll let these guys answer that because they're in the trenches with them, and let them speak. Let's let Omar. I like making Omar.
I was going to ask Omar one next. Go ahead.
Al's been real good for us. You know what I mean? He's been he's came in. Obviously he was a proven leader at San Jose State, and he's made it easier for us. You know what I mean? And as far as our games, as far as rolling and popping, and just making our offense more more of a well-oiled machine. You know what I mean? As far as guys that can dribble, drive, and attack the rim, I feel like we have a lot of guys that can do that. You know what I mean? Andrew Meadow has been he's been really, really good at that.
He's a good player.
Yeah, he's a great player. And obviously his shots really, really well. So a lot of us, we're out there contesting, and he's doing a great job of pump faking and getting to the rim and finishing strong. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of guys that can dribble, drive, and attack. So
yeah, you guys are big. Let me ask you this: what clicked for you whenever you came and played for this guy? Because you were at 3 points, almost 5. Then last year kind of exploded and had a really good season. What's the difference in your game? How has it evolved? Or is it more than anything?
With a broken foot, T.O. Did you know that?
Yeah, he was playing with a broken foot.
He had a broken foot last year.
You played some games with a broken foot. Is it confidence from him? Is it simple as that, really? Or is it something that you worked on your game whenever you came to Boise State?
Yeah, I believe it's a mix of confidence and culture, right? Like Boise State is a place that it's really, really rare. You know what I mean? In the space of college basketball right now and how it is, Coach Leon and the staff, they do a great job of keeping it in-house and keeping the culture really, 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 really positive. It's a great program to be a part of.
Have you had him on your podcast yet?
He's been on twice.
Wow, look at that. He gets twice before
He came on.
even gets
Well,
on.
when I started it, my whole idea was to get to know like the new teammates, and so him and Cam were on, and then he came on the show when I announced I was coming back. He announced he was coming back. You tweeted about it.
That's right. But nobody gave me a heads up.
It was a surprise.
What do you mean a surprise?
It was supposed to be some
I should break
it
the
was,
news.
It was a climatic thing.
When you come back for your 7th year,
This is your 4.
It's only 4. That's
yeah,
right.
It's 4.
So you have 1 left? No.
This is it.
Oh, because of the COVID zone.
We'll see. I came the year after the COVID
That's
year was
right.
granted.
Wow.
Leon's like, come on, we gotta find something here.
How good is
Give us something.
how good's Dylan Anderson?
He's doing great.
Because he was like a top 100 kid
Right.
coming
And
in the
you got to remember,
Arizona.
though, he hasn't played really very much for 2 years.
Yeah.
So, and with big guys, it takes time. We all know that. And so it's about him being patient with himself and let the process, because he's going to be a heck of a player. So just keep your head down, keep working, and it's all going to come. And we've seen great growth in the last 4 months.
Who's he
Yeah.
like? We've been seeing a lot of him, obviously, at Arizona, and last year he redshirted. Who does he remind you guys of? Anybody?
I don't know. That's a hard question, because we haven't seen him in a uniform.
Yeah.
It's a practice. And I think he's got a gamer to him, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because not many 7-footers are like that, and he's a baller. He likes to hoop. He's got a good feel for the game. He's a great passer. So he's got a little bit that Kelly Olynyk, where a big guy that thinks like a guard a little bit more than.
Tyson, I got this is Blue Ribbon right here, the Blue Ribbon Mountain West section right here. I want to read you a quote that Leon Rice said in Blue Ribbon. This is on the record. He said, "We're going to build statues for Tyson." You gonna hold him to that?
I'll carve it if.
Oh, great! It'll never get done.
I'm really good with my hands.
I'm not sure I want him making a statue.
How much does that matter to you? Because, I mean, like, you're a Boise guy through and through now. And we're in a time where guys are leaving, going, chasing that check and that check. Your legacy obviously matters to you at Boise because, I mean, it's substantial what you've accomplished there.
Yeah, it's just a changing time now, and I feel like I'm kind of one of the last couple that's going to make it through 4 years at the same school, especially a mid-major. Because kind of the path
mid
now,
majors are. I'm going to stop you.
Yeah,
Right.
Wait. That's what the mainstream media says.
This is mainstream media
in front of your coach.
That's my fault, coach.
Can we have him run here? Run lines. Let's set it up.
But like people will come in like let's say like a low major, and then they're like, oh, play really well freshman year. Then they move up. Then they keep moving up. Like that's I've never been a guy that's like wanted to transfer. Never. I've always liked to. When I committed in September of 2019, I wanted to go with the state at Boise State for 4 years, and I fulfilled my commitment. And that's what I'm going to do.
And so my dream is someday I'll be walking out front, and somebody will stop me and say, "Hey, how do you get to the stadium?" I say, "Okay, you go down Tyson Degenhart Drive, you take a right on Killenmore Avenue, and then you're going to pass the Ashton Genty statue, and that's how you find the blue turn."
And where
right?
will there be anything for Max up anywhere? What will they have for Max?
Who knows? Yeah.
They're going to name the
Well,
porta
the great story that I'll tell about Max is, it's tough being a coach's kid. We've talked about that a lot, but he had a great line to these guys when he was leaving. It's like, guys, you are going to miss me because if something goes wrong, they won't have me to blame anymore. Like, you guys are going to get it. So it's so true.
You must miss. I mean, I know it's early, but like you must miss it.
Yeah.
With how much again?
Yeah.
Because I think your relationship grew when you weren't sure for a while, like how it was going to affect your relationship. But in fact, I think it made it even better.
No doubt. And it was priceless to be able to spend that time with two of them. Cade was with us too, and Brock's been a part of our program. And just to have the, because it's what I dreamed about when I took the job. I wanted to make, I left a family atmosphere. And Dan Munson, didn't want to leave Gonzaga because we're such a family. And Dan Munson said to me, "You can create that at Boise." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I can." And then when you flash forward and, Tyson's been part of this family for not just 4 years, but we recruited him from a sophomore year, actually from an 8th grade. My wife, because he was playing with Cade and Joe, and my wife saw him as an 8th grade, and she's like, "That kid's special. He's going to be good." Like,
so your wife gets all the evaluating
she does.
credit?
She loves that.
Really?
Because I was like,
pretty good.
He's in 8th grade. How do you know? Like, so much can happen. But we all saw it. It was
when did
there.
you offer?
Could see it.
You remember when you offered?
At least
elite camp going into my junior year.
So he waited.
End of his sophomore year.
So he waited a while.
So your wife
He wasn't sure on you.
Well,
your wife was
because I didn't want to.
Right.
That's like putting up the bats here. If we offer, then everyone in the world's like, "Oh, there's
Who was
somebody."
that Arizona? Remember, Lute Olson offered Matt Carlino. You remember that name?
Oh yeah.
Matt Carlino in the 8th grade. I
Point guard,
think it
right?
was 8th grade.
So give Robin the credit for that one. No doubt.
We will.
I got a phone call from an NAIA coach in Indiana last February, and they're like, "Hey, you need to know who this kid is because he does not belong where he's playing." And I'm talking about Javen Buchanan, for those who don't know. What does he bring to your table? Over 20 points a game. You watch the film, plays with good pace, wide body. It's gonna translate right away. What do you see from him going into the year that has you optimistic that he's going to be able to be a good player coming from NAIA?
You hit all those basketball things on the head. His versatility. He can play 5 positions. He really can. And, we'll narrow it down at the start.
Right.
But eventually you could see him doing that because his pace is so mature. Plays like an old veteran pro, that you're always trying to slow guys down. He's got such a smooth slowness to his game that it translates right away. And his physicality.
Yeah.
He's a big body. One of the things that Max, you talked about him, brought to the table was he was a big 2-guard. Well, Javen's going to play that position some, and he's big bodying Max. And you're like, whoa, this guy is, he's close to 6'8", 230 now.
Big guy.
And moves so good. Long arms, long wingspan. But the versatility is probably the greatest thing because that's what all these guys have.
Yeah.
So
defensively,
right?
screams.
And you talk about positionless, like what the heck are all these guys? You don't know, And so we can create mismatches all over the court with guys like that.
Tyson, I want to ask you this. So you guys have been to now 3 straight NCAA tournaments, right? And I think that you are in line to make it to 4 NCAA tournaments in your 4 years at Boise State, and I think it was 2 in, I want to say 10 years that you were there before you landed Tyson. So my question is, are you surprised at where Boise State has gotten as a program in these last 4 years? Because I think it went from being like a good Mountain West school to now it's like, okay, we got San Diego State and Boise and it's in that same conversation as a school that went to a national title game 2 years ago.
I'm not really surprised by it. Getting recruited by Coach Rice and the whole coaching staff, they had a belief, and they're just such a great staff. They know basketball so well. It was just a matter of time before they found that success. And for me, just to be a part of it's just been incredible. Just to kind of start my freshman year and then make that tournament just gave us all the confidence in the world to keep going back because we know what it felt like. And now this year, we just want to get that first win. Like everyone, I've probably had the question like 10 times today about that first tournament win because that's what everyone talks about. But we know that's down the line, and we just got to take it one game at a time, one day at a time.
Last one I got, we got to let you go here in a minute, but I heard you threw a hell of a 25-mile-per-hour fastball at the Mariners game.
It's probably about there, yeah. It was a strike.
No heat, though.
It was a strike. If I would have
like
tried
a lob,
it was like a nice little. It went right to Coach Burns' mitt, so I don't know what you want me to do.
I'm shocked Burns caught it. I mean, the fact that he can catch anything.
Scrap iron Bernie behind the dish, of course.
Yeah, he's blocking everything.
You
probably could have gone after him.
I probably could have.
I wanted
the catcher's mask on.
He didn't have the catcher's mask on.
Yeah, he should have wore all the tools
The whole
of ignorance.
thing.
They fit him
Oh,
well.
they should have put everything on him.
Yes, absolutely.
So how fast do you think that? What do you think? 50?
35, 40.
35.
I don't throw the ball
They got there.
like if I throw it on a radar gun, I probably maxing out at like 70,
All
like
right.
throwing really hard. But then it's sporadic. It can go
You were
there.
scared,
It can
though.
go there.
You were scared of letting it loose
because
and being on.
Because it's a.
You didn't want to be 50 Cent.
You would have been.
Yeah,
on
I don't
like
want to be
the-
50 Cent because it's going to end up on Barstool Sports, and it's just going to
you
be.
don't want
I'm going to
that.
be more viral because of it, and I don't want that. I just wanted to get a good pitch, and then no one can
just
give me
wanted to do
crap
your
about
thing.
it. I just want to get it to the plate, get to Coach Burns, throw a
Yeah.
strike, and they won the game, so it's great.
Still to this day, we're leaving, but still to this day, one of the craziest shots I've ever seen was Max's shot at San Diego State.
You were on the call.
I was on the call.
You with Trent?
It was one of the. He did winning plays like that a lot. Like where do you guys kind of replace? He would do some sporadic stuff. Sometimes you'd be like, I don't know about that one, and then it would go in.
Yeah,
and it'd be like, you know what I mean? Like some volatility to that.
I remember I was underneath the rim like for a rebound. And I was watching it. I'm like seeing it. I'm like, oh, this has a chance to hit the rim. Like I was just hoping to hit the rim because end of the shot clock, maybe get an offensive rebound and keep the possession. Then it gets closer. I'm like, oh, this is going in. And it went in. It was like this is
my headset came off. I stood up too fast and my headset came off. San Diego State fans everywhere on Twitter were just like, I hate these announcers. I couldn't believe it. They were on me for the next 2 days.
Sounds about
Anyway,
right for San Diego State fans. Listen, guys,
Thank
we got to
you.
get going.
Thank you guys.
Great
We
seeing
do
you guys.
appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
It's good
Really
to
good
see
to
you,
see
too.
you.
I think we were finally able to get Omar some questions too. He
I
looked
know,
left out
I
on the
know.
corner.
Hey, we weren't leaving you out. We just had to.
He likes to dodge them.
Okay.
we like to mess around with Tyson a little bit, get him going, right?
Yeah.
We'll get you on the pod again.
Okay, let me
All right.
know.
All right.
I should talk to Chris. Make sure Chris is.
It's okay with it.
Yeah, he's our SID
You
now.
got to clear it by. You know,
He's our SID.
I know these days in the new world of NIL, like that's good. I'm glad you're still doing it. A lot of guys aren't. A lot of guys just do their own thing now.
You gotta make sure
That is
through
true.
him
I'm
first.
proud of you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
That is a fact.
We do things by the book.
We
over
learned
here.
that one the hard way. I've learned that one the hard way. I think it was actually.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys. Appreciate you.
All right.
Don't hit the blackjack table before you leave. Whatever you do. All right.
And
Go
Colorado State
straight
next,
back.
Colorado State. Colorado State. Niko Medved, Nique Clifford, Jalen Lake. I'm excited to talk to Nique Clifford.
Good player.
Good player.
Really good player. Probably one of the better NBA
Good player.
prospects.
I
in
am
this
not
league.
excited to talk to Niko Medved though.
No, we love it.
Live
actually
mics.
love
Live
it.
mics.
Then you gotta deal with Bob
Come on,
Ritchie,
man.
like all those dudes. I mean, oh my god.
All right, the mic's open. Be
The
careful.
mic's open.
It's all right.
You'll still kill Bob Ritchie.
One thing they know about me, I'll
That's
say
bad.
anything. Like, pub, like I'll stand by it. Like, yeah. So yeah.
So, what's up, guys? How are you?
How y'all doing?
Good. Good to see you guys. The first thing, can we open on this? How soft is your coach? That right now, he rolled his ankle
Oh my God!
outside, stepping in a pothole, and I'm told he has a brace on right now, and he's limping around like
taped
some
up this
old
morning.
man. Like, come on, like what is going on?
Hey.
Treatment every day?
Man,
Yeah,
he be
I
in there
haven't
doing
seen
the
him in there.
treatment. He be doing
Come
the
on,
treatment.
man.
It's a luxury.
Hey man,
He takes
What is
care of his
going on?
body, though. He takes
You
care of his body.
but you didn't tell him. I mean, I do it, and my ankle's like a grapefruit. And what am I? I'm
here we
in. It is.
go.
I'm in practice 30 minutes later, and then you didn't say it. I had you on the run and horse the other day
he
too.
did. He was
man.
playing horse at the little golf event we had.
And then
He
like
tweaked it again, though.
and then he had to
Brace on. You
No,
really
no.
have an
I got
ankle
no
brace?
brace on, Jeff, and I'm
All right,
telling you,
now.
like, so we're at our NIL fundraiser, and kind of, I'm in the healing process, and I'm starting burying shots. I'm doing my 3-point celebration, and then Nique decides he's going to go the left-handed reverse, like
I'll
this, and I
leave, bro.
plant on my ankle, and I just, I bit it.
Re-injured
So,
it.
but I'm a tough dude.
Nobody has ever said that about you.
Yeah.
Trust me. Nobody.
So I gotta say it about my. If you don't believe in yourself, who will? Like, yeah.
Can we rewind? You got a 3-point celebration?
I don't, but I just came up with a really bad one. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you did.
Who was
yeah,
it?
yeah.
The ice in the
What's that?
veins.
I just get the ice in the veins. Like
Ah,
they
yeah.
I got
they
it
had
on
a
video
crowd of
too.
people there,
That's
all my
not bad.
buddies, and they're cheering me on, and I had to like,
Yeah.
Was that original? Was
No, no.
Where'd you
Like,
steal that from?
it was all I could come up with. Like, I don't know who does it.
It's
Like,
D'Angelo Russell.
D'Angelo.
That's his
I don't
thing.
even like his game. But
What is
yeah,
yours?
whatever.
What-
Like,
what-
yeah.
Jalen and Nique, what are yours?
You've been on for a minute. You've killed Bob Ritchie and D'Angelo Russell.
and I've tried to prop myself up, right? Like, yeah.
Comes in guns blazing.
What are your celebrations? What do we got?
Hey, I got a new one.
Oh, we got a new one, huh?
Yeah, it's the three off the shoulder.
There's hey, let me
Three
say
shrugs.
this. Smooth. Hey,
I'll make it into a thing.
Nico's saying your celebration's getting back on defense. That's what the celebration is.
Joel Scott.
Oh yeah, Joel Scott running back. Yeah. Nah, mine's probably I just hold up a 3 like that.
That's it.
Yeah, I keep it simple.
Just You can do that. On the way
That's
back.
every now and then though. I usually don't celebrate like that.
Coach, you lose one of the all-time greats in a Colorado State uniform, Isaiah Stevens, who last time I checked was with the Heat, signed at Exhibit 10, correct? Kyan Evans was a guy that got to sit back and learn and watch. And this is a guy who played for Mocan, super talented. You're able to grab a hold of him. How ready is my man? Is he ready?
It's interesting. He knew when he signed with us before there was a chance Isaiah would come back, and that was obviously going to really impact his opportunity to play. But I think he was smart enough to realize I get to work out with Isaiah every day. I get to practice against him every day. And he did that. He grew tremendously, and now it's kind of his turn to step up. He's a really talented guy. I think he's going to really come onto the scene in a way that, people don't understand. We also got to remember for him, like, it's not trying to be the next Isaiah. And again, we showed him film the other day. Listen, 4 years ago, Isaiah would throw it into the third row sometimes. I mean, he would make mistakes, you know what I mean? And we showed him some of that film to understand that you got to grow too as a player. But I agree with you, Terrence. I think he's a guy that, people haven't really had an opportunity to see yet that I think is going to really have a good season for us.
Yeah, a lot of really good point guards in this league.
Oh, man.
A lot of really good point guards in this league.
You said that a lot today.
I have.
Yeah.
I'm just so impressed by the depth of guards from top to bottom. I mean, like, he's going to have his hands full, and it's going to be his show to set these guys up.
Yep.
So, I mean, like, there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders because you guys do have talent on that roster. Got to get you the rock, though. And you're going to do some ball handling and stuff. You've talked about that. You want to be a little bit more of a decision maker on top of some of these other things coming back from the draft. Like, where are we going to see an elevation in your game from where because you exploded on the scene last year. And I don't think people were surprised, but I think a lot of people were excited to see, like, hey, the game is starting to get there. It's starting to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely got to take a jump this year. Being more efficient, being, more aggressive, I think. I'm gonna be a guy that we look towards to do those type of things and just be a leader for the team. That's a big thing. I've been challenging myself to try and do this off season. So yeah, I'm ready to take on that challenge and help my team win in any way possible.
How do you balance? Obviously, your goal is to play in the NBA and play for a long time in the league, right? And you went through the NBA draft process, and what they're going to tell you is this is what you have to do to improve to be able to play in this league. But that's not always going to be the same thing as what you have to do to improve to be able to win at Colorado State this year? Like, how do you balance those two things in concert? Or is it just, if I'm getting better as a basketball player, it's going to be better for Colorado State?
I'm focused on this year. Like, I'm focused on my team, helping us win games. And I feel like this offseason I've gotten better, tightening my ball handling up more, becoming bigger and stronger. I think those were big things that, NBA scouts wanted to see. Some of those type of things. And just being a consistent shooter, which I think all of those things I'll be able to showcase throughout the course of the season. So I don't think I have to do anything different or out of the ordinary to do that. I'm just focusing on my team and helping us win.
All right, 10 new guys on this team. Give me one. No coach speak. I would have asked him, but I know what the answer is going to be. All of them are going to be good.
Everybody's been good in their own way.
Give me one other guy that could be an all-elite guy that came in.
One guy that's really been standing out to me is Ethan Morton. I think, he came from Purdue and he's won at the highest level. And he's been one of our best vocal leaders, I feel like, and just being able to create for others. He's really unselfish. He's fit right into the system right away, really unselfish, create for other players, and a really good defensive player as well. He knows how to play at the highest level. So I feel like he's really stood out to me as well.
Perfect system fit. Because as soon as I saw that he was going to Colorado State, I was like, man, Niko loves these 6'5" to 6'7", 6'8" guys that could dribble, pass, and shoot and do all these different things. How's he been for you?
He's been awesome, and I give Matt Painter crap. He's like, how's he? He's doing great. He finally overcame, you right at Purdue, and no, I took a shot at Matt too. Like, no, I mean, listen, he comes from
10 miles before we're done.
That's easy though, but he comes from one of the best programs in the country. For literally, Matt might be the best at what he does. Sometimes though, Zach Edey was his best friend. Sometimes maybe just numbers or whatever, it just wasn't getting the opportunity he needed. I do think the way we play and his skill set and what he brings, he's one of those guys who'll play all over the court, can do so many things, and he's an elite cutter, passer, moves without the ball. So I think he's fit seamlessly into what we're doing, and so I'm really excited about him. I think he's already made an impact, and I think he will this year.
He's an elite other things guy. If that
That's
makes
a
sense.
great way to put it, and I love those guys. Those guys help you win.
You always have these weird way of saying things.
He's other things.
He's an other things guy. He's a settle down guy.
Yeah,
I can do my job. I'm telling you. Like, yeah.
I can only raise my own kids. I can't raise anybody else's kids. Jalen, Mama was Miss Texas basketball. Played at Texas Tech. Is that where you got your toughness from, or are you as tough as Mama?
That's a good question. No, she's tough. I mean, she's always been on me since I was little, and she's played at the highest level at Texas Tech and Miss Texas, like you said, and she's a big part of what developed me who I am today and shaped me who I am today. And she's always on me after every game.
I was going to ask that. Is it good after every game?
And also, she's a personal trainer too, and so when I go back home, she's putting me through crazy workouts and just like lifting and things, and she's always preaching to me about toughness and stuff like that. And so, I mean, definitely, I get it from her for sure. So,
one more rep, and she's like, "I'm going, Mom."
Yeah. I'm just imagining what those calls are like if you have a bad game.
Yeah, yeah. No, sometimes it's tough. It's tough. Yeah,
it's gonna be hard when she's yelling at you, and she understands the rotations that you're missing, right?
Right. Oh yeah, and she's watching me. She knows every little detail. Like if I'm standing up and I'm not bent down in the stance on the defensive side, like she'll pick that out right away. Like she knows. She knows.
You broke your finger last year, right? And it kind of never quite got back into that same rhythm. Once you got back, what are we going to see from you this year, and where have you maybe kind of taken a step forward in the offseason?
Yeah, like you said, when I hurt my hand, I feel like I was starting to really go into a player I wanted to be, like scoring off the dribble and being consistent, shooting, and then hurt my finger, and I just couldn't get a rhythm back. So, this offseason I worked really hard, just getting a lot stronger, worked a lot on just being mentally stronger, also just being consistent on the offensive side. I feel like I showed what I could do defensively, and I want to continue to do that. But just trying to be able to create for others off the dribble and being more consistent.
Yeah. Nique, I heard you were really good about telling the coaching staff when you decided to come back to school?
Yeah, most definitely. Hey,
Really,
you
kept him in the dark.
You get it right.
You kept him in the dark.
Nah, it was a last second decision. I was at the airport and I was deciding whether I wanted to come back to school, or I was getting the feedback from my agent, from every team within the range that we wanted to go. And I tried to I guess I didn't keep him in the loop maybe. I knew he was on vacation with his family in South Carolina, I believe. So
very
I was trying to
man.
let him.
Come on, man. I love you like your son, but like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Please.
Well,
And then I was about to get on the flight, and I was like, okay, I don't want to text him this late. He probably in bed, so I'll just give him the good news in the morning.
So literally, he didn't know.
Yeah.
Going to sleep. You had an idea, but you didn't hear from him.
Yes.
Till the next day.
Yes. But if it was the other way around, I would
had
have
to call
told him
your
that
mom
night.
and dad to make sure. Like your mom and dad told me before you. Like, yeah. True story.
You had to call them.
This dude, I love him. This is the third time like I've had to deal with his crap, like recruiting, like out of high school and in the transfer portal, and now this. And I've never coached a player I love more than this dude, but he makes it interesting all the time. I'm in a he's like really like he should know coaching. Am I up? Like, come on, man. Like you're up. Like that's what you're.
Listen, we got to do some other things to mess with him this year.
Yeah,
all right?
amen.
Let's
Most
find some
definitely.
other things.
Yeah,
you got to. Got to keep him on his toes.
He kills everybody. We got to turn the tables on him a little bit.
I agree.
Hey, what's the clothing line? Does Nico
everybody
get a
there's
percentage?
No,
do you give him a percentage of?
There's
of
a false rumor that I would
No
like to
clothing line?
clarify. It's not a clothing
What
line.
is it?
I had a shirt that I made.
Oh, I thought it was a clothing line.
It's like Clifford the Big Red Dog, but I turned him green and kind of used that
pretty
as a
good.
thing. Yeah. So
How'd it sell?
I haven't put it out yet.
Oh, you haven't even put it out
just
yet?
like some family and friends
So
have it.
I'm
but-
dropping news here that I'm not supposed to drop.
No, it's not news,
All right.
but
You gotta
I'll
get your
probably
merch
put it
store
out.
up and running,
Yeah,
man.
I'll
What are we doing?
probably put it out at some point.
Is it Clifford the Big Green Dog? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Does it have like is it your head on the dog's body?
Nah, that might be a good one. That might be a good one though. I might
Not sure
add
we need that. I don't know how that'll look.
I'll buy one, Nique.
Wow,
Yeah.
That's love.
I'll get one too. I'll get one too.
That's love. That's love.
Tell us about Fort Collins, you guys. I mean, it's one of the really cool venues that not a lot of people know about. Like, tell us about Fort Collins, the atmosphere you play in. The Mountain West has a lot of really good atmospheres and venues. Fort Collins is special too.
Yeah, I mean, the community is one of the greatest things about it, and that's why, I mean, I've stayed here all 4 years is because of the community and the fans and just the relationships that I built that could last a lifetime. And, Moby Madness, there's nothing like it. Playing in that arena every night, and those fans get loud, and they feel like it's like right on top of you almost, playing in there. So that's a special place for sure.
No, I agree. The fans support us on another level. At my old school, like there'd be games like Christmas time where students are going home. You don't have as many fans. Like here, it's like always packed. It's crazy to me. They always find a way to sell out the arena and just show support and love to us. So that's been really special. And then just walking around in Old Town or just down the street in Fort Collins, you get a lot of love and people just telling you how much they enjoy watching you play, and certain things like that go a long way. So it's been really special for me and a blessing to be in Fort Collins.
I got one more for Niko. Bowen Bourne from Northern Iowa. I think it was Missouri Valley Rookie of the Year, then Sixth Man of the Year, then an All-League guy. What have you seen out of him now that he's a grad transfer, got him in the program?
Just tough as nails, can score, really athletic. He's another undersized guy that can put the ball in the basket. I think he's going to fit really well into what we're doing. And maybe he's a guy that, was the top of the scouting report that now is maybe hopefully going to get more offensive opportunities with what we're doing. But you guys know this. I mean, he's another guy. That dude goes 110% in everything you're doing every day. And he comes from a terrific program with a terrific coach and knows what that looks like. And so he's brought a lot of stability right away.
So Ben Jacobson is the one guy that Niko will actually say nice things about.
Can't say anything bad about Jake. Yeah. Only Ali does.
Anybody else?
I just No,
On the way
I won't
out
do
here,
that.
nobody
I haven't got
else?
to
Any
Jeff
parting
or you
shots?
guys yet, like
No,
parting
no,
shots.
we're running out of time. We're out of time. Go listen. We appreciate it, guys. Great to see you guys. Go get your ankle taped.
I'll do it.
Go
I'll
get
do it. Yeah. Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
you.
Appreciate you guys
Appreciate
covering
you.
us. Yeah,
That's
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Great seeing you guys. Good
Yeah,
luck.
man. Good to see you guys. I need a Clifford the Big Green Dog T-shirt. That's what I need. Yeah, we'll wear it on the show. Good seeing you. Yeah,
You got to get us one. We'll promote it. That's awesome. That's really cool.
No, yeah,
That's right. We'll help you sell it. We'll get it out there for you.
we're gonna.
Look at him. You can see him limping over here. He's playing through pain. He's playing through pain.
Hey, video.
Hey,
Send it to me.
Niko.
Please. Get me
Niko, if that was Miles, he would never have even made it.
That's right.
He wouldn't be here. His
Miles-
assistant would be
Miles
here.
would be in bed right now. Right. Very true.
You want a snippet of?
All right, there he is. Colorado State head coach Niko Medved. Listen, they're going for their third tournament in 4 years this year.
Well, he said this too, guys. Like, it was really cool to see David Roddy and Isaiah Stevens playing against each other on the same floor. That's not always been the case at a place like Colorado State, to where you have these guys that have been studs for so long, and he's getting the type of player, and he's putting him in position to be really good.
Yeah, that better be on the top of like
There he
every
is.
single recruiting report that they put out. So we have Fresno State
Vance
coming
just
up
went
next.
by. I think
Yeah, Vance Wahlberg,
he'll be over here when somebody corrals him and tells him he needs to be here rather than at the buffet.
Amar Aguiar. Did I get that right?
I hope so. We're
Aguiar.
going to find out.
Jalen Weaver, Fresno State. They'll be
There he
joining
is.
us. Right here, Vance.
Right there.
Right here, Coach.
Yeah, right there.
How you
Yeah,
doing,
the
Terrence?
hot seat.
How are you?
How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Good to see you.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Good seeing you, man.
Huh? Just bring them up.
Yeah,
Whenever they
whenever
come,
they're
just
ready.
bring them up.
We'll
We're
be
good. We're
Coach,
easy
we are
going.
live. Mics are hot. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Good.
Back
I'm
in
good.
college.
Back in college.
What are you doing? Everybody else wants to get out of college right now, coaching, and you come back.
I love it. For me, honestly, every level I've been at's been phenomenal. You know, however I want to be was a high school coach. Got lucky enough. I went to, JC, then Pepperdine, UMass, NBA, back to high school. Not too many people will go from.
Oh, it's crazy.
Will go from
Just
the
wanna keep
NBA
coaching.
back. I just love it. I love it. Doesn't matter what level.
Yep. Is there a distinction at the college level? Is there something unique to it? You've done all these different levels, impact-wise, or just something different?
Now,
Sure.
talking about the NIL.
Sure, yeah.
You're talking about the portal. Is
Yeah,
that-
I guess no. Take that out of the equation in the kid coaching, the actual coaching of the kids. Is there something unique to coaching college kids as opposed to, again, I know you weren't always coaching in the NBA, but you're around it a lot. High school recently.
I think for me, this time in college compared when I was at Pepperdine, when I got the Pepperdine job, I don't think people know. I couldn't bring one person in. They had 12 returning players and one they signed early. So when you kind of come in and they wouldn't let you bring anybody in, you had to keep them all. Some people say it was kind of bad this year that we lost so many players, but for me, actually, I'd rather have my own, more of what I think my team is, where they feel like since I brought them in instead of me being in a situation where they're stuck with me or whatever.
I thought it was whenever you came in, obviously the dribble drive offense, big part of what you are and what you've brought to the game of basketball. Jalen Weaver coming back, the first thing I thought of, that's going to be a pretty good fit. How's he been for you during the offseason coming up?
Phenomenal. I think you're going to see a big difference in Jalen.
He showed flashes last year.
He did. And the thing that I love, obviously, he's got a phenomenal physique. He loves to get to the rack. Didn't shoot the three very well last year. And I got a really good, I have John Watts on my staff, who's one of the best workout coaches you're going to see. Phenomenal coaches. And the one thing with Jalen is working with his three, and he has that confidence. You can see that gleam in his eye that he knows I want him to take 3 to 5 threes a game to set up his drive.
Hey, Jalen, what was it about coming back? New coach comes in. You showed flashes last year. We were just talking to Coach about it. You showed flashes last year in the Mountain West tournament, did some really good things. When Coach Wahlberg comes, what helped you with your decision to stay, and How do you think you fit in this dribble drive offense? Because to me, I mean, perfect. It seems like it could be a perfect fit for you.
Yeah, it was just like what you said, just like the fit. I feel like the fit like really can like really like show like my game, like how I can like play and just like open things up for me, like with the dribble drive, like kind of like caters like towards my strengths. So like that was like one of the main reasons why I had stayed, because I feel like it really like to showcase my game.
Yep.
Was that part of what attracted you to Fresno State? Was this style of play and this offense?
Yeah, that was the biggest thing for me, the style of play. It fits with my game very well because I'm very versatile, so I could be put on the floor anywhere and just score the ball or get it off the ball and pass it and make my teammates better.
Had either of you guys ever played in an offense similar to this? Have you ever played in a dribble drive system like that?
A little bit, like last year at JUCO. Our coach would let us play off the ball a little bit, so it was like the same thing, but I think here we're playing way more faster.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of like different for me. I never like kind of played in like a style like this, like where it's like kind of like fast paced up and down. I kind of like play like more like systematic kind of, but I feel like with Vance is just kind of like he lets us play like to our abilities and like just be free out there.
Yeah, you know, I want both of you guys to answer this, and I'm curious to see your reaction to it. When it comes to the dribble drive motion, like what makes it different? Like people hear this all the time. It's something that we talk about probably because Cal adopted it, right? What is it about this offense and this style of play that is kind of unique and different and sets it apart from other things?
I'll say what's unique about it, like you have to catch the ball while you're moving. You're never gonna like run the offense and stay still. Like you have to be on the go every time, and you're creating gaps the entire time. So if they don't help, like now you're attacking the gap, or you're just making a one more, or you're throwing a lob to the big. So it's very it's different. It's very fun though. So I say it's more exciting. It's like feel like you're playing on the playground a little bit.
Yeah, I say like what kind of makes it different. It just like I feel like it's like nonstop. Like if I'm like dribble drive, like my gap's not open, then I kick it to someone else and they create, and that's not open, they kick it. Like we just keep on like attacking until we got something that we like.
Man, how daunting a task is it though? Again, you said Pepperdine, you took over a team, everybody was back, but they all played Division I basketball. This one, you got 4 dudes who have played Division I basketball last year. Like it's a little bit daunting, isn't it? Because you don't know. Yeah, you know what to expect out of these guys.
No, there's no doubt. I mean, you see, there's not much up here. There's a good reason.
You get them less after this year?
No, it is. But again, for me, I just think the excitement of some of these guys, again, just to give them the freedom. Like you take a Jalen who's got the ability. Now put the ball in his hands. Now teach him how to make those right reads. That's the biggest thing. I mean, I tell the story all the time. I was with Cal when Derrick Rose. I spent the first week with Derrick Rose was at Memphis. Okay, and I'm telling you, he was so freaking fast down the court. There was a turnover. He threw passes off the backboard. You know, at the end of the week when I left, John says, "Hey, thanks, Vance. At least the one good thing is I'm sure I'm going to get Derrick back for another year. He won't be one and done." By the end of the year, he figured it out. Number 1 draft pick.
That game at the Garden.
Yeah.
Remember that game at the Garden when it kind of flipped?
That's the fastest human being I ever played against. Derrick Rose. We were in the same class. I mean, change of pace, the amount of ground he could cover is unbelievable.
Before he got hurt, he was a blur.
Different
blur.
Big JUCO influence on your team. It seems like a point of emphasis. All-American, first team All-American at JUCO, obviously. Then you have a second team All-American JUCO guy in Jasir. Jasir, I pronounced that right. Point of emphasis? No, yes.
No,
or was it just I'm just getting the best players I can get a hold of?
At that time, again, remember, I came in April 8th, which is 3 weeks into the portal.
Sure.
So, I mean, we're scrapping, we're fighting. What Amar didn't know is 3 weeks before I got the job, I had one of my ex-players. I told, hey, if I get the job, I want you to be my assistant. And his coach, his buddy was Jerrod Harris, Coach Harris. The 2 of them went out to the National JUCOs, and they were on the portal for me 3 weeks before I got the job. And I said, look, if I get it, I'm going to hire both you guys. So it kind of gave me a little bit of a running stop. And then Jasir, I went to go watch Amar in the National JUCO game in Vegas here. And Jasir had a really good game, liked him. You know, little guy had a chip on his shoulder, just a great attitude, and what a really good addition.
Amar, what
do you remember that game? You remember it?
Nah, yeah, I definitely remember it. I started off to a slow start, but like Jasir, he was just like getting it going for us. He had a great game. He was doing everything, scoring, passing, defense, and he just led the way for us the whole time in the All-Star game. So, and I was like, I told him after the game, like, you a dog for sure. Like, you deserve a chance to actually be on a big stage and play.
What excites you the most about the Mountain West? Because it's a new challenge for you.
What excites me the most, I don't really know too much about the Mountain West, so like
you're
it's
gonna
new to
learn.
me.
It's a league now.
Yes,
It's a great
it
league.
is. And
So
everyone
much
keeps
fun.
talking about how big and great it is. So I'm just like happy just to be here to showcase my abilities on the big stage. So I'm just ready for the season to start.
Give me your favorite story working for Tark.
I never worked with Tark.
Oh, you didn't work for Tark.
I never.
didn't think you were Tark at one
Tark,
point.
John Welch did.
Oh, well. Okay.
But Tark was in town with me. My favorite story.
Yeah, give me your favorite Tark story. Sure, everybody's got one.
Coach would come every year. We put the chairs out, and we practiced 3.5 hours, and he would sit there for 3.5 hours and watch my high school practice. Okay, then maybe it was the third or fourth year, he gave me a call. He says, "Vance, hey, I want you to take my practice for the next 3 days. I want you to put your press in."
Really?
So for 3 straight days, it's probably illegal, but
probably.
I went and I ran their practices for 3 straight days, putting the press in. So being a high school coach, having a Hall of Fame coach said, "Hey, do you mind putting your press in?"
That's crazy.
And then the worst part of it, though, was John Welch, who was with me at the time. He says, "Vance, don't worry. It's great, good experience for you. But as soon as you give up the first basket, Tark's going to get the hell out of it." Because he did. He did. He did. Because if you're going to press, you got to give up some. You can't worry about it. But it was a great experience.
Cool. With the turnover that you guys have, you're going to be stepping into more like a bigger role, a leadership role this season. How has that adjustment been for you?
Oh, can you say that again?
Your leadership role this year. You're adjusting to a bigger role. How has that been this offseason?
It's been, Vance. I had talked to Vance. He was saying that since I one of the returning guys, he wanted me to be one of the leaders. So I just been just taking what he had said and just try to be a leader just for the new guys coming in because I'm kind of familiar with the conference and how things go. So I just try to just set the tone energy wise too when I practice, so that they just see how hard I work and just be a leader that way. I try to work on being more vocal too.
With all of that turnover, right? And it was 3 weeks between when there was no head coach, right? Something like that.
I think even longer than that, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
How'd you not end up leaving? Why are you back?
I was just in the gym at that time because there's a lot going on. Especially my story. I came from Nevada, then I went to a JUCO, then to Fresno, and then it was a chance of me leaving again. I didn't want to go through all that again, so I just kind of stayed and just hope for things would be good. But I feel I like how things are turning out now. So
it worked out well for you, huh?
Yeah.
Coach, David Douglas Jr., freshman of the year in the Horizon last year. What's he brought to you, and what's he going to bring to your team?
What's nice about DJ is he shoots the ball very well, and he shoots it deep. And I think you guys know me. I love shooters. With him and Amar, they're spacing things out. Jalen knows how much time we put into shooting the ball. Because, again, for me, they hear it all the time. Like threes, love layups. Got to get to the rack, got to get to the free throw line. And DJ can space the floor for us. And again, another guy, just a young man who just got a great personality and works his tail off.
Well, listen, we appreciate it. This has been a blast. Great seeing you back again.
Thank you.
And obviously this is one that's going to be interesting this year with all the turnover. But you're not alone. That's the good part. The good part is a lot of other teams with a lot of turnover as well. So
it's going to be fun. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
appreciate
excited.
it.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
Appreciate you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good luck, guys.
Good luck. Good meeting you, man. Good luck. Good luck this year. Listen, this has been Mountain West Media Day. It's always fun to be here in the Mountain West. We always love having T.O. here to talk Mountain West basketball with us. He likes to pretend.
Massive Mountain West guy.
He likes to pretend that he's an ACC guy. He's
went
a
from
fake.
ACC to a Big East, and now he's a Mountain West.
Awesome ACC guy, huge Big East guy, massive Mountain West guy.
That's right.
I'm going for it. We'll do something else this year.
Mountain West is the Big East of the Rockies. That's what they say.
You know what? I'm not mad at that, actually.
Richard Pitino said it.
I'm not mad at that.
By the way, before we leave, Can I read you? I forgot to look. We're on the whole time, so I forgot to look at my text. But I asked Rick Pitino for a scouting report on Richard this morning, and this is what he texted back to me: charming, witty, loyal, New York sarcastic, intelligent, caring. Can't go left. So there you have it.
That's it.
There you have
There
it.
you have it.
That's
Mountain
a good way
West
to end
Media
it.
Day. Richard Pitino can't go left.